In a world where the desperate are hunted for sport and entertainment devours the soul, some stories are written to entertain. Others are written because the world demanded they exist. This is a third-person retelling of The Running Man by Stephen King, a story inspired by a young author's furious burst of creativity during a 1973 snowstorm, when he locked himself away for 1 week and poured out a raw, prescient vision of a future ruled by corporate greed and deadly game shows. First published in 1982, under the pseudonym Richard Bachman, the book has since sold millions of copies worldwide. Its author, Stephen King, is the undisputed master of suspense, known for legendary works like Carrie, The Shining, and It. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted for the big screen in 1987, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, and reimagined with gripping fidelity in 2025. A quick note: the visuals are created by today's technology. They might not be accurate according to every scene, but they will help you visualize the moments, so bear with my request. This is a third-person retelling told from my own narrative perspective. By the end of the story, you may find yourself questioning the choices that define survival when the whole world is watching. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. The story begins. She squinted at the thermometer in the pale light filtering through the window. Beyond her, the drizzle veiled the other high-rises of Co-op City, rising like gray prison turrets. Below in the air shaft, clotheslines snapped with ragged laundry while rats and plump alley cats prowled the garbage. She turned to her husband. Ben Richards sat at the table, staring with vacant intensity at the free V. He had watched it obsessively for weeks now, though he had always hated the thing. Every development apartment was required to have one by law, yet turning it off remained legal. The compulsory benefit bill of 2021 had failed by just 6 votes. Normally they ignored it, but since their daughter Kathy fell sick, he had fixated on the big money giveaways. The sight filled her with deepening dread. Behind the announcer's shrill halftime patter came Kathy's hoarse, endless wailing from the flu. Richards asked how bad the fever was. She tried to downplay it, but he pressed her sharply. When she admitted it had reached 104, he slammed both fists on the table, sending a plastic dish clattering. He declared they would get a real doctor and told her not to worry. She began battling desperately to distract him as he turned back toward the free V. The cheap daytime game treadmill to bucks had resumed. Chronic heart, liver, or lung patients trudging on the treadmill, chatting with the MC for $10 a minute. Every 2 minutes a bonus question in the contestant's specialty could add $50 or deduct it and speed up the treadmill if missed. The current player, a heart murmur case from Hackensack obsessed with American history, struggled on. She insisted they would manage somehow, her voice breaking. He looked at her with brutal directness and rejected any notion of her hustling again. Kathy needed proper medical care with modern equipment, not some block midwife with dirty hands and whiskey breath. He was going to make sure of it. He crossed the room, eyes drawn magnetically to the free V bolted above the sink, and pulled on his cheap denim jacket with impatient tugs. She protested frantically, refusing to let him go through with it. He countered that at worst she could collect aid as head of a fatherless household. Either way, Kathy would be seen through this. In that moment, despite years of hardship that had left her scrawny, she looked imperious and beautiful as she declared she would never accept blood money or bounty on her man. He turned on her, grim and unyielding, carrying the stubborn pride that made him a throwback in this world, an embarrassment, perhaps even a danger to the network. He gestured toward the bedroom and asked if she preferred their daughter in an unmarked pauper's grave. The question shattered her into helpless tears. She warned that this was exactly what they wanted for people like them, like him. He replied evenly, that maybe they wouldn't take him, that perhaps he lacked whatever they sought. She cried that if he went now they would kill him, and she would be forced to watch it while Kathy lay in the next room. He answered that he only wanted their daughter to live. When he tried to close the door, she blocked it with her body and asked for a kiss before he left. He kissed her. Down the hall, Mrs. Jenner cracked open her door, releasing the rich, maddening scent of corned beef and cabbage. Richards asked if she would take the money and not do anything foolish. She whispered that she would. He clutched her awkwardly, then turned and plunged down the dim, slanting stairwell without looking back. She stood trembling in the doorway with silent sobs until the door slammed 5 flights below. Then she pressed her apron to her face, still clutching the thermometer. Mrs. Jenner crept close and offered to connect her with black market penicillin once the money arrived, real cheap, good quality. She screamed at the woman to get out. Mrs. Jenner recoiled, lip curling from her blackened teeth, muttering that she was only trying to help before scurrying away. Kathy's wails continued, barely muffled. From Mrs. Jenner's apartment, the free V blared as the treadmill to Bucks contestant missed a bonus question and suffered a heart attack at the same moment he was carried off on a stretcher amid applause. Mrs. Jenner's upper lip twitched metronomically as she wrote Sheila Richards' name in her notebook. She snapped it shut and settled back to watch the next game. The drizzle had become steady rain by the time Richards reached the street. Across the way, the big smoke-doked thermometer read 51 degrees. He figured it might feel like 60 inside their apartment, and Kathy had the flu. A rat trotted lazily across the cracked cement. An ancient, stripped 2013 Humber skeleton rusted on decayed axles. The cops no longer bothered clearing such wrecks south of the canal. Old Steve sprawled as a rat warren of empty parking lots, deserted shops, and paved playgrounds where cycle gangs ruled. The streets lay ghostly and silent. Anyone venturing out took the pneumo bus or carried a gas cylinder. He walked fast, eyes forward, mind blank. The air hung thick and sulphurous. 4 cycles roared past. Someone hurled a chunk of asphalt. He ducked it without breaking stride. 2 pneumo buses buffeted him, but he ignored them. His 20 old bucks of weekly unemployment had already been spent. The pack sensed his poverty and left him alone. High-rises, chain-link fences, stripped derelicts, and rain-blurred obscenities scrawled on pavement slid past. Graffiti-covered crumbling walls. Sodium lights from the 70s lay shattered. No one would replace them down here. Everything remained silent, except for the whoosh of pneumo buses and the echo of his own footsteps. By day, this battlefield stayed a deserted gray silence, broken only by cats, rats, and maggots crawling over garbage. The reek of decay filled 2025. Free V cables ran safely, buried only idiots or revolutionaries would tamper with them. It offered free dreams while Skag and Frisco Push cost real money. Farther north, beyond the canal, the dream machines ran 24 hours on new dollars for those who had jobs. 4 million unemployed remained trapped south of it in Co-op City. Richards walked 3 miles. Liquor stores and smoke shops grew more frequent, their grills heavier at first, then lighter. Ex-houses advertised 24 perversions, hawkeries, and blood emporiums appeared. Greasers lounged on cycles at corners amid drifts of roach ends. Ahead, the clean skyscrapers rose into the clouds, the tallest being the 100-story Network Games building, its upper half lost in smog. He fixed his gaze on it and pressed on another mile. Now expensive movie houses and ungrilled smoke shops appeared, guarded by rent-a-pigs with electric move-alongs. City cops stood on every corner. At the People's Fountain Park, admission cost 75 cents. Well-dressed mothers watched children play on AstroTurf behind fences while cops guarded the gate. He crossed the canal. As he drew nearer the Games building, it loomed taller, more impossible, its tiers of blank office windows and polished stone rising like a sheer cliff. Cops along the route watched him with flat readiness, prepared to shove him on or arrest him for loitering. Uptown, a man in baggy gray pants, cheap bowl haircut, and sunken eyes had only one possible purpose: the Games. Qualifying examinations opened promptly at noon. When Ben Richards stepped behind the last man in line, he stood almost in the building's long shadow, yet the structure still waited. 9 blocks, and more than a mile ahead. The line stretched before him, like an endless serpent. Others drifted in behind, and the police kept their hands on gun butts or move-alongs, wearing the same anonymous, contemptuous smiles. Muttered remarks reached him through the rain, half-wit. Bathroom, sons of bitches, kill their own mothers, smelled like he hadn't bathed. Heads bowed against the drizzle. The applicants shuffled forward. After a time, the line began to creep. It was past 4 when Richards finally reached the main desk and was directed to Desk 9. Section QR. The woman behind the rumbling plastipunch looked exhausted, cruel, and utterly detached. She glanced at him and registered nothing. She demanded his name, last, first, middle. He gave it Richards, Benjamin Stewart. Her fingers flew across the keys. She asked his age, height, weight. 28, 6'2", 165. The huge lobby echoed with overlapping voices, questions, weeping, shouted protests, an occasional scream. People were let out in tears or thrown out bodily. She continued without pause. Last school, attended, graduation status, years completed, age at departure, reason for leaving, manual trades, no diploma, 2 years left at 16 because he had married. Name and age of spouse: Sheila Catherine Richards, 26. Names and ages of children: Catherine Sarah Richards, 18 months. Final question: had he ever used heroin or the synthetic amphetamine hallucinogen called San Francisco Push? He answered no. A plastic card popped from the machine. She slid it across and warned him not to lose it. Doing so meant starting over next week. For the first time she really looked at him, angry eyes, lanky frame. Not bad looking. Some intelligence. Good stats. Then she snatched the card back and punched out the upper right-hand corner, giving it a milled edge. He asked what that was for. She told him never mind, someone would explain later, maybe. She pointed past his shoulder down a long hall leading to the elevators. Dozens of fresh applicants were being halted, cards examined, then waved forward. As Richards watched, a trembling, sallow push addict was stopped by a cop, and dejected the man began to cry but obeyed. She said it was a tough old world, and told him to move along. Behind him, the questioning litany had already resumed. A hard, calloused hand slapped his shoulder at the head of the hall. A cop demanded the card. Richard showed it. The officer's face flickered with subtle disappointment. Richards remarked that the man clearly enjoyed turning applicants away. The cop threatened to send him downtown. Richards walked on without another word. Halfway to the elevators, he glanced back. "Hey, cop!" The officer glared. Richards asked if he had a family. It could be him next week. The cop shouted furiously for him to move on. Richard smiled and continued. 20 men waited at the elevators. He showed his card. The cop on duty studied him and asked if he was a hard ass. Richards answered that he was about as smart as the cop would be without the gun and with his pants around his ankles. For a second he thought the man would swing. Instead, the cop warned that they would fix him, make him walk on his knees before it was over, then swaggered off to 3 new arrivals. The applicant ahead of Richards turned nervous face tight under a widow's peak. He advised against antagonizing them. They had a grapevine. Richards replied mildly, and the man looked away. The elevator doors snapped open. A black cop with a huge gut blocked the controls and barked for everyone to step to the rear. Another officer sat in a rear bulletproof cubicle the size of a phone booth, reading a 3D pervert mag with a sawed-off shotgun across his knees and shells lined up beside him. They packed in until breathing grew difficult, bodies pressing close on every side. The car rose to the 2nd floor. Doors opened on a vast waiting room filled with chairs and dominated by an enormous free V. A cigarette dispenser stood in one corner. They filed out and held their cards to an impersonal camera lens while 3 cops watched. A buzzer sounded on a dozen cards. Those holders were yanked from line and hustled away. Richard showed his and was waved forward. He crossed to the cigarette machine, bought a pack of Blams, and chose a seat as far from the free V as possible. He lit one, drew smoke deep, and coughed. It had been almost 6 months since his last cigarette. They called the A's for the physical almost at once. About 24 men rose and filed through the door beneath the sign "This Way" with its arrow. The literacy of games applicants was notoriously low. They advanced one letter every 15 minutes. Richards had sat down around 5, so he figured the R's would reach him near 8:45. He wished for a book, but knew it was better this way. Books drew suspicion from anyone south of the canal. Pervert mags were safer. He watched the 6 o'clock newsy with restless eyes. Heavier fighting in Ecuador, fresh cannibal riots in India, the Detroit Tigers beating the Harding Catamounts 6-2. At 6:30, the first big money game began, and he drifted to the window. With his decision made, the games bored him again. Most others watched fun guns in dreadful fascination, knowing next week it could be them. Outside, daylight bled into dusk. Elevated trains slammed through power rings overhead, headlights slicing the gray air. On the sidewalks below, technicos and network bureaucrats began their evening hunt for entertainment. A certified pusher hawked wares on the corner. A man with 2 sable dollies passed, all 3 laughing. A sharp wave of homesickness for Sheila and Kathy hit him. He wanted to call but doubted it was allowed. Several men had already walked out, grinning strangely as they took the door marked to street. He could still leave. Go back to the flat where his daughter burned with fever? No, he couldn't. He lingered at the window a moment longer, then returned to his seat as "Dig Your Grave" began. The man beside him twitched his arm anxiously and asked if it was true they washed out over 30% on physicals alone. Richard said he didn't know. The fellow muttered about his bronchitis and wondered if he might qualify for treadmill to bucks. His breathing sounded like a distant truck laboring uphill. He added softly that he had a family. Richard stared at the free V as if it held interest. The man fell silent for a long while. Later, when the program changed at 7:30, Richards heard him asking the same question of the person on his other side. Full dark had settled outside. Richards wondered if the rain continued. The evening stretched on endlessly. When the R's were called through the red arrow door, it was just after 9:30. Much of the early tension had drained away. Applicants either stared avidly at the free V or dozed. The man with a noisy chest, whose name began with L, had gone over an hour earlier. Richards idly wondered if he had been cut. The examination room was long, tiled, and lit by harsh fluorescent tubes, an assembly line of bored doctors stationed at intervals. Richards thought bitterly, would any of you like to check my little girl? They showed their cards to a wall-mounted camera eye and were ordered to a row of clothes hooks. A doctor in a white lab coat approached, clipboard under his arm. "Strip," he said. "Hang your clothes on the hooks. Remember the number, and give it to the orderly at the far end. Don't worry about valuables. Nobody here wants them." Valuables. Richards almost smiled as he unbuttoned his shirt. His wallet held only a few photos of Sheila and Kathy, an old shoe sole receipt, a keyring with a single door key, a baby sock he didn't recall placing there, and the pack of Blams. Many men stood completely naked under their pants. Soon they all waited, stripped and anonymous, cards in hand, penises dangling like forgotten clubs. Some shuffled, as if the floor were cold. The faint, impersonal smell of alcohol hung in the air. "Stay in line," the clipboard doctor instructed. "Always show your card. Follow orders." The line advanced. Richards noticed a cop beside every doctor. He kept his eyes down and waited. "Card." He handed it over. The first doctor noted the number and told him to open his mouth. His tongue was depressed. The next peered into his pupils with a bright light, then checked his ears. Another pressed a cold stethoscope to his chest and ordered him to cough. Farther down the line, a man was dragged away protesting. He needed the money. He'd get his lawyer. The stethoscope moved to his back. "Breath. Hold it. Exhale. Move along." Blood pressure came next from a grinning doctor wearing an eye patch. A bald medico with liver spots on his scalp performed the short arm inspection, cool hand between scrotum and thigh. Cough. Move along. Temperature was taken. He spat in a cup. Halfway now. 2 or 3 men had finished and waited dressed by the elevator. A dozen more had been pulled from line. One tried to attack the doctor who cut him and was dropped by a cop's full-charge move-along, falling like a pole-axe steer. Bend over and spread your cheeks. Richards complied. A gloved finger invaded his rectum, probed, withdrew. Move along. In a curtained booth he urinated into a blue beaker. An eye chart followed. He read the top lines until told to stop. Another booth held earphones. He pressed white or red buttons for a high faint tone until instructed otherwise. He was weighed, arches examined, then stood before a fluoroscope in a lead apron while a gum-chewing doctor took pictures and noted his card. Of the original 30, 12 reached the far end. Some dressed and waited for the elevator. A dozen had been removed. Richards reached a low table where a doctor asked about 50 different diseases, mostly respiratory. The man looked up sharply when Richards mentioned influenza in the family. Wife? No, my daughter. Age? 1.5 years. Have you been immunized? Don't lie, we'll check your stats. Immunized July 2023, booster September 2023, block clinic. Move along. Richards fought the urge to reach across and snap the doctor's neck. He moved on. At the final station, a severe woman doctor with short-cropped hair and an electric juicer in her ear asked if he was homosexual. No. Ever arrested on a felony? No. Any severe phobias? No. She began to define them, but he cut in, reciting the examples accurately. She pressed her lips tight, irritated. Any hallucinogenic or addictive drugs? No. Any relatives arrested for crimes against the government or network? Sign this loyalty oath and Games Commission release, Mr. Richards. He signed. She told him to show the orderly his card and give the number. He walked away mid-sentence, thumbed at the buck-toothed orderly. Number 26, Bugs. The man brought his clothes. Richards dressed slowly and crossed to the elevator. His anus felt hot, violated, still slippery with lubricant. When they were all bunched together, the elevator doors opened. This time, the bulletproof Judas hole stood empty. A skinny cop with a large wen beside his nose chanted for them to step to the rear. As the doors closed, Richards caught a last glimpse of the S group filing in at the far end of the hall and the clipboard doctor moving toward them. Then the car rose to the 3rd floor. The doors opened on a vast, dimly lit dormitory that seemed to stretch forever, filled with rows of narrow iron and canvas cots. 2 cops checked them out, assigning bed numbers. Richards drew 940. His cot held 1 brown blanket and a flat pillow. He lay down, shoes dropping to the floor, feet dangling over the end with nothing to be done about it. He crossed his arms beneath his head and stared at the ceiling. A loud buzzer woke him sharply at 6 the next morning. For a moment he felt foggy, wondering if Sheila had somehow bought an alarm clock. Then reality settled, and he sat up. They were led in groups of 50 to a large industrial bathroom, where they showed their cards to a camera watched by a policeman. Richards entered a blue-tiled booth containing a mirror, basin, shower, and toilet. On the shelf above the basin lay cellophane-wrapped toothbrushes, an electric razor, soap, and a half-used tube of toothpaste. A sign in the mirror corner read, "Respect this property." Beneath it, someone had scrawled, "I only respect my ass." He showered, dried with a towel from the stack on the toilet tank, shaved and brushed his teeth. They moved on to a cafeteria and showed their cards again. Richards took a tray and pushed it along the stainless steel ledge. He received a box of cornflakes, greasy home fries, scrambled eggs, a piece of toast, hard as a marble gravestone, a half pint of milk, muddy coffee without cream, packets of sugar and salt, and a pat of fake butter on oily paper. He wolfed it down like the rest. It was the first real food he had eaten in months beyond greasy pizza wedges and government pill commodities, yet strangely bland, as if every trace of flavor had been drained away. Thoughts of Sheila and Kathy rose unbidden. What were they eating this morning? Help pills? Fake milk for the baby? A wave of desperation tightened in his chest. When would the money start? Today? Tomorrow? Or was the whole thing just another flashy gimmick with no pot of gold at the end? He sat staring at his empty plate until the 7 o'clock buzzer sounded and they were moved back to the elevators. On the 4th floor, his group of 50 was herded into a large empty room ringed with what looked like letter slots. They showed their cards once more as the elevator doors whooshed shut behind them. A gaunt man wearing the game's emblem on his lab coat entered and directed them to undress, remove any valuables from their clothes, and drop everything into the incinerator slots. They would be issued game's coveralls, he added, with a magnanimous smile, and could keep them no matter how their personal game's resolution turned out. There was some grumbling, but everyone complied. The gaunt man clapped his hands twice like a grade school teacher ending recess and urged them to hurry. They had a lot ahead of them. Richards asked if the man himself was going to be a contestant. The gaunt man gave him a puzzled look. Someone in the back snickered. Richards told him never mind and stepped out of his trousers. He emptied his unvaluable valuables and fed his shirt, pants, and skivvies into a slot. A brief, hungry flash of flame rose from far below. At the opposite end of the room, a door opened. There was always another door, he reflected, like rats climbing through an American maze, and men wheeled in large baskets labeled S, M, L, and XL. Richards chose an XL for its length. To his surprise, it fit well. The soft, clingy material, almost like silk yet tougher. A single nylon zipper ran up the front. All the coveralls were dark blue with the game's emblem on the right breast pocket. When the entire group wore them, Richards felt as if he had lost his own face. The gaunt man ushered them into another waiting room where the inevitable free V blared. He told them they would be called in groups of 10. A sign over the far door again read this way with its arrow. They sat. After a while, Richards rose and went to the window. They were higher now, but the rain still fell. The streets below looked slick and black. He wondered what Sheila was doing. He moved through the door at 10:15 as part of a group of 10, advancing single file. Cards were scanned. 10 solid 3-sided booths waited, their walls made of drilled soundproof cork. Soft indirect lighting bathed the space while hidden speakers played music. Plush carpet met his feet, startling after so much cement. The gaunt man spoke to him. Richards blinked, momentarily lost. Booth 6, the man repeated with clear disapproval. He entered booth 6. A table stood inside with a large wall clock mounted at eye level beyond it. On the table lay a sharpened GA, IBM pencil and a stack of cheap unlined paper. Beside them waited a tall, striking blonde tester in iridescent short shorts that sharply outlined her pubic mound and a silk fishnet blouselet through which her rough nipples showed prominently. She told him to sit and introduced herself as Rinda Ward, his tester, extending her hand. Startled, he shook it and gave his name. She asked if she could call him Ben, her smile seductive yet detached. He felt the expected flicker of arousal at her displayed body, and it irritated him deeply. He wondered if this was how she derived pleasure, parading herself before desperate men heading into the grinder. He agreed. He commented crudely on her breasts. She thanked him calmly. Seated now, and looking up at her, the angle only heightened his discomfort. She explained that today's test would measure his mental abilities, just as yesterday's had tested his body. It would run long, with lunch around 3 if he passed. The smile appeared, and vanished quickly. She described the first section as verbal, giving him 1 hour once she handed over the booklet. He could ask permitted questions, but she would not provide answers to the test itself. He confirmed he understood. She passed him the booklet. Its cover showed a large red hand, palm out, with bold red letters reading "Stop," followed by instructions not to turn the page until told. He remarked that it looked heavy. She asked him to repeat himself, eyebrows rising. He said nothing more. She instructed him on the answer sheet, make marks heavy and black, erase completely if changing an answer, and never guess. He said he understood. She told him to begin when she gave the word and to put the pencil down when she said "Stop." He did not start. Instead, he ran his eyes slowly and insolently over her body. She flushed after a moment and reminded him his hour had begun. He asked why everyone assumed someone from south of the canal was a horny mental incompetent. She grew completely flustered, struggling for words. He smiled, picked up the pencil, and told her how dumb they all were before bending to the test while she still searched for a reply. The first section asked him to choose the correct word to complete each sentence. He marked answers rapidly, rarely hesitating. Fill-ins gave way to vocabulary and word contrasts. He finished with 15 minutes left. She made him hold the exam until the hour ended, so he leaned back and silently ogled her nearly naked form. The thickening silence felt oppressive. He could sense her wishing for something to cover herself, and it satisfied him. When time ran out, she handed him the second exam. The first page showed a drawing of a gasoline carburetor and asked where one would put it. He completed it. The third was a math diagnostic. Numbers had never been his strength, and light sweat broke across his skin as the clock ticked down. He finished in a near-dead heat, missing only the final question. Rinda Ward pulled the papers away with a smile that stretched too wide, and noted he had not been fast enough on that one. He assured her all his answers would prove correct, and smiled back. Leaning forward, he gave her rump a light swat and told her she had done well. She blushed deeply and threatened to have him disqualified. He dismissed it, saying she would only get herself fired. She snarled at him to get out and back in line, suddenly close to tears. A flicker of something like compassion rose in him and he forced it down. He wished her a nice night, suggesting she enjoy a fine meal with whoever she was sleeping with this week, and remember his kid dying of flu in a cramped, run-down apartment. He left her staring after him, face drained of color. His group had been reduced to 6. They filed into the next room at 1:30. The doctor across the small table wore thick lens glasses and wore a nasty, pleased grin that reminded Richards of a half-wit boy from his youth, who used to crouch under high school bleachers looking up girls' skirts while masturbating. Richards began to grin. The doctor asked if something pleasant had crossed his mind while flipping the first inkblot card, his grin widening slightly. Richards said yes, that the doctor reminded him of someone he once knew. The doctor asked who. Richards told him never mind. The doctor proceeded, asking what Richards saw on the card. A blood pressure cuff gripped his right arm, while electrodes clung to his head, wires feeding into a console beside the doctor where squiggly lines traced across a screen. Richards described 2 Negro women kissing. The doctor flipped another card and asked again. Richards saw a sports car that looked like a Jaguar. The doctor asked if he liked gas cars. Richards shrugged and mentioned he had collected models as a boy. The doctor noted it and showed the next card. Richards saw a sick person lying on her side, shadows on her face resembling prison bars. For the final card, Richards burst out laughing and said it looked like a pile of shit. The image of the doctor in his white coat running under bleachers to spy on girls and masturbate struck him again, sending him into fresh laughter. The doctor sat smiling that same nasty smile, making the picture even funnier. Eventually, the giggles faded to snorts and a single hiccup. Richards grew still. The doctor began to ask if he would care to explain. Richards cut him off, saying no. They moved on to word association. The doctor produced a stopwatch, clicked his pen, and read from a list without explanation. Richards responded instantly to each prompt. Doctor brought nigger, penis brought cock, red brought black, and so on through silver, dagger, rifle, murder, win, money, sex, tests, strike, out 50 words and more, until the doctor stopped the watch and declared it good. He folded his hands and studied Richards with grave intensity. The final question came: had he entered the games with any suicidal intent? The machine wired to his body would expose any lie. Richards answered flatly, "No." The doctor asked his true reason. Richards told him his little girl was sick and needed a doctor, medicine, hospital care. The ballpoints scratched across paper. The doctor pressed for anything more. Richards hesitated on the edge of silence, then gave everything. Perhaps the doctor's face still evoked that long-ago dirty boy under the bleachers. Perhaps the words simply needed to be spoken aloud so the shape of his desperation could harden into fact. He had been out of work a long time. He wanted to work again, even as the sucker in a rigged game, so he could support his family. He still had pride. Did the doctor have any? The doctor replied that pride went before a fall, clicked his pen shut and stood. The return to surname and the abrupt rise signaled the interview had ended. Richard said he had nothing else. The doctor directed him down the hall to the right and wished him luck. Richards answered with a single word of acknowledgement. His original group had now shrunk to 4. The new waiting room felt smaller. The entire field of applicants cut by roughly 60%. The last of the Ys and Zs drifted in at 4:30. At 4, an orderly passed with a tray of tasteless sandwiches. Richards took 2 and chewed them while listening to a man named Rettenmund spin one dirty story after another. When the full remaining group assembled, they were moved into an elevator and taken to the 5th floor. Their quarters consisted of a large common room, a shared lavatory, and a long sleep factory lined with rows of cots. A cafeteria down the hall would serve a hot meal at 7. Richard sat motionless for a few minutes, then rose and approached the cop stationed at the entrance door. He asked if there was a telephone. The cop jerked a thumb toward the hall without speaking. Richards cracked the door and spotted the payphone. He turned back and asked the cop to loan him 50 cents. The cop told him to screw off. Richards held his temper and explained he needed to call his wife. Their kid was sick. He asked the cop to imagine himself in the same position. The cop gave a short, ugly laugh and said men like Richards always had a story ready for every occasion. Richards called him a bastard. Something in his eyes and the set of his shoulders made the cop look away. He asked whether the cop was married and had ever been desperate enough to borrow money even when it tasted like filth in his mouth. The cop thrust a hand into his jumper pocket, pulled out plastic coins, and shoved 2 new quarters at Richards with a low warning if Richards sent anyone else over claiming Charlie Grady was a soft touch, he would beat his brains out. Richards thanked him steadily for the loan. Grady laughed and released him. Richards stepped into the hall, lifted the receiver and dropped the coins. They fell with a hollow clack for a second. Nothing happened, and dread tightened in his chest. Then the dial tone hummed. He punched the 5th floor hall phone number slowly, hoping the Jenner woman would not answer, and scream wrong number the moment she recognized his voice. It rang 6 times. An unfamiliar voice answered. Richards asked for Sheila Richards in apartment 5C. The voice said she thought Sheila had gone out, walking the block as usual with their sick kid and a shiftless husband. The tone turned insinuating. Richards told the voice to knock on the door, his mouth dry as cotton. The receiver crashed against the wall on the other end. Far off he heard the voice yelling about a phone call for Mrs. Richards. Half a minute later the voice returned. Sheila was not there. The kid could be heard yelling, but she was gone, always watching for the fleet, the voice added with a giggle. Richards burned with the urge to reach through the line and choke the speaker until the eyes bulged and rolled across the floor. He asked the voice to take a message and write it on the wall if necessary. The voice claimed it had no pencil and started to hang up. Richards shouted for it to wait, panic sharpening his tone. The voice relented grudgingly. She was coming up the stairs now. Richards sagged against the wall, sweat soaking his back. A moment later Sheila's voice reached him wary, a little frightened. He said her name and let the wall hold him up, eyes closed. Sheila asked if it was really him, and whether he was all right. He assured her he was fine, and asked about Kathy. Sheila said the fever had eased, but the cough sounded croupy. She feared water in the lungs and pneumonia. He repeated that everything would be all right. Sheila paused a long time. She hated leaving the child, but had gone out anyway. She had turned 2 tricks that morning and gotten medicine from the druggist, good medicine. Her voice lifted with a zealous edge. Richards told her the medicine was worthless and ordered her to stop. He believed. He had made it through the cuts. Too many shows needed contestants, and they handed out advances. Mrs. Upshaw. Sheila cut in flatly that the woman had looked awful in black. He told her to forget that, and stay with Kathy, no more tricks. Sheila agreed. She would not go out again, but the tone left him unconvinced, as though her fingers were crossed behind her back. She told him she loved him. He began to answer that he loved her too. The operator broke in. 3 minutes were up to pause it, 1 new quarter or 3 old ones to continue. Richards yelled for the operator to get off the line. The connection died with an empty hum. He hurled the receiver. It whipped to the end of its cord, slammed the wall, and swung back and forth like a dead snake. Somebody has to pay, he thought numbly as he walked back. Somebody has to. They remained quartered on the 5th floor until 10 the next morning. By then, Richard seethed with anger, worry, and raw frustration. A young man in a skin-tight games uniform, slightly effeminate in manner, finally summoned them into the elevator. Roughly 300 remained over 60, had been silently removed during the night, including the kid with the endless supply of dirty jokes. They were taken to a luxurious 6th-floor auditorium in groups of 50, its seats upholstered in deep red plush with built-in ashtrays. Richards pulled out his crumpled pack of blams and flicked ashes onto the floor. A small stage held a lectern with a water pitcher centered on it. At 15 minutes past 10, the young usher approached the lectern and introduced Arthur M. Burns, Assistant Director of Games. A sour voice behind Richards muttered, "Huzzah!" A portly man with a grave-fringed tonsure strode forward, pausing to cock his head as if savoring unseen applause. He beamed at them, his broad, twinkling smile turning him into a pudgy aging Cupid in a business suit. He congratulated them. They had made it. A collective sigh swept the room, followed by laughter and backslapping as more cigarettes were lit. The sour voice repeated, "Huzzah!" Burns announced that program assignments and 7th-floor room numbers would soon be distributed. Executive producers would explain expectations. He repeated his congratulations, praising them as courageous and resourceful for refusing public assistance and choosing instead to prove themselves as men and true heroes of the age. "Bullshit," the sour voice interjected. Burns added that he spoke for the entire network in wishing them good luck and Godspeed. He chuckled, rubbing his hands together, then said he knew they were eager for their assignments and would spare them further talk. A side door opened. A dozen ushers in red tunics entered and began calling names. White envelopes were handed out, soon littering the floor like confetti. Plastic assignment cards were examined and exchanged amid muffled groans, cheers, and catcalls. Arthur M. Burns watched benevolently from the podium. Richards heard fragments of reaction, complaints about unbearable heat on one show, disappointment at landing a low-paying program, surprise at a heart-testing format, and uneasy comments about others. "Ben Richards," he answered. "Here." A plain white envelope was passed to him. His fingers trembled as he tore it open and extracted the small plastic card on the second try. He frowned, confused. No program title was punched on it. The card read only Elevator 6. He slipped the card into his breast pocket beside his ID and left the auditorium. The first 5 elevators bustled with contestants heading to the 7th floor. 4 others already waited at the closed doors of Elevator 6, one of them the owner of the sour voice. Richards asked what this meant. Were they being eliminated? The sour-voiced man, about 25 with a withered arm likely from the resurgent polio of 2005, laughed hollowly. No such luck. He believed they were headed for the big money assignments, the ones where contestants were not merely injured but killed. Prime time. A 6th man joined them, a good-looking kid who blinked at everything in surprise. The sour-voiced man greeted him with, "Hello, sucker." At 11 o'clock, after the others had been cleared, Elevator 6 opened. A cop rode inside the observation panel. "See?" the sour-voiced man said. "We're dangerous. Public enemies. They're going to rub us out." He pulled a mock gangster face and pretended to spray the compartment with a Sten gun. The cop stared back woodenly. The waiting room on the 8th floor was small, plush, intimate, and private. Richards found himself alone in it. At the end of the ride, 3 of the group had been escorted away down a carpeted corridor by 3 cops. Only Richards, the sour-voiced man, and the blinking kid remained. They were brought here. A receptionist who faintly resembled an old television sex star smiled at them from a plant-filled alcove. She told the blinking kid, Mr. Jansky, to go right in. Richards and the sour-voiced man, now identified as Jimmy Laughlin, spoke cautiously. Richards learned Laughlin lived only 3 blocks away on Dock Street. He had worked part-time as an engine wiper for General Atomics until fired the previous year for joining a sit-down strike over leaky radiation shields. Laughlin said at least he was still alive, which was all that mattered to the authorities. He was sterile from the exposure, but that was one of the small risks for $7 a day. The withered arm had made new work even harder. His wife suffered severe asthma and was now bedridden. He had finally decided to chase the big brass ring. Maybe he would push a few creeps out a high window before McCone's men got him. Richards asked if he really thought it was the running man. Laughlin confirmed it and asked for one of the cheap cigarettes. Richards gave him one. The door opened. The blinking kid emerged on the arm of a beautiful woman wearing almost nothing. He gave them a small, nervous smile as they passed. The receptionist called Laughlin next. Richards waited alone while the receptionist retreated into her alcove. He rose and approached the free cigarette machine in the corner. Laughlin had been right. They were in the big leagues. It dispensed dokes. He took a pack of Blams, sat down, and lit one. About 20 minutes later, Laughlin exited with an ash blonde on his arm. He introduced her dryly as a friend from the carpool. She dimpled on cue. Laughlin looked pained and told Richards the bastard at least spoke straight, then said goodbye. The receptionist reappeared and called Richards in. The inner office was large enough for a game of kill-ball, dominated by a vast one-wall window overlooking middle-class homes, dockside warehouses, oil tanks, and pearl-gray Harding Lake under steady rain. A distant tanker moved slowly from right to left. The man behind the desk was of medium height and extremely black, so black that Richards momentarily felt a sense of unreality, as if the man had stepped from an old minstrel show. Killian greeted him by name and extended a hand across the desk. When Richards did not take it, Killian withdrew it calmly and sat down. Richards took the sling chair and stubbed out his cigarette in a game's emblem ashtray. Killian introduced himself and said Richards had probably guessed why he had been brought here. Records and test scores marked him as bright. Richards folded his hands and waited. Killian told him he had been selected for The Running Man, the network's biggest, most lucrative, and most dangerous show. He had the final consent form ready. He had no doubt Richards would sign it. But first, he wanted to explain the selection and make sure Richards fully understood what he was entering. Richards remained silent. Killian pulled a dossier onto the blotter and opened it. It bore Richards's name. He read the details. Benjamin Stewart Richards, 28, born August 8, 1997 in Harding. Attended South City Manual Trades from 2011 to 2013, suspended twice for disrespecting authority, including kicking an assistant principal in the upper thigh. Richards corrected him. He had kicked the man in the ass. Killian continued without pause. Richards had married Sheila Gordon at 16 in an old-style lifetime contract. He had no union affiliation due to refusing the oath of fealty and wage control articles, and had once called area Governor Johnsbury a cornholing son of a bitch. Richards confirmed it. His work record was spotty, with 6 firings for insubordination, insulting superiors, and abusive criticism of authority. Richards shrugged. In short, he was seen as anti-authoritarian and antisocial, a deviant intelligent enough to avoid prison or serious government trouble, and not addicted to anything. A staff psychologist noted he had seen lesbians, excrement, and a polluting gas vehicle in inkblots, along with an unusually high degree of unexplained hilarity. Richards explained the doctor had reminded him of a kid from school who liked hiding under the bleachers to masturbate. Killian smiled briefly, teeth flashing white against his dark face, and returned to the folder. Richards had given racial responses outlawed by the 2004 Racial Act and several violent ones during word association. Richards said he was here on violent business. Killian acknowledged that, yet he and the larger national interest viewed such responses with extreme disquiet. Richards leaned forward with a tight grin and asked if Killian feared someone might tape a stick of Irish to his ignition one night. Killian licked his thumb and turned the page, his expression cool. He noted that Richards had given them a hostage to Fortune his 18-month-old daughter Catherine. Had that been a mistake? Richards answered without heat that the pregnancy had been planned. He had still been working for General Atomics, then somehow a few of his sperm had survived the radiation. A jest of God, perhaps. Given the state of the world, he sometimes wondered if they had both been crazy. Killian kept his frosty smile and reminded him that he was here now. Next Tuesday, he would appear on The Running Man. He assumed Richards had seen the program. Richards said he had. Killian explained it was the biggest thing on Freevee, packed with chances for viewer participation, both vicarious and real. He himself was the executive producer. Richards offered a flat acknowledgement. Killian continued that the show served as one of the network's most reliable ways of removing embryo troublemakers like him. It had run 6 years with no survivors, and they expected none. Richards stated bluntly that they were running a crooked table. Killian looked more amused than offended. He reminded Richards that he was an anachronism. People would not root for him from bars or appliance store windows. They wanted to watch him die, the messier the better, and they would help if they could. Then there was Evan McCone and the Hunters to Face. Richards remarked that they sounded like a neo group. Killian said simply that McCone never lost to. Richards grunted. Killian outlined the rest. He would appear live Tuesday night. Later episodes would patch in tapes, films, and live tricasts when possible, sometimes interrupting regular programming for a strong contestant nearing his personal end. The rules were simple. He or his surviving family would earn $100 new for every hour he stayed free. They would stake him $4,800 in running money, assuming he could evade the Hunters for 48 hours. Any unspent balance would be refunded if he fell short. He received a 12-hour head start, last 30 days, and he claimed the grand prize $1 billion new. Richards threw his head back and laughed. Killian gave a dry smile and said the sentiment was mutual. Any questions? Richards leaned in, all humor gone, and asked how Killian would like to be the one out there on the run. Killian burst into heavy rolling laughter, clutching his belly until tears came. He dabbed his eyes with a large white handkerchief and tried to compose himself, admitting that Richards had struck his funny bone. Richards said he could see that. Killian asked if there were other questions. Richards said no. Killian told him there would be a staff meeting before the program. Any further thoughts could wait until then. He pressed a button on his desk. Richards told him to spare the cheap snatch he was married. Killian's eyebrows rose. He observed that fidelity was admirable, but a long time stretched from Friday to Tuesday, and Richards might never see his wife again. Richards repeated that he was married. Killian nodded to the girl who had appeared in the doorway, and she withdrew. He asked if there was anything else they could do. Richards would have a private ninth-floor suite, and reasonable meal requests would be honored. Richards asked for a good bottle of bourbon and a telephone so he could speak to his wife. Killian regretted that once the release form was signed, Richards would be incommunicado until Tuesday, though the bourbon could be provided. He slid the form and pen across the desk and asked if Richards wanted to reconsider the girl. Richards said no, scrawled his name on the line, and requested 2 bottles of bourbon instead. Killian agreed, stood, and offered his hand once more. Richards ignored it and walked out. Killian watched him go with blank eyes and no trace of a smile. The receptionist emerged from her alcove as Richards passed and handed him an envelope. On the front was a typed note suggesting he needed money badly right now and confirming that Games Authority gave no advances. He was not a glittering contestant, but a working man being paid well for a dangerous job. Still, the writer had extended a personal loan inside 10% of his advance salary in game certificates, not new dollars. If sent to his wife, they would be accepted by reputable doctors where quacks would not. Richards opened it and found a thick book of coupons bearing the game symbol. 48 coupons, each worth $10. A wave of absurd gratitude swept through him toward Killian. He crushed it at once. He had no doubt the man had simply deducted $480 from his advance, a cheap insurance policy for the big show, the client's continued cooperation, and Killian's own position. He muttered a curse. The receptionist peered out and asked if he had said something. Richard said no and asked which way to the elevators. The suite was sumptuous. Wall-to-wall carpeting deep enough to swim in covered the living room, bedroom, and bath. The free V sat silent. Flowers filled the vases, and a discreet service button waited by the door. 2 cops stood guard outside to ensure he stayed put. He pressed the button. One of the cops opened the door and said the bourbon was on its way. Richard showed him the coupon book and asked him to deliver it somewhere. The cop told him to write the name and address it would be done. Richards used the back of a cobbler's receipt, wrote Sheila's name and their address, and handed over the book along with the paper. As the cop turned away, a new thought struck him. He called the man back, plucked the book from his hand, tore 1/10 from the first coupon along the perforation $1, and told him to give it to Charlie Grady on 5th floor duty. The extra 50 cents was Grady's usurer's fee. The cop started off again. Richard stopped him once more and asked for written receipts from both his wife and Grady. Disgust crossed the cop's face. He asked if Richards was really that trusting. Richard smiled thinly and said they had taught him to be that way south of the canal. The cop remarked that it would be fun watching the hunters go after him. He planned to sit glued to his free V with a beer in each hand. Richards told him to just bring the receipts and close the door gently in the man's face. The bourbon arrived 20 minutes later. Richards told the surprised delivery man he wanted a couple of thick novels sent up as well. The man repeated the word doubtfully. Richards clarified books, with words the kind you read by turning pages, and pantomimed the motion. The man said he would see to it and asked for a dinner order. Richards felt the weight of it all suddenly. He ordered steak, peas, mashed potatoes, milk, and apple cobbler with cream, then wondered what Sheila was eating. Probably a protein pill and fake coffee. Abruptly he lost all appetite and told the man to forget it and get out. Richards eyed the stack of novels with sour amusement. The bellboy had taken him at his word, measuring thickness with a ruler. Anything thicker than 1.5 inches would do. 3 unfamiliar titles lay before him. 2 dusty classics. God is an Englishman, and not as a stranger, plus a fat new volume called The Pleasure of Serving. He cracked open the last one first and wrinkled his nose at the plot. A poor kid rises through General Atomics from engine wiper to gear tradesman, grinding through night courses, falling for a beautiful girl at a block orgy, then earning promotion on dazzling test scores before sealing a 3-year marriage contract. He hurled the book across the room. God is an Englishman proved slightly better. He poured a bourbon on the rocks and sank into its pages. By the time a soft knock sounded at the door, he had downed 300 pages and most of one bottle. He answered, still gripping the second, half empty. The cop stood there, handed over the receipts, and pulled the door shut behind him. Sheila had sent nothing in writing, only one of Kathy's baby pictures. Richard stared at the tiny red-faced infant screaming in the white cradle dress his wife had sewn herself. Drunken tears stung his eyes. He slipped the photo into his pocket and scanned the other receipt. Charlie Grady had scrawled a short message on the back of a traffic ticket. "Thanks, maggot. Get stuffed." Richards gave a short laugh and let the paper drift to the carpet. He spoke aloud to the empty room, thanking Charlie for the boost he needed. His gaze returned to Kathy's photo. The tears threatened again, so he forced himself to recall Grady's mocking note instead. He wondered how much of the second bottle he could finish before blacking out, and set out to discover the answer. He nearly succeeded. Richards endured Saturday in the grip of a brutal hangover. By evening it had mostly faded, and he ordered 2 fresh bottles of bourbon with his meal. He finished both, and woke early Sunday to the sight of large caterpillars with flat, murderous eyes inching down the far wall. That decided him. Wrecking his reflexes completely before Tuesday would be foolish, so he swore off the liquor. This hangover lingered longer. He vomited until nothing remained, then endured dry heaves that finally eased around 6 that evening. He requested soup for dinner, no bourbon, and asked for a dozen neo-rock discs. The music soon bored him. He went to bed early and slept badly. Most of Monday he spent on the small glassed-in terrace high above the waterfront. Sun and showers alternated in a pleasant rhythm while he read 2 more novels. He retired early again and rested a little easier, though an ugly dream disturbed him. In it, Sheila lay dead in her coffin with a grotesque corsage of new dollars stuffed in her mouth. He tried to reach her and pull it away, but hands seized him from behind. A dozen cops held him fast, one of them Charlie Grady, grinning as he said this was what happened to losers. They pressed pistols to his head just as he jolted awake. Tuesday, he muttered to the empty room and swung out of bed. The stylish Gia sunburst clock showed 7 minutes after 9. The live broadcast of The Running Man would reach all of North America in less than 11 hours. A hot spike of fear twisted in his gut. In 23 hours, he would become fair game. He took a long hot shower, pulled on his coverall and ordered ham and eggs. He also had the bellboy bring up a carton of Blams. The rest of the morning and early afternoon passed in quiet reading. At exactly 2 o'clock, a single sharp rap sounded on the door. 3 police officers entered with Arthur M. Burns, who looked absurd in a game singlet. Each cop carried a move-along. Burns announced it was time for the final briefing. Richards marked his page, set the book aside, and stood. Terror surged through him, close to panic, yet his hands remained steady. The 10th floor of the games building felt entirely different from the levels below. Richards understood he would rise no higher. The illusion of upward mobility that began in the grimy street lobby stopped here at the broadcast facility. Wide white hallways stretched stark and clean. Bright yellow go-karts powered by Gia solar cells shuttled free V technicians between studios and control rooms. A cart waited when their elevator arrived. Richards, Burns, and the 3 cops climbed aboard. Necks craned as they rolled along. Several people pointed him out. One woman in a yellow games outfit winked and blew him a kiss. He answered with a crude gesture. They traveled what felt like miles through interconnecting corridors. Richards glimpsed at least a dozen studios, one featuring the notorious treadmill from Treadmill to Bucks, where an uptown tour group laughed while trying it out. Finally, they halted before a door marked The Running Man, absolutely no admittance. Burns signaled the guard in the bulletproof booth. then instructed Richards to insert his ID card into the slot. The card vanished, a light blinked, and the door slid open. They reboarded the cart and rolled inside. Richards asked about his card. He was told he no longer needed it. They had entered a control room. A bald technician sat alone at a console, reading numbers into a microphone before a blank screen. To the left, Dan Killian sat at a table with two other men in frosty glasses. One looked vaguely familiar, and too polished for a technician. Killian greeted them and offered Richards a soft drink. The room felt warm despite the air conditioning. Richards accepted a rooty toot. Killian fetched the plastic bottle from a cold cabinet and handed it over. He introduced the man on his right as Fred Victor, director of The Running Man, and the other as Bobby Thompson, the show's host and MC. Thompson wore an iridescent green tunic and a mane of silvery hair. Richards bluntly asked if he dyed it. Thompson's eyebrows rose in surprise. Richards brushed it off. Killian smiled and noted that Richards suffered from an extreme case of rudeness, which Thompson found understandable under the circumstances. Victor took charge and led Richards across the room to a bank of screens. The technician had finished and left. Victor pressed two buttons. Left and right views of the Running Man set flickered into sharp focus. Richards listened as Victor explained there would be no rehearsal. Spontaneity mattered more. Bobby Thompson would improvise from the raised blue dais at center stage, delivering the lead in and run down on him while monitors flashed still photos. Richards would wait in the wings at stage right, flanked by two games guards armed with riot guns for dramatic effect. Move-alongs might be practical, but guns look better on camera. Richards gave a flat acknowledgement. Victor pressed on. When his name was called, he and the guards would step out. Thompson would conduct a brief interview, and Richards could answer as colorfully as he wished. Around 6:10, just before the first network promo, he would receive his stake money and exit alone at stage left. Richards asked about Laughlin. Victor frowned, lighting a cigarette, and said the other contestant would follow at 6:15. They ran two hunts at once because some players proved less skilled at evading hunters. Jansky served as backup. None of it concerned Richards. After leaving the stage, he would get a tape machine the size of a popcorn box, weighing 6 pounds, plus 64-inch clips that slipped into a coat pocket without bulging. It was modern engineering at its finest. Richards muttered a sarcastic approval. Victor's mouth tightened as he reminded him he was a working man for the masses. The cartridges dropped into any mail slot would reach them express for same-night editing. Missed 2 clips a day and payment defaulted legally. But the hunt continued regardless. The tapes revealed nothing about his location. Hunters worked independently. Richards doubted that but kept silent. Victor finished afterward. He would be escorted to the street elevator opening onto Rampart Street. From there, he was on his own. Any questions? Richards had none. Killian had one last money detail. They returned to the table. Richards accepted another rooty toot. Killian flashed a bright smile and explained that leaving the studio unarmed did not mean he could not arm himself by any means. His estate would receive an extra $100 for every hunter or law officer he dispatched. Richards cut in dryly that it was good theater. Killian agreed cheerfully but warned against innocent bystanders. The other element involved stoolies and independent cameramen. Richards already knew. Killian corrected him. They were loyal citizens. An 800 number existed for sightings. Verified sighting paid $100 new. A kill earned $1,000. Cameramen received $10 a foot and up. Richard spread his arms wide in mock enthusiasm, crying that one could retire to scenic Jamaica on blood money, become a 3D weekly idol, the hero of millions. Killian told him that was enough. Thompson buffed his nails while Victor had stepped away, shouting about camera angles. Makeup came next. At 2:30 Miss Jones let him out. Richard stood in the wings at 6:01, one cop on each side, listening to the studio audience erupt in frantic applause for Thompson. Nervousness gnawed at him. He mocked himself for it, but the feeling refused to leave. On the monitor, Thompson introduced tonight's first contestant as a shrewd, resourceful man from south of the canal, right in their home city. The screen showed a stark, retouched portrait of Richards in his baggy gray workshirt, taken days earlier in the fifth-floor waiting room. The airbrush had deepened his eyes, lowered his forehead, shadowed his cheeks, and curled his mouth into a jeering sneer. The image stared back like the angel of urban death, brutal, dim, yet armed with primitive cunning, the nightmare of every uptown apartment dweller. Thompson continued, urging viewers to memorize the face. In half an hour this man would be on the prowl. A verified sighting brought $100 new, a kill brought 1,000. The picture dissolved to a still of Sheila. The airbrush had worked even harder this time. Her sweet ordinary face had been twisted into a vapid slattern with pouting lips, greedy glittering eyes, a suggestion of double chin and bare breasts. Rage surged through Richards. He grated out a curse and lunged forward. Powerful arms yanked him back. "Simmer down," one cop muttered. It was only a picture. Moments later they half-led, half-dragged him on stage. The audience exploded instantly, screams of "Boo, cycle bum, get out, creep, kill the bastard, you eat it." Thompson raised his arms and called good-naturedly for quiet, so they could hear what the contestant had to say. The crowd settled, but reluctantly. Richard stood under the blazing lights, head lowered like a bull, projecting exactly the hate and defiance they craved, yet unable to stop himself. He fixed Thompson with hard, red-rimmed eyes and declared that somebody would eat their own balls for what they had done to his wife's picture. Thompson urged him to speak up with perfect contempt, assuring him no one would hurt him yet. Fresh screams and curses rolled over the studio. Richards wheeled to face the crowd. They fell silent as if slapped. Women watched with frightened, half-sexual stares. Men grinned with pure blood hate. He shouted at them if they wanted to see somebody die so badly, why not kill each other? His words vanished under another wave of screams. Paid plants tried to rush the stage, police held them back. Richards faced them, knowing precisely how he looked. Thompson thanked him for those words of wisdom, contempt thick, and the nearly silent crowd drank it in. He asked how long Richards thought he could hold out. Richards answered that the picture was a cheap fake of his wife. The crowd drowned him out. Thompson waited, then repeated the question. Richards replied coolly that he expected to last the full 30 days. He did not think they had anyone who could take him. More screams, shaken fists, a tomato sale passed. Thompson turned back to the audience and announced that with those last cheap words of bravado, Mr. Richards would now be led from the stage. Tomorrow at noon, the hunt began. Remember the face. It might appear beside them on a pneumo bus, in a jet at a 3D rack, or in their local kill-ball arena. Tonight he was in Harding. Tomorrow, New York, Boise, Albuquerque, Columbus, skulking outside their own home. Would they report him? The audience roared yes in one deafening voice. Richards thrust both middle fingers at them. This time the surge toward the stage was real. Guards rushed him out the stage left exit before the crowd could tear him apart on camera and rob the network of the promised coverage. Killian stood in the wings, shaking with laughter. "Fine performance, Mr. Richards. Fine. God, I wish I could bonus you for those fingers. Superb." Richards answered dryly that they aimed to please. The monitors shifted to a promo. He demanded the camera and told Killian to go fuck himself. Killian grinned wider. "That's physically impossible, but here's your camera." He took the unit from a waiting technician. "Fully loaded, and here are the clips." He handed over a small, surprisingly heavy oblong box wrapped in oilcloth. Richard slipped the camera into one coat pocket and the clips into the other. He asked for the elevator. Killian stopped him. 12 hours head start did not begin officially until 6:30. Behind them, the audience screams rose again as Laughlin took the stage. Richards felt a pang for the man. Killian said he liked Richards and believed he would do well. He enjoyed the crude style. As a collector of cave art and Egyptian artifacts, he saw Richards more like the cave paintings than his urns. He wished he could preserve him. Richards suggested recording his brainwaves. They were already on file. Ignoring the jab, Killian offered advice. No one really had a chance against a whole nation and the hunter's sophisticated equipment. Staying low would buy time. Use legs over weapons and stick close to his own people. He pointed emphatically. Not the middle-class crowd out there, they hated his guts. Richard symbolized every fear of this broken time. The hatred had been real. Could he feel it? Richards admitted he had felt it and hated them back. Killian smiled. That was exactly why they were killing him. He gripped Richards's arm with surprising strength and led him down a white corridor, footsteps echoing. They were alone. At the end stood one elevator. Killian said this was where they parted. Express to the street. 9 seconds. He offered his hand once more. Richards refused it again but lingered. What if he went up instead? Richards asked, gesturing toward the 80 stories above. Who could he kill at the top? Killian laughed softly and punched the button. The doors opened. That was what he liked about Richards. He thought big. Richards stepped inside. The doors began to close. Stay low, Killian repeated. Then Richards was alone. His stomach lurched as the elevator dropped toward the street. The doors opened directly onto Rampart Street. A cop stood nearby on Nixon Memorial Park but ignored him, capping his move along and staring into the soft drizzle. Early dusk had settled over the city. Lights glowed mysteriously through the mist. People on the street appeared as insubstantial shadows, and Richards knew he looked the same. He drew a deep breath of the wet, sulfur-tainted air. It felt liberating, as if released from prison rather than moving to another cell. The air was good. The air was fine. Killian had advised staying close to his own people. Richards had already known that. The heat would hit hardest in Co-op City after noon tomorrow, but by then, he planned to be far away. He walked 3 blocks and flagged a taxi, hoping its free V was broken. It wasn't. The screen blared the closing credits of The Running Man. Shit. The cabbie asked the destination. Richards gave Robbart Street, 5 blocks from his real goal. From there he would cut through backyards to Molly's place. The ancient gas engine roared as the cab accelerated. Richard slumped into the shadows of the vinyl seat. The driver suddenly exclaimed, he had just seen Richards on the free V. He was that guy Pritchard. Richards resignedly confirmed the wrong name. The game's building shrank behind them, and a psychological weight seemed to lift despite the bad luck. The cabbie marveled at his balls. They would kill him dead. Richards agreed he had 2 of them, just like the driver. The man grew ecstatic, repeating the line and asking if he could tell his wife he had carried the contestant. She loved the games. He would have to report the fare too, but cabbies needed a supporting witness for the $100 reward. With his luck, no one had seen Richards get in. Richards said that would be tough, and offered mock sympathy that the man could not help kill him. Should he leave a note saying he had been there? They crossed the canal. Richards ordered him to stop and dropped a new $1 on the front seat. The cabbie protested. He had said nothing wrong. Richards told him to get stuffed and lunged out, heading toward Drummond Street. Co-op City rose skeletal in the gathering dark. The driver's parting yell chased him. He hoped they got him early. You cheap fuck. Richards slipped through a backyard, through a ragged hole in a cyclone fence between 2 barren asphalt lots, across a ghostly abandoned construction site. He paused deep in shattered shadows as a cycle pack roared past, headlamps glaring like psychopathic werewolf eyes. Then over one final fence, cutting his hand, and he was knocking on Molly Jernigan's back door, the main entrance. Molly ran a Dock Street hawk shop. For enough money a man could buy a police special move-along, riot gun, submachine gun, heroin, push, cocaine, drag disguises, a Styroflex pseudo-woman, a real whore if strapped, addresses for floating crap games or perverto clubs, or 100 other illegal items. If Molly lacked it, he would order it, including false papers. Molly opened the peephole, saw who it was, and offered a kindly smile. "Why not go away, pal?" He had never seen him. Richards remarked new $1 to the air. There was a pause while he studied his shirt cuff, as if for the first time. Bolts and locks opened quickly, as if Molly feared he would change his mind. Richards stepped inside. They stood in the rack warren behind the store, old newspapers, stolen instruments, stolen cameras, black market groceries. Molly played a necessary Robin Hood. A pawnbroker south of the canal did not survive long by getting too greedy. He squeezed uptown maggots hard and sold locally near cost, sometimes below if a friend was squeezed. His reputation in Co-op City was excellent, his protection superb. Cops asking local stoolies heard Molly was a slightly senile old-timer taking minor graft and selling minor black market. Uptown perverts knew better, but vice busts had ended vice harmed the revolutionary climate. His profitable sideline and forged documents for local customers remained unknown uptown. Still, tooling papers for someone as hot as Richards would be extremely dangerous. Molly sighed deeply and switched on an ancient gooseneck lamp that flooded his desk with white light. Approaching 75, his hair looked like spun silver in the glow. He asked what papers Richards needed. Driver's license, military service card, street identicard, axial charge card, social retirement card. Molly said it was an easy $60 job for anyone but him, Benny. Richards pressed if he would do it. For his wife, yes. For Richards himself, no. He would not stick his head in the noose for any crazy bastard like Benny Richards. How long? Richards asked. Molly's eyes flashed sardonically. Knowing the situation, he would hurry. An hour each. Christ, 5 hours. Could Richards go? No, he could not. Was he nuts? A cop had pulled up to his development last week with an envelope for his old lady, arriving in a black wagon with 6 buddies. Flapper Donegan had been on the corner pitching mix with Jerry Hanrahan when it happened. Flapper told Molly everything. The boy was soft. Richard said impatiently he knew Flapper was soft. He had sent the money. Was she? Richards listened as Molly shrugged and rolled his eyes, arranging pens and blank forms under the lamp's pool of light. 4 deep around his building, the old man said. Anyone offering condolences would end up in a cellar answering to rubber clubs. Even close friends avoided that risk, no matter how flush his wife was. Did he want any special name on the papers? Richards answered that anything Anglo would do. He felt a fresh stab of fear. She must have gone out for groceries. And the doctor? Molly told him she had sent Budgio Sanchez's kid instead, Walt. He could no longer keep the spics and mix straight. He was getting senile, blowing his cool. He glared up suddenly and asked if Richards even knew who Mick Jagger was. Richards said he knew, but his mind was already spinning. He turned to the sidewalk-level window, heart sinking. It was worse than he had feared. Sheila and Kathy were trapped in the cage with him, at least until he got far enough away. Molly spoke softly. They were okay for now. He should stay away. He was poison to them. Could he understand that? Richard said yes. Despair crashed over him, black and crushing. He was homesick, he realized with dull amazement, but it was deeper, uglier. Everything felt warped, surreal, the world bulging at the seams. Faces whirled behind his eyes. Laughlin, Burns, Killian, Jansky, Molly, Kathy, Sheila. He stared out into the blackness, trembling. Molly had bent to his work again, humming some half-forgotten tune about Bette Davis' eyes. Who the hell was that? Richards muttered that the man had been a drummer with that English group, the Beatles, Mick McCartney. Molly chuckled without looking up. That was all you kids knew. Richards left Molly's at 10 past midnight, $1,200 new lighter. The pawnbroker had also supplied a limited but effective disguise, gray hair, spectacles, mouth-wadding, plastic buck teeth that subtly altered his lip line. Molly advised a slight limp, nothing showy, just enough to cloud men's minds if he used it right. Richards did not recognize the reference. According to the fresh wallet cards, he was now John Griffin Springer, 43-year-old widower and text tape salesman from Harding. No Technico rating, which suited him fine. Technicos spoke their own language. He stepped back onto Robart Street at 12:30, a dangerous hour for getting rolled, mugged, or killed, yet a poor one for slipping away unnoticed. Still, He had lived south of the canal all his life. He crossed the canal 2 miles farther west, near the lake's edge, passing only a cluster of drunken winos around a furtive fire and a few rats. No cops. By 1:15 he was cutting through the far edge of the warehouse, no man's land north of the canal, cheap beaneries and shipping offices. At 1:30 enough uptowners drifted between sleazy dives that he could safely hail a cab. This driver barely glanced at him. Richards told him the jetport. The man said he was his guy. The air thrusters lifted them into traffic. They reached the airport by 1:50. Richards limped past cops and security guards who showed zero interest. He bought a ticket to New York because the name came first to mind. The ID check passed without incident. He boarded the 2:20 speed shuttle. Only 40 passengers, mostly dozing businessmen and students. The cop in the Judas hole slept through the flight. After a while, Richards dozed too. They touched down at 3:06. He deplaned and left the terminal without trouble. By 3:15 he was in another cab spiraling down the Lindsay Overway, crossing Central Park diagonally. At 3:20 Ben Richards vanished into the largest city on earth. He went to ground at the Brandt Hotel on the east side, a middling place in a neighborhood slowly turning chic, yet still less than a mile from Manhattan's vast inner-city blight. Checking in as John G. Springer, he remembered Killian's final words: stay close to his own people. After leaving the taxi, he had walked to Times Square, unwilling to register anywhere in the small hours. From 3:30 until 9 he sat through an all-night pervert show. He had craved sleep, but twice light fingers crawling up his inner thigh jerked him awake. The desk clerk asked how long he would be staying. Richards tried for meek affability and said it depended on the clients. He paid $60 new to hold the room 2 days and rode the elevator to the 23rd floor. The window offered a grim view of the squalid East River. It was raining in New York, too. The room was clean but sterile, with a connecting bath whose toilet gurgled ominously no matter how he jiggled the tank ball. He ordered breakfast, poached egg on toast, orange drink, coffee, and tipped the boy lightly, forgettably. After eating, he took out the videotape camera and studied the instruction plate beneath the viewfinder. Push cartridge into slot A until it clicked. Set viewfinder with crosshairs. Press button B for sound with video. Bell sounds and cartridge ejects automatically. 10-minute recording time. Good, he thought. They can watch me sleep. He set the camera on the bureau beside the Gideon Bible, sighted the crosshairs on the bed. The wall behind was plain and featureless. No one could trace his location from it or the bed. Street noise was faint at this height, but he left the shower running for cover. Even with care, he almost stepped into frame, still wearing the full disguise. The gray hair had to stay. He pulled the pillow slip over his head, pressed the record button, walked to the bed, and sat facing the lens. Hollowly, he addressed his vast unseen audience that would view the clip tonight with horrified fascination. They could not see it, but he was laughing at them, the shit-eaters. He lay back, closed his eyes, and tried to empty his mind. When the tape cartridge popped out 10 minutes later, he was already fast asleep. Richards woke just after 4 in the afternoon, the realization hitting him like ice in his gut. The hunt had already been running for 3 hours, accounting for the time difference. He loaded a fresh tape into the camera, pulled the Gideon Bible from the nightstand, and read the 10 Commandments again and again for 10 minutes, the pillow slip still draped over his head. Envelopes waited in the desk drawer, each bearing the hotel's name and address. He paused, weighing the risk, but knew he had no choice. He would have to trust Killian's assurance that the gang's authority wouldn't trace him through postmarks. No carrier pigeons had been provided. He dropped the clips into the out-of-town mail slot by the elevators, stomach tight with misgivings. Postal workers couldn't claim reward money for turning in contestants, yet the act still felt dangerously exposed. The only alternative was default, and that was impossible. Back in his room, he shut off the running shower, the bathroom thick with steam like a tropical swamp, and lay on the bed, mind racing. How to run? What was the smartest move? He tried imagining himself as an ordinary contestant. The first urge was pure animal burrow deep, make a den, and hide, which was exactly what he had done at the Brent Hotel. Would the hunters expect that? Yes. They wouldn't be hunting a man on the move, they'd be searching for one, cowering in place. Could they flush him out of this den? He desperately wanted to believe them, though, but the disguise had been thrown together in haste. Not everyone was observant, yet some were. The desk clerk, the bellboy who delivered breakfast, even one of the anonymous faces in the 42nd Street Perver. To show any of them might have already marked him. His real shield, the false ID from Molly, felt increasingly fragile. The taxi driver from the Gaines building could place him in South City. The hunters were ruthlessly efficient. They would press everyone he knew, Jack Krager, that bitch Eileen Jenner down the hall under heavy heat. How long before someone like the soft-headed flapper Donegan mentioned Molly's sideline in forged papers? If they reached the pawnbroker, Richards was finished. Molly might endure a beating for the sake of neighborhood credibility, but not much more. A quick check of Harding's jet ports would then reveal John G. Springer's midnight flight to Freak City. Assume they will find him. You have to assume they will. But where? His mind, raw and unhappy, slipped into a dark daydream. They had taken Molly easily, pried the Springer name from him in 5 minutes, with 2 pulled fingernails and lighter fluid in the navel. One call gave them the flight number. Handsome, nondescript men in identical gabardine coats arrived in New York by 2:30 Eastern Time. Advance teams had already pulled the Brandt's address from the daily computerized hotel listings. They surrounded the building. Now, busboys, bellhops, clerks and bartenders replaced by hunters. 6 climbed the fire escape, while 50 more crammed the elevators. Air cars converged from every direction. In moments the door would burst open and they would charge in, a rolling tripod camera grinding away above their shoulders, capturing everything as they turned him into hamburger. Richard sat up sharply, sweat-soaked. He didn't even have a gun yet. Fast. Boston would do for a start. At 5 o'clock, he left the room and descended to the lobby. The desk clerk smiled brightly, already anticipating his evening relief. Richards returned the smile and explained he had struck oil with 3 receptive clients. He would need the room for 2 more days and wished to pay in advance. Dollars changed hands. Still beaming, he returned upstairs, hung the Do Not Disturb sign, and slipped down the fire stairs. Luck held. He met no one. He exited, unobserved, through the side door. The rain had ended, but heavy clouds still pressed low over Manhattan. The air carried the sharp tang of a rancid battery. Richards walked briskly, abandoning the limp, and headed for the Port Authority electric bus terminal. A man could still buy a Greyhound ticket without signing his name. Boston, he told the bearded vendor. $23. Bus leaves at 6:15 sharp. He paid, leaving himself with less than $3,000 new. With an hour to kill amid the crowded terminal full of Vol Army recruits in blue berets, with their blank, brutal young faces, he bought a pervert mag, sat down, and held it up like a shield. For the next hour, he stared at the pages, turning them occasionally so he wouldn't look like a statue. When the bus arrived, he shuffled aboard with the rest of the nondescript crowd. A shout cut through the noise. "Hey! Hey, you!" And a security cop charged forward. Richards froze, heart hammering, certain this was the end, cut down in this grimy terminal with gum on the floor and obscenity scrawled on the walls, some flatfoot's lucky trophy. But the cop veered past him toward a scruffy kid bolting for the stairs, swinging a woman's purse and bowling people aside. Pursuer and quarry vanished up the steps in leaping strides. The crowd watched with mild interest for a moment, then resumed their business as if nothing had occurred. Richard stood trembling in line, cold sweat prickling his skin. He dropped into a seat near the back. Minutes later the bus hummed up the ramp and merged into traffic. The cop and the thief had melted into the mob. "If I'd had a gun, I would have burned him where he stood," Richards thought. "Christ. Next time it won't be a purse snatcher, it'll be me." he would find a gun in Boston. Somehow. He remembered Laughlin's words about pushing a few of them out a high window before they took him. The bus rolled north into the gathering darkness. The Boston YMCA loomed on Upper Huntington Avenue, huge, black with age, old-fashioned and boxy, like the guilty skeleton of a murdered idea from a better era. Its faded neon still winked toward the sinful theater district. Inside the lobby, the desk clerk argued with a tiny, scruffy black boy whose oversized Killball jersey hung nearly to his knees. The fight was over a gum machine the boy claimed had eaten his last nickel. The clerk, looking an old, cold 30, threatened to call the house detective and finally shook the jersey in frustration. The boy's mask of defiance cracked into raw hurt and disbelief. He kicked the machine, cursed the clerk as a white honky son of a bitch, and fled. The clerk watched him go without pressing any security button, then turned to Richards with a tired, gap-toothed smile. "You can't talk to them anymore. I'd keep them in cages if I ran the network." Richards signed the register as John Deegan from Michigan and asked if the boy had really lost a nickel. The clerk shrugged it off, probably stolen, and giving one would only bring 200 more by nightfall. He asked how long Richards would stay. Richards offered a greasy smile that felt right and said he was in town on business. The clerk recognized the expression and returned it, quoting $15.50 for room 512. Richards paid cash, no ID required. Thank God for the Y. He crossed toward the elevators, glancing down the dim corridor at the Christian Lending Library, where an old man in overcoat and galoshes turned track pages with a trembling, wetted finger. The clogged whistle of the man's breathing carried clearly, stirring a mix of sorrow and horror in Richards. The elevator arrived with a clunk and wheezy doors. As he stepped inside, the clerk muttered loudly that it was a sin and a shame he'd put them all in cages. Richards glanced back, but the clerk wasn't looking at anyone. The lobby stretched empty and silent behind him. The fifth-floor hallway reeked of urine, the narrow corridor pressing in until Richards felt his chest tighten. The carpet had worn down to frayed strings. The doors were dented gray metal showing fresh kicks and pry marks, and every 20 paces a sign warned no smoking by order of fire marshal. The communal bathroom stench sharpened as he passed. Behind the closed doors came restless, shuffling, drunken chanting that might have been the Hail Mary, strange gobbling sounds, a country western song about being broke and alone, bed springs squeaking, sobbing, laughter, and the grunts of an argument. A man with a sunken chest shuffled past carrying soap and a towel, gray pajama bottoms tied with string, paper slippers on his feet, eyes fixed straight ahead. Richards unlocked his room, slid the police bar across, and stepped inside. A bed with near-white sheets and an army blanket waited. A bureau missing its second drawer stood against the wall. Jesus looked down from a picture. 2 coat hangers hung on a steel rod in the corner. Nothing else, except the window opening onto blackness. It was 10:15. He hung up his jacket, kicked off his shoes, and lay down. The full weight of how small, unknown, and exposed he was crashed over him. The universe felt like a roaring jalopy hurtling toward a bottomless drop. His lips trembled. He cried quietly for a minute, then stopped. He didn't record any of it. He stared at the cracked ceiling and realized the hunt had been on for more than 8 hours. He had earned $800 of his stake money and still wasn't out of the hole. He had missed his own free V appearance, the bag over the head show. Where were they now? Still in Harding? New York? Already closing on Boston? No roadblocks had stopped the bus. He had left the largest city on earth without a trace and registered here under a false name. They couldn't have found him yet. Impossible. The Y might be safe for 2 days. After that, he could head north to New Hampshire and Vermont, or south toward Hartford, Philadelphia, even Atlanta. East meant the ocean, and then Britain or Europe. An idea that tempted him. But plane travel needed ID, especially with France under martial law, and stowing away would end everything fast if discovered. West was out the heat, burned hottest there. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Molly would know who said that. The thought made him snicker, and the tension eased a fraction. The radio played faintly somewhere down the hall. It would have been good to get the gun tonight, but exhaustion pinned him. The bus ride, the running, the constant animal alertness had drained him. He knew in his bones that soon he might be sleeping in a cold October culvert or a weed-choked gully. The gun could wait until tomorrow night. He switched off the light and tried to sleep. Showtime again. Richard stood with his back to the video recorder, humming the theme from The Running Man, a YMCA pillow slip turned inside out over his head, so the stamped name stayed hidden. The camera had somehow unlocked a dry black humor in him he had never known he possessed. He had always seen himself as dour, almost humorless. The nearness of death had dragged a lone comedian out of hiding. When the first clip popped out, he set the second aside for afternoon. The room was too empty. Maybe something better would come to him later. He dressed slowly, crossed to the window, and looked down. Thursday morning traffic surged along Huntington Avenue. Sidewalks were thick with people, some scanning yellow help-wanted fact sheets, most just walking. Cops stood on every corner in his mind. He heard them ordering the idlers to move along, pick it up. He weighed the risk of a shower down the hall, decided it was worth it, and went with a towel over his shoulder. The bathroom was empty. The air stank of urine, shit, vomit, and disinfectant. All the stall doors had been ripped off. Someone had scrawled "Fuck the network" in foot-high letters above the urinal. A pile of feces lay in one bowl. A few slow autumn flies crawled across it. Richards felt no disgust, only a flat gratitude that he had kept his shoes on. The shower room was his alone. Cracked porcelain floor, gouged tile walls streaked with decay. He ran a rust-clogged head full hot and waited 5 minutes until the water turned tepid, then washed quickly with a scrap of soap he found on the floor. On the way back, a man with a hair lip pressed a tract into his hand without a word. Back in the room, Richards, tucked in his shirt, sat on the bed and lit a cigarette. Hunger gnawed, but he would wait until dusk to eat. Boredom pulled him to the window once more. He began counting cars: Fords, Chevys, Wints, VWs, Plymouths, Studebakers, Rambler Supremes, first to 100 wins. A dull game, but better than none. Across the street, the automated bookshop drew students in tartan jumpers, their hair shorter, their manner a mix of patronizing ease and discomfort, as they moved among the idlers. Sporty cars with college decals: Northeastern, MIT, Boston College, Harvard pulled up, lingered, pulled away. A Wint left the curb, and a Ford took its place, settling an inch above the pavement as a crew-cut man with a foot-long cigar idled the engine. His passenger, wearing a brown and white hunting jacket, stepped out and zipped inside the store. Richard sighed. Counting cars was a lousy game. Fords already led 78-40. A fist pounded on the door. "Frankie? You in there, Frankie?" Richards froze, statue still, heart slamming. "You eat shit, Frankie, baby." Drunken laughter followed the footsteps, moved on to the next door. His heart slowly dropped back into his chest. A Ford pulled out. Another Ford took the spot. 79. Damn. The day dragged into afternoon. Church chimes told him it was 1 o'clock. The man living by the clock had no watch. He switched the game. Ford's 2 points. Studebakers 3. Wints 4, first to 500 wins. 15 minutes later, he noticed the young man in the brown and white hunting jacket leaning against a lamppost beyond the bookstore, studying a concert poster. No cop moved him along. In fact, the police seemed to ignore him. "You're seeing shadows," he told himself. "Next you'll spot them in the corners." But then he saw the man with the foot-long cigar standing alone at the bus stop. No bus was due for 45 minutes. An old man in a threadbare black overcoat drifted along and leaned against the building. 2 fellows in tartan jumpers got out of a taxi and studied the Stockholm restaurant menu. A cop spoke briefly to the cigar smoker, then walked away. Richards noted with numb terror that many of the newspaper idlers were moving slower now, their clothes and gaits suddenly familiar, as if they had circled the block many times before, and he was only now noticing. There were more cops, too. "I'm being bracketed," he thought, rabid fear flooding him. "No," his mind corrected coldly. "You've already been bracketed." Richard strode quickly toward the bathroom, forcing calm over the terror clawing at his chest, the way a man on a narrow ledge ignores the long drop below. Panic would kill him, fast only a clear head offered any chance of escape. A cracked-off key voice sang a popular tune from inside the shower stall. The urinals and washstands stood empty. The plan had snapped into his mind while he watched the hunters gathering outside in their casual, deadly way. Without it, he knew he would still be frozen at the window, staring as the trap closed around him like smoke, turning into a merciless gin. As boys, he and the others had used the same trick to swipe newspapers from development basements for 2 cents a pound. He snapped a wire toothbrush holder off the wall with a sharp twist of his wrist. It was lightly rusted but serviceable. Straightening it as he walked, he headed for the elevator. He jabbed the call button. The empty car took an agonizingly slow descent from the 8th floor. Relief washed through him when the doors opened on nothing. Stepping inside, Richards glanced once down the hallway, then turned to the control panel. A key slot sat beside the basement button. The janitor used a special card there to override the lock and ride down. What if it fails? He shoved the thought aside. Grimacing against the expected shock, he jammed the straightened wire into the slot and punched the basement button at the same time. A sharp electronic pop sounded inside the panel, followed by a tingling jolt racing up his arm. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the brass gate folded shut, the doors closed, and the car lurched downward with a reluctant groan. A thin curl of blue smoke rose from the slot. Richards backed away from the doors and watched the floor numbers tick backward. At the lobby level, the motor ground harshly overhead, and the car hesitated, as if trying to frighten him. Then it continued its descent. 20 seconds later, the doors parted, and he stepped out into the vast, dim basement. Water dripped steadily somewhere in the darkness. A rat skittered away at his arrival. Otherwise, the space was empty for now. Huge, rusted heating pipes draped in cobwebs snaked across the ceiling. When the furnace suddenly roared to life, adrenaline slammed through Richard so hard his heart lurched and his limbs nearly locked. Stacks of old newspapers filled the basement, bound with string and riddled with rat nests. Countless ruby eyes glared out at the intruder with wary suspicion. He moved away from the elevator, pausing midway across the cracked floor, when he spotted a large fuse box bolted to a support post. Tools lay scattered behind it. He grabbed a crowbar and kept walking, eyes fixed on the ground. Near the far wall, he located the main storm drain to his left. He approached it, wondering distantly if the hunters already knew he was down here. The vented steel cover was 3 feet across, with a slot ready for the crowbar. He levered it up, braced one foot on the bar to hold it, then heaved the heavy lid aside. It crashed onto the cement with a loud clang that sent rats squealing in protest. Below, the pipe angled sharply downward at 45 degrees, its bore no wider than 2.5 feet. Pitch darkness waited inside. Claustrophobia rose thick in his throat, coating his mouth like flannel. The space looked almost too tight to breathe in, let alone move, but it was his only way. He edged the cover back over the opening just far enough to grip from below once he was inside, then crossed to the fuse box. With the crowbar, he smashed the padlock off and yanked the door open. He was reaching for the fuses when a better idea struck. Richards crossed to the yellow drifts of newspapers piled against the eastern wall. He fished out his nearly empty matchbook, 3 matches left. He twisted a sheet of paper into a spill, lit the third match after the first 2 failed, and touched flame to the paper. A rat darted across his foot as yellow fire bloomed. Urgency pounded through him, yet he waited until the spill burned a foot high. With no more matches, he tucked the flaming brand into a gap in the chest-high stack and watched until the fire caught and spread. The big oil tank servicing the building sat in the adjoining wall. He hoped it would explode. Now trotting, he returned to the fuse box and began ripping out the long, tubular fuses. He had pulled most of them when the basement lights died. Guided by the growing, flickering glow of the burning papers, he felt his way back to the storm drain. He sat on the edge, legs dangling, then lowered himself in. Once his head dropped below floor level, he braced his knees against the pipe walls to steady himself and reached both arms overhead. The fit was agonizingly tight. Firelight flared brilliant yellow behind him, crackling loudly. His fingers found the edge of the vented cover. He dragged it forward, muscles in his back and neck straining under the weight. With one final savage pull, the cover slammed into place above him with a metallic clang that bent his wrists painfully. His knees relaxed. He slid downward on a slick coating of slime for about 12 feet until the pipe bent into a horizontal run. His feet hit hard, and he stood there, swaying like a drunk against a lamppost. The sharp elbow refused to let him into the horizontal section. Claustrophobia surged, huge and choking. Trapped. The word hammered in his skull. He choked down the scream rising in his throat. Slowly, deliberately, he wriggled around until his chest faced the pipe instead of his back. The slime helped him turn. Firelight now poured down the shaft, growing hotter, throwing barred shadows across his face. Once repositioned, he worked his legs farther in until he knelt in a praying posture. Still not enough, his buttocks jammed against the ceramic lip above the horizontal opening. Faint shouts seemed to drift down through the crackling roar of the flames, but he could no longer trust his fevered imagination. He began flexing his thighs and calves in an exhausting rhythm. Inch by inch his knees slipped forward. He pushed his hands overhead for leverage, pressing his face into the slime. When he thought he would simply hang there forever, unable to move either way, his hips and buttocks suddenly popped through the tight opening like a cork from a bottle. The small of his back scraped raw as his shirt rode up. Pain flared hot across the abraded skin. He wriggled the rest of the way inside the horizontal pipe and paused, gasping, face streaked with slime and droppings, lower back bleeding. This new section was even narrower. His shoulders scraped both sides with every breath. Thank God I'm underfed. Still panting, Richards began inching backward into the unknown darkness. Richards inched backward through the horizontal pipe in blind mole-like progress for 50 yards. Then the YMCA oil tank detonated with a roar that hammered sympathetic vibrations through the pipes and nearly burst his eardrums. A yellow-white flash lit the darkness, fading to a shifting rosy glow. Moments later, a blast of thermal air struck his face, twisting his mouth into a painful grin. The tape camera in his jacket pocket swung and bounced as he tried to hurry. Heat from the fire raging overhead seeped into the metal, turning the pipe into an oven. He had no intention of being baked alive down here. Sweat poured down his face, streaking the black filth already there, while the sides grew hot to the touch. He humped backward on knees and forearms, buttocks smacking the top with every motion, breath coming in sharp, dog-like gasps. The air tasted thick with oil and pressed daggers into the backs of his eyes. He was going to fry in here. His feet suddenly dangled in open air. Unable to see clearly in the dazzle, he eased his knees over the edge. Cold water shocked his shoes after the pipe's heat. The new pipe ran at right angles and was wide enough to stand hunched inside. The slow-moving water rose over his ankles. He glanced back. The faint circle of fireglow was still visible at this distance. Proof the blast had been massive. The hunters would assume he had died in the basement inferno, at least until they brought the fire under control. It seemed a safe bet, though safe bets had already failed him in Boston. A rat paddled past, pausing to stare up with glittering eyes. Richard splashed after it, following the water's flow. Richard stood at the base of a ladder, staring upward in disbelief at the daylight filtering through the manhole cover 15 feet above. He had walked the sewers so long in total darkness, only water gurgles, occasional rat splashes, and distant pipe thumps that his sense of time had collapsed completely. No air cars had passed overhead, only ground vehicles and a few motorcycles. By luck and nothing more, he had reached the city's core. Still, he dared not surface until dark. To pass the time, he loaded a clip into the tape camera, recorded his chest without speaking or moving, then stored the fresh tape with the others. Exhaustion pressed down. He had been running for nearly 30 hours. He sat stolidly on the third rung to wait for nightfall. A 7-year-old black boy, cigarette hanging from his lips, leaned from the mouth of an alley, watching the street. A faint movement appeared where none had been before. The manhole cover lifted, paused, and something eyes glimmered in the gap. Then the cover slid aside with a clang. Something was coming out. Fear pricked the boy. Maybe the devil had risen from hell to take Cassie. His mother claimed Cassie was in heaven with the angels and Dickie, but the boy knew that was lies. Everyone went to hell, where the devil jabbed them with a pitchfork. He had seen the picture in one of Bradley's stolen library books. Heaven was for push freaks. The devil was the man. No tail, no horns, not red, but the figure that boosted out of the hole and leaned on the cracked cement to catch its breath looked crazy and mean enough. The figure slid the cover back into place, then suddenly ran straight toward the alley. The boy grunted, tried to bolt, and tripped over his own feet. Scrambling up in panic, dropping things, he felt the devil grab him. He begged in a choked whisper not to be stabbed with any fork. The man shook him silent, teeth rattling, then peered around in raw, almost comical terror. The boy realized this was no devil and said so. The man warned that yelling would make him seem like one. The boy answered contemptuously that he would not yell. He had no wish to be harmed that way, and was not even old enough yet. When the man asked for a quiet place to go, the boy pleaded not to be killed, insisting he had nothing of value. The man promised he would not kill him. Taking the boy's hand, he was led through twisting, littered alleys to a low lean-to of scavenged boards and bricks before an air shaft between two high-rises. Richards banged his head hard on the way in. Inside, the boy pulled a dirty black cloth across the entrance and hooked a weak bulb to an old car battery he had stolen, and fixed himself using Bradley's books. He offered a nickel bag if spared, warning that Bradley ran with the stabbers and would make any killer suffer horribly. Richard said he was not killing anyone, least of all children. The boy protested hotly that he was no little kid. He had stolen the battery himself. The injured look drew a brief, dented grin from Richards. He asked the boy's name. After sulking that he was no kid, the boy muttered it was Stacy. Richards told him he was on the run and asked if Stacy believed it. Stacy eyed him speculatively. "Yeah, you on the run. You didn't climb out of no manhole to buy dirty postcards." He squinted. "You a honky? Hard to tell under all that dirt." Richard started to answer, then ran a hand through his filthy hair. He muttered that he had no choice but to trust someone, and it had to be a kid barely 6 years old. Stacy snapped angrily that he would turn 8 in March. His sister Cassie had cancer and screamed constantly, which was why he preferred the alley. He offered a toke. Richards refused for both of them and asked if Stacy wanted $2. Greed lit the boy's face, followed quickly by distrust. He doubted anyone crawling from a manhole carried that kind of cash. Richards handed over $1 new. Stacy stared at it with open awe bordering on horror. Richards promised another if Stacy brought his brother Bradley alone, and slipped it to him privately. Stacy warned that trying to kill Bradley would end badly. Richards repeated he was not killing anyone. The boy bargained for $3 total, explaining he could buy medicine to ease Cassie's screaming. Richard's face tightened with sudden pain, but he agreed to $3 new. Stacy insisted on $new specifically, then paused half in, half out of the lean-to. He swore he would never bring the cops. He hated them worse than the devil. He darted off, leaving Richards holding his life in the grubby hands of a 7-year-old. Too exhausted to feel real fear, Richards killed the light, leaned back, and dozed. Tight nerves yanked him awake from the edge of dreaming. For a confused instant he thought a monstrous police dog was charging him. Then Stacy's hiss cut through. If anyone broke his light, he would. Bradley violently shushed the boy. The entrance cloth rippled. Richard switched on the weak bulb. Stacy stood with an older black youth, maybe 18, wearing a cycle jacket. The newcomer stared at Richards with a mix of hate and curiosity. A switchblade snapped open in Bradley's hand. He ordered Richards to drop any weapon. Richards said he carried none. Bradley didn't believe it until his eyes widened in recognition. He identified Richards as the man from the Free V who had blown up the YMCA on Huntington Avenue. A grin split his face as he noted the report of 5 dead cops probably meant 15. Stacy announced importantly that Richards had come out of the manhole and that he had known right away it wasn't the devil. Bradley told him to shut up and let men talk. He squeezed inside, squatted on a splintery orange crate, and studied the knife in surprise before closing it. He told Richards he was hotter than the sun. Richards agreed. Bradley asked where he planned to go. Richards admitted he only knew he had to get out of Boston. After a moment's thought, Bradley said Richards should come home with him and Stacy so they could talk somewhere safer. Richards accepted wearily. He no longer cared. They would take the back ways the pigs were cruising tonight, and now Bradley understood why. As Bradley led them out, Stacy kicked Richards sharply in the shin. Remembering, Richards slipped the boy $3 new, which vanished instantly. The woman looked ancient to Richards, the oldest he had ever seen. She wore a torn cotton print house dress, her sagging breasts swinging freely through the rip as she prepared the meal his new dollars had bought. Nicotine-stained fingers moved with practiced skill. Her splayed feet in pink terry cloth slippers had been ruined by years of standing. Her hair, self-waved, and askew under a twisted net, formed a crooked pyramid. Her face was a grayish delta of deep wrinkles, pouches, and sags. A cigarette bobbed in her toothless mouth, trailing blue smoke in little clouds as she shuffled between counter, skillet, and table. Rolled cotton stockings revealed varicose veins knotted like clock springs. The apartment still carried the stale ghost of old cabbage. In the far bedroom, 5-year-old Cassie screamed, whooped, then fell silent. Bradley had told Richards with bitter shame not to mind her. The cancer had started in both lungs and now spread to her throat and belly. Stacy had slipped out again. As Richards and Bradley talked, the rich smell of simmering ground beef, vegetables, and tomato sauce slowly pushed the cabbage odor aside and reminded Richards how hungry he was. Bradley said flatly he could turn Richards in, kill him, and claim the reward money for an easy life. Richards replied he did not believe Bradley could do it because he himself could not. Bradley asked irritably why Richards was playing their game at all if he was that greedy. Richards answered that his own daughter Kathy, younger than Cassie, had pneumonia and cried constantly. She could recover with medicine and a doctor, but that cost money. He had gone for the cash the only way left to him. Bradley called him a sucker with flat certainty, saying he was letting half the world use him every night at 6:30 on the Free V. His little girl would be better off dead like Cassie in this world. Richards refused to believe that. Bradley said Richards had bigger balls than him. He had once put a rich man in the hospital with a rupture and been chased by cops for 3 days. He lit a cigarette and added that maybe Richards would last the whole month and win $1 billion. He would need a freight train to carry it. The old woman called from across the room not to swear, praising God while slicing carrots. Bradley ignored her and continued. Richards, his wife, and daughter would then live easy. He already had 2 days. Richards corrected him. No, the game was rigged. He explained the 2 tapes he had given Stacy to mail earlier, and how he had to mail 2 more every day before midnight or forfeit everything. He suspected the postmarks had already helped them trace him to Boston. Bradley said it would be easy to beat that. Richards asked how. Bradley brushed the question aside for later. He wanted to know how Richards planned to get out of Boston. He was burning hot after blowing up the cops at the Y, and the Free V had shown the whole trick with the bag over his head. He yelled irritably at Ma to hurry the food before they all wasted away. Ma answered that it was coming, covered the bubbling pot, and shuffled into the bedroom to sit with the girl. Richards admitted he did not know. He had fake papers but dared not use them. He would try something dark glasses, maybe, and slip out of the city, perhaps heading to Vermont and then Canada. Bradley grunted, rose, and set plates on the table. Every highway out of Boston was blocked by now. Dark glasses would only draw eyes, and they would turn him into meat inside 6 miles. Richard said he had no better idea. Staying here would make them accessories. Bradley began setting out dishes. They could get a car. Richards had the cash. Bradley had a clean name. A man on Milk Street would sell a Wint for $300. One of his buddies would drive it to Manchester and leave it in an automatic garage. From there, Bradley would drive Richards the rest of the way himself in the trunk up 495. The back roads only used Jiffy sniffers. It would be safe enough. He called to Ma, asking if she was eating. She waddled out, praising God, and said yes. Cassie was sleeping a little. Bradley ladled out 3 bowls of hamburger gumbo, then paused. Where was Stacy? Ma said the boy had gone to the drugstore for medicine. Bradley warned he would beat the boy's ass if he got busted. Richards told him Stacy had money and would be fine. Bradley muttered, they might not need charity money after all. Richards laughed and salted his bowl. He would probably be dead already if not for the kid. The money had been earned. They ate in silence. Richards and Bradley took 2 helpings. Each Ma took 3. As they lit cigarettes afterward, a key scratched in the lock. Everyone stiffened until Stacy slipped inside, looking guilty, scared, and excited. He carried a brown bag and handed Ma a bottle of medicine. He announced it was prime stuff. The old druggist had asked where a kid got $2.75. Stacy told him to go shit in his boot and eat it. Ma scolded him not to swear, or the devil would poke him, then gave him his dinner. Stacy's eyes widened at the sight of meat. Bradley joked that they had only shat in it to thicken the stew. The boy realized it was a tease, giggled, and dug in. Richards asked quietly whether the druggist would go to the police. Bradley said no curry would stay quiet if there was more money coming, and he knew Cassie needed the heavy dope. They returned to the Manchester plan. Vermont was no good, not enough of their kind of people, and the cops were tough. Bradley would have Rich Gullion drive the Wink to an automatic garage in Manchester. Then Bradley would drive Richards up in another car, hidden in the trunk, straight up 495. Richards warned it was dangerous for Bradley. Bradley said he was not doing it for free. When Cassie died, she would go out wrecked on the good stuff. Ma praised God again. Richards repeated that it was still too dangerous. Stacy wiped his mouth and declared that any pig who grunted at Bradley would end up shitting in his own boot and eating it. His eyes shone with hero worship. Bradley teased the boy about drooling on his shirt and asked if he was beating his meat, yet he was not big enough. Richards pointed out that if they were caught, Bradley would take the long bomb. Who would look after the boy? Bradley answered that Stacy would take care of himself and Ma if anything happened. The kid was not hooked on anything. He checked with Stacy, who shook his head hard. Bradley added that if he ever found tracks in the boy's arms, he would beat his brains out. Besides, the family needed the money. This was a hurting household, and he knew what he was doing. Richards finished his cigarette in silence while Bradley went in to give Cassie her medicine. When Richards woke, the room was still dark, and his body clock placed the hour at about 4:30. Cassie had been screaming earlier. Bradley had risen to tend her. The 3 of them, Stacy and Richards, on the floor. Ma with the girl had been sleeping in the small, drafty back bedroom. Over Stacy's steady, wheezy breathing, Richards heard Bradley move in the kitchen, the faint clink of a spoon in the sink. The girl's screams tapered into isolated moans and then silence. He sensed Bradley standing motionless, waiting for the quiet to settle before returning. The bed springs creaked as he lay down again. Richards whispered his name. Bradley answered. Richards asked whether Stacy had been right that the girl was only 5.
Yes.
Richards wondered aloud how a 5-year-old could have lung cancer. He had thought leukemia, maybe, but not this. A bitter chuckle came from the bed. Bradley asked what the air pollution count was back in Harding. Richards did not know. They no longer reported it with the weather. It had been years. Bradley whispered that Boston had stopped in 2020. They were scared. He asked if Richards wore a nose filter. Richards answered irritably that the damn things cost $200 even in cut-rate stores. He had not seen that much money all last year. Bradley said softly that Stacy had one. He had made it himself. Ma and some others had them too. Richards did not believe him. Bradley insisted it was true. He paused, clearly weighing how much more to say. The words came harder now. The gang had been reading. Free V was for empty heads. Some of the guys only wanted to stomp honkies on Saturday night, but others had been slipping into the library since they were 12. They had stolen a card from a rich kid and took turns wearing a gang suit to get inside. He warned Richards not to laugh, or he would cut him. Richards said he was not laughing. At first, they had only read sex books. Then Cassie got sick and Bradley started on pollution. The reserve section held all the data on impurity counts, smog levels, and nose filters. They had made a key from a wax blank. He asked if Richards knew that everyone in Tokyo had been required to wear a nose filter by 2012. Richards did not. Bradley and Dink Moran had built a pollution counter from a book diagram, using coffee cans and parts boosted from cars. It was hidden in an alley. Back in 1978, the scale ran from 1 to 20. At 12, factories had to shut down until the weather cleared a federal law, until the revised Congress rolled it back in 1987. He asked whether Richards knew many people with asthma. Richards said yes, cautiously. He had a touch of it himself. Everyone knew to stay inside on hot, cloudy, windless days when the air turned thick. Bradley named it temperature inversion. Richards described how the air grew like cough syrup in August and September, and lots of people got asthma. Bradley corrected him. Richards was talking about emphysema. The lung tissue swelled until you heaved and heaved, but could never catch your breath. Did he know many who ended up like that? Richards thought. He did. He knew many who had died that way. Bradley said they never talked about it. Boston's pollution count hit 20 on a good day, equivalent to smoking 4 packs of cigarettes just by breathing. On bad days it reached 42. Old people dropped dead all over town, but the certificates always read asthma. It was the air, poured out 24 hours a day by the big smokestacks. The powerful liked it that way. The cheap $200 nose filters were worthless, just 2 screens with a scrap of medicated cotton between them. The only good ones came from General Atomics and cost $6,000. Only the big boys could afford them. They had given the people free V to keep them off the streets, while they quietly breathed themselves to death. The gang had built Stacy one for $10 using an atomic nugget the size of a moon sliver, taken from a $7 hearing aid. When Cassie died, Richards asked, would they list cancer on the certificate? Bradley said no asthma again. Otherwise someone might get scared, steal a library card, and learn that lung cancer had risen 700% since 2015. Richards asked if that was true or made up. Bradley had read it in a book. They were killing them. The free V was killing them. It was a magician's trick, distract with one hand while the real damage happened out of sight. Sometimes he thought 10 minutes of talk time on the free V could blow the whole thing apart. Tell them. Show them. Everyone could have a nose filter if the network wanted it. Richard said he was helping them do it. Bradley told him it was not his fault. He had to run. Killian's face and Arthur M. Burns' face floated in front of Richard's. He wanted to smash them, stomp them, rip the filters from their noses, and shove them into the street. Bradley said the people had been angry at the honkies for 30 years. All they needed was one reason. The words repeated in Richard's ears as he drifted back to sleep. Richard stayed inside the apartment all day while Bradley went out to handle the car and arrange for another gang member to drive it to Manchester. When Bradley and Stacy returned at 6, Bradley switched on the free V. He told Richards everything was ready, and they would leave tonight. Richards felt a sudden, unexpected urge to see himself broadcast coast to coast. As the lead in for the Running Man began, he watched, transfixed. Bobby Thompson stared out from the screen with a deadpan expression, standing in a bright pool of light surrounded by darkness. He warned viewers to watch closely, calling Richards one of the wolves walking among them. A massive close-up of Richards' face filled the screen, then dissolved into the image of him in the John Griffin Springer disguise. Thompson returned, his face grave. He spoke directly to the people of Boston, recounting how 5 policemen had died in agony the previous afternoon in the basement of the Boston YMCA at Richards's hands, victims of a clever and merciless trap. He demanded to know where the fugitive was now and urged everyone to look at him. The broadcast shifted to the first clip Richards had filmed that morning. Stacy had mailed the tapes from across the city. In the footage, Richards addressed the ordinary people watching the ones in the developments, ghettos, and cheap high-rises, the cycle gang members, the jobless, and the kids framed for crimes the network invented to keep them divided. He began to expose a monstrous conspiracy robbing them of their very breath. The audio cut abruptly into squeaks, pops, and garbled noise before dying completely. Richard's mouth continued moving on screen with no sound emerging. Thompson's voice returned smoothly, claiming they had lost the audio but needed no more of the murderer's radical ravings to understand the threat. The studio audience roared in agreement. When Thompson asked what they would do if they spotted Richards on their street, they screamed to turn him in. When he pressed what they would do upon finding him, the chant rose to kill him. Richard slammed his fist against the worn arm of the kitchen chair, helpless rage flooding through him. Bradley asked mockingly if he had really expected them to let the full message air. Richards admitted sickly that he had not thought it through. Bradley confirmed the obvious with quiet sarcasm. The first clip faded into the second. In it, Richards had urged viewers to storm the libraries, demand access cards, and uncover the truth by reading the list of books on air and water pollution that Bradley had provided. Instead, the image on screen opened its mouth and unleashed a stream of violent curses against the police, the Gangs Commission, and everyone watching, vowing to kill every pig in sight. The words did not match the lip movements, but Richards doubted many of the 200 million viewers would notice. The spliced harangue continued long enough that he wanted to cover his ears and flee the room. The clip dissolved into a split screen of Thompson's face beside Richard's still photo. Thompson presented him as a man who would kill, who would rally an army of malcontents to riot, rape, burn, and overturn society, a liar, cheater, and murderer who had already done all those things. Thompson's voice rose with cold, commanding fury, addressing Richards directly. He announced that the fugitive had been paid his blood money $100 for each hour he had stayed free, now at 54 hours, plus an extra $500, $100 for each of the 5 dead policemen. Photographs of young, fresh-faced officers appeared, taken at their police academy graduation. They looked full of hope and vulnerability. A single trumpet began playing tap softly. Thompson continued in a low, hoarse tone, showing their families' smiling wives and many children coaxed before the camera. Richards felt cold nausea rise in his gut. He lowered his head and pressed the back of his hand to his mouth. Bradley's strong hand gripped his neck reassuringly, insisting it was all staged, that the officers had probably been old veterans. Richards snapped at him to shut up, the words coming out raw and pleading. Thompson's voice filled with infinite hate and contempt. As Richards's face reappeared on screen, cold and hard, eyes burning with apparent bloodlust. He calculated the bounty at roughly $17.25 for each of the dead, the widows, and the orphan children. He accused Richards of working cheaper than Judas, Somewhere, he claimed, a mother was already telling her son that his father would never come home because of a desperate, greedy man with a gun. A woman sobbed accusations of vile murder, calling for God to strike Richards dead. The audience took up the chant, voices rising in a throbbing roar of hate and fear. Behold the man. He has taken his blood money. Let every hand be raised against Benjamin Richards. They would not simply turn him in, they would tear him apart on sight. Bradley switched off the screen and turned to face him. He asked how Richards felt now about what he was truly up against. Richards answered thoughtfully that maybe he would kill them all before he was done. Maybe he would reach the 90th floor and hunt down the ones who had scripted this. Stacy burst out wildly, begging him to stop talking about it. In the next room, Cassie continued her drugged, dying sleep. Bradley had not risked drilling holes in the trunk floor, so Richards curled into a tight, miserable ball with his mouth and nose pressed toward the faint sliver of light from the keyhole. Some inner insulation had been pulled away around the lid, allowing a thin draft of air. The car jerked upward, and he knocked his head against the roof. Bradley had warned the ride would take at least an hour and a half, with 2 possible roadblock stops or more. Before closing the trunk, he had handed Richards a large revolver, explaining that every 10th or 12th car received a thorough search with the trunk opened. The odds were good 11-1. If it came up, Richards was to shoot some pork. The car lurched and heaved over the potholed, cracked streets of the inner city. Once a kid jeered and something thumped against the side. Then traffic sounds thickened around them with more frequent stops at lights. Richards lay still, gripping the pistol lightly, his mind drifting to how transformed Bradley had looked in the sober gray double-breasted suit, maroon tie, and small gold NAACP pin. The gang member had become a convincing district manager for Raygon Chemicals, speaking with quiet dignity about their thriving business in the fine, convivial city of Boston. Stacy had giggled at the performance, and Bradley had warned him playfully in exaggerated dialect to shut up or face consequences. Stacy had only laughed harder, calling the act convincingly funky. The car swung right onto a smoother surface and descended in a spiraling arc onto an entrance ramp, tension coiling through Richard's legs like copper wire. 1 in 11, not bad odds. The vehicle gained speed and height, then slowed abruptly. A voice barked, commands terrifyingly close, pull over, license and registration ready. It was starting already. Richards wondered how hot they really were, hot enough to check every 8th car or 6th, or maybe every one. The car stopped completely. His eyes darted like trapped animals as he tightened his grip on the revolver. A bored, authoritative voice ordered the driver to step out, license and registration in hand. A door opened and closed. The engine continued to hum softly, holding the car just above the pavement. Bradley launched into his prepared story as district manager for Raygon Chemicals. Richards' stomach tightened with sudden fear. What if the papers didn't check out? What if no such company existed? The back door opened. Someone rummaged through the rear seat, the sound so close it felt as if the officer might crawl straight into the trunk with him. The door slammed. Footsteps circled to the rear. Richards licked his dry lips and clutched the gun harder. Visions of dead young policemen flashed before him, their angelic faces twisted onto porcine bodies. He wondered if the cop would open fire the moment the trunk lid rose and saw him curled there like a salamander. He wondered if Bradley would try to run. His bladder loosened with terror in a way he hadn't felt since childhood. He pictured putting the bullet precisely between the cop's eyes, splattering brains and bone. More orphans. Good. The sneeze built in his dust-filled nostrils and throat from the casual whack of a hand on the trunk lid. He fought it desperately, knowing a sneeze at point-blank range would still let him fire. The officer asked what was in the trunk. Bradley answered casually that it was just a spare cylinder that didn't work properly, offering to fetch the key from his ring. The cop dismissed it, saying he would ask if he wanted it opened. Another door opened and closed. The command came to drive on with a half-hearted hope they caught the fugitive. The cylinders revved. The car lifted, accelerated, slowed briefly at another check, then surged forward again. Richard's breath escaped in tired little moans. The urge to sneeze had passed. The ride stretched far beyond an hour and a half. They were stopped twice more. One felt like a routine license check. At the second, a drawling cop with a dull voice lingered beside Bradley, complaining how commie bikers were helping Richards and probably Laughlin too. Laughlin had killed no one, but rumors said he had raped a woman in Topeka. After that, only the wind's monotonous whine remained, along with a screaming ache of Richards's cramped and frozen muscles. He did not sleep, yet exhaustion finally dragged his mind into dazed semi-consciousness. At least air cars carried no carbon monoxide. Long after the last roadblock, the car downshifted and banked up a spiraling exit ramp. Richards blinked sluggishly, fighting the first car sickness of his life and wondering if he would vomit. They plunged through a sickening series of loops and dives he guessed was a traffic interchange. 5 more minutes brought city sounds back. He tried again and again to shift position, but his body refused. He subsided, waiting numbly. His right arm, pinned beneath him, had gone dead an hour earlier and now felt like a block of wood. He could press his nose to it and feel only pressure on his nose. They turned right, went straight briefly, then turned again. His stomach dropped as the car dipped down a sharp incline. Echoing cylinders told him they had entered the garage. A small, helpless sound of relief escaped him. The attendant asked for the parking check. Bradley confirmed he had it and received directions to rampway 5. They bore right, rose, paused, turned right, then left, idled, and settled with a soft bump as the engine died. Journey's end. A pause. Then Bradley's door opened and closed. Footsteps clicked toward the trunk. The sliver of light at the keyhole vanished as the key turned. Bradley asked if he was there. Richards croaked that he had been left at the state line and told him to open the damn thing. Bradley said the garage was empty, and the other car waited right beside them on the right. He needed to get out fast. Richards was not sure he could. Bradley popped the lid, letting dim garage light flood in. Richards pushed up on one arm and swung a leg over the edge, but could go no farther. His cramped body screamed. Bradley hauled him out by one arm. His legs threatened to buckle. Bradley hooked him under the armpit, half led, and half pushed him to the battered green Winton on the right, propped the driver's door open, shoved him inside, and slammed it. A moment later, Bradley slid in beside him. He said softly that they had made it. Richards answered they were back to go. Collect $200. They smoked in the shadows, cigarettes glowing like eyes, neither speaking for a while. Bradley described how close they had come at the first roadblock. The cop had nearly opened the trunk. Richards stayed silent, massaging feeling back into his arm while phantom nails seemed to drive through it. Bradley blew out a heavy plume of smoke. He asked how Richards felt. Richards said it was improving and asked him to take out the wallet because his arm still would not work right. Bradley waved the request aside and explained how he and Rich had arranged everything. Richards lit another cigarette from the stub of the first. A dozen Charlie horses loosened slowly in his muscles. Bradley told him a room waited at the Winthrop House on Winthrop Street under the name Ogden Grassner. It sounded fancy but was not. Richards knew he would be recognized at once. Bradley reached into the back seat, dropped a long brown box tied with string into Richards' lap, and told him to open it. Inside lay thick blue-tinted glasses atop a drift of black cloth. Richards set the glasses on the dashboard and lifted out a priest's robe. Beneath it rested a rosary, a Bible, and a purple stole. He questioned the priest's disguise. Bradley confirmed it. He was to change here with help. A cane waited in the back seat. The act was not fully blind, but close. He must bump into things. He was attending a council of churches meeting on drug abuse in Manchester. Richards hesitated, fingers on the bottom of his shirt, and asked whether he should keep his pants on beneath the robe. Bradley burst out laughing. Bradley talked rapidly as he drove across town. A box of gummed mailing labels waited in the suitcase in the trunk. Each sticker read, "After 5 days return to Brick Hill Manufacturing Company, Manchester, New Hampshire. Rich and another man had printed them at the Stabbers' headquarters. Every day Richards was to send his 2 tapes to Bradley in a labeled box via speed delivery. Bradley would forward them to the gangs from Boston. No one would figure it out. The car pulled to the curb in front of the Winthrop house. Bradley warned that this vehicle would return to the U-Park. Richards must never drive out of Manchester without changing disguise. He had to become a chameleon. Richards asked how long the place would stay safe. Mental exhaustion clung to him like body odor. He had put himself completely in Bradley's hands and could no longer think straight. Bradley said the reservation ran for next week. It might hold, it might not. He should play it by ear. A name and address in the suitcase belonged to a man in Portland, Maine, who would hide him a day or 2 for a price. But the contact was safe. He had to leave. It was a 5-minute zone. Richards asked the cost. Bradley named $600. Richards protested. It did not even cover expenses. Bradley insisted it did, with a few dollars left for the family. Richards urged him to take $1,000. Bradley refused, saying Richards needed the money. Richards looked at him helplessly. Bradley told him to send more if he survived, even $1 million to set them on Easy Street. When Richards asked whether he believed that would happen, Bradley offered only a soft, sad smile and said nothing. Richards asked flatly why Bradley was risking so much. He understood hiding him, but not endangering the whole club. Bradley answered that the club did not mind. They knew. The score 0-0. If they refused to stick their necks out for their own, the system already owned them. No point waiting for poisoned air. They could run a pipe from the stove to the living room and watch the free V. Richards warned that someone would kill them, that a stool pigeon would leave them, or Stacy, or Ma beaten to death on a basement floor. Bradley's eyes flashed in the dim light. A bad day was coming for the maggots with their bellies full of roast beef. He saw blood on the moon for them, guns and torches, a mojo that walked and talked. Richards replied that people had been seeing such signs for 2,000 years. The 5-minute buzzer sounded. Richards fumbled for the door handle and thanked him, unable to find better words. Bradley told him to go before he drew a ticket and clutched the robe, saying that if they caught him he should take a few along. Richards opened the rear door, popped the trunk, and retrieved the black satchel. Bradley handed him the Cordovan cane without a word. The car pulled smoothly into traffic. Richards stood on the curb a moment, watching it go through deliberately myopic eyes. The taillights flashed once at the corner, then the car swung out of sight toward the parking lot where Bradley would switch vehicles and head back to Boston. A strange wave of relief washed through him as he realized he felt empathy for Bradley. How glad the man must be to have him off his back at last. Richards made himself miss the first step up to the Winthrop house entrance. The doorman assisted him.
2 days passed.
Richards played his part flawlessly, as if his life hung on every gesture. He took dinner in his room both nights. Each morning he rose at 7, read his Bible in the lobby, then went out to his supposed meeting. The hotel staff treated him with easy, contemptuous cordiality, the sort given to half-blind, fumbling clerics who paid their bills in this age of limited legalized murder, germ warfare in Egypt and South America, and Nevada's notorious have one kill, one abortion law. The Pope, a driveling 96-year-old, had his edicts mocked as closing jokes on the 7 o'clock news. Richards held his solitary meetings in a rented library cubicle. Door locked. He read everything he could find on pollution. Little material dated later than 2002, and what existed clashed badly with earlier accounts. The government performed its usual efficient doublethink. At noon he walked to a nearby luncheonette, bumping into people and murmuring excuses. Some replied politely that it was all right, Father. Most cursed indifferently and shoved him aside. Afternoons he spent in his room. Evenings he ate dinner while watching The Running Man. He had already mailed 4 film clips during his morning trips to the library. The forwarding from Boston continued smoothly. The producers had adopted a new tactic to bury his pollution message. He kept delivering it with grim persistence, knowing at least the lip readers might catch it. Now the studio audience drowned his voice, under a rising storm of jeers, screams, obscenities, and raw vituperation that grew increasingly frenzied and demented. During the long afternoons, Richards reflected that an unwilling change had overtaken him in 5 days on the run. Bradley and the dying little girl had done it. He was no longer a lone man fighting only for his own family, certain to be cut down. Now he carried all of them strangling on poisoned air, his family included. He had never been a social man. Causes filled him with contempt. They were for simple suckers or rich college kids with their buttons and neo-rock bands. His father had disappeared when Richards was 5. He remembered him only in flashes and bore no hatred. He understood a man's choice between pride and responsibility when responsibility stripped away manhood. Pride usually won. A man could not stay and watch his wife earn supper on her back. If all he could do was pimp for the woman he married, better to step out a high window. From 5 to 16, he and his brother Todd had hustled on the streets. Their mother died of syphilis when he was 10 and Todd 7. Todd was killed 5 years later when a Newsy air truck lost its brakes on a hill while he loaded it. The city fed both into the municipal crematorium. Street kids called it the ash factory or the creamery, knowing they would likely end the same way, belched from the stacks into the city air. At 16, Richards was alone, working full 8-hour shifts as an engine wiper after school. Despite the brutal schedule, constant panic gnawed at him. He was drifting unknown and free. Sometimes he woke at 3 in the morning in the one-room tenement, the smell of rotted cabbage thick, terror lodged deep in his soul. He was his own man. So he married. Sheila spent the first year in proud silence while friends and enemies waited for the uterus express. When it never arrived, interest faded. They lived in a limbo reserved for newlyweds in Co-op City. Few friends, acquaintances no farther than their own building stoop. Richards did not mind. He threw himself into work with grinning intensity, chasing overtime. Wages were poor, advancement impossible, inflation wild, but they were in love, and stayed in love. Richards was the solitary kind who could pour vast charges of love, affection, and psychic force into one woman. Until then, his emotions had barely been touched. In 11 years, they had never argued seriously. In 2018, he quit because each shift behind Leaky G, a lead shields, further reduced any chance of children. When the foreman demanded why, Richards told him exactly what he thought of General Atomics and invited him to shove all the gamma shields up his ass. It ended in a short, savage fight. The brawny foreman screamed like a woman. The blackball began. He's dangerous. Steer clear. Use him a week, then dump him. In GIA terms, Richards had shown red. For the next 5 years, he rolled and loaded Newsies when work appeared, but it thinned and died. The free V had killed the printed word. Richards pounded pavement. He was moved along. He took intermittent day labor jobs. The decade's great movements passed him like ghosts. He learned of the housewife massacre in 24 only when Sheila told him weeks later 200 police with Tommy guns and move-alongs had slaughtered 60 women marching on the Southwest Food Depository. He knew vaguely of nerve gas in the Mideast. None of it touched him. Protest failed. Violence failed. The world was what it was. Ben Richards moved through it like a thin scythe, asking nothing, hunting work. He found 100 miserable day and half-day jobs, cleaning jelly-like slime from piers and sump ditches, while others who claimed to seek work did nothing. Move along, maggot. Get lost. No job. Put on your booty shoes. I'll blow your head off. Move. Then even those jobs vanished. One evening, a drunk rich man in a silk singlet stopped him and offered $10 new to drop his pants so he could check if street freaks really had peckers a foot long. Richards knocked him down and ran. After 9 years of trying, Sheila conceived. Building gossip called him a wiper, who had finally knocked her up after 6 years. The child would be a monster with 2 heads and no eyes from radiation. Instead, Kathy arrived round, perfect, squalling, delivered by a block midwife for 50 cents and 4 cans of beans. Now, for the first time since his brother died, he drifted again. Every pressure, even the chase, had lifted. His mind and anger turned toward the gang's federation and their vast communications power. Fat people with nose filters, spending nights with dollies in silk underpants. Let the guillotine fall, and fall. Yet they loomed untouchable, like the gang's building itself. Alone in his room, unaware, Richards grinned a huge white wolf. Grin powerful enough to buckle streets and melt buildings, the same grin he had worn the day he knocked the rich man down and fled with empty pockets and burning mind. Monday mirrored Sunday. The working world took no special day off until 6:30. Father Ogden Grassner ordered meatloaf supreme sent up with a bottle of Thunderbird wine. To Richards, raised on fast food and concentrate pills, the hotel food tasted excellent. He settled in to watch The Running Man. The first segment on him followed the pattern of the previous nights. His clip's audio vanished beneath the studio audience's storm. Bobby Thompson stayed urbane and vicious. A house-to-house search was underway in Boston. Anyone harboring the fugitive would die. Richard smiled without humor as they cut to a network promo. It wasn't so bad. He could endure anything if they spared the dead cops footage. The second half shifted sharply. Thompson smiled broadly and announced good news after the latest tapes from the monster called Ben Richards. They had caught Laughlin. Spotted in Topeka Friday, an intensive search over Saturday and Sunday had failed. Richards had assumed Laughlin slipped the cordon as he had. But that afternoon, 2 kids spotted him cowering in a highway department roadshed with a broken right wrist. Bobby and Mary Cowles grinned into the camera. Bobby was missing a tooth. Richards wondered sickly if the tooth fairy had brought him a quarter. Thompson declared proudly that Topeka's #1 citizens would appear on the show tomorrow night to receive certificates of merit, lifetime supplies of Funtwink cereal, and $1,000 new dollar checks from the governor of Kansas. The audience cheered wildly. Tapes followed of Laughlin's riddled, sagging body carried from the shed, now reduced to matchwood by concentrated fire. The studio audience mixed cheers, boos, and hisses. Richards turned away, nauseated. Thin, invisible fingers pressed his temples. From a distance the words continued. The body lay displayed in the Kansas State House rotunda. Long lines of citizens already filed past. A policeman who had been at the kill said Laughlin had put up little fight. How nice for you, Richards thought, remembering Laughlin's sour voice and straight-ahead jeering eyes. A friend from the carpool. Now only one big show remained. The big show was Ben Richards. He pushed the meatloaf supreme away untouched. That night Richards suffered a bad dream, something the old Ben Richards had never experienced. Even stranger, he did not appear in it at all. He only watched, invisible. The room was vague and dim, blackness swallowing its edges. Water dripped somewhere with a dank echo. He sensed he was deep underground. In the center, Bradley sat strapped to a straight wooden chair, head shaved like a penitent. Hooded figures surrounded him. Hunters, Richards realized with rising dread. Bradley insisted he was not the man. One hooded figure answered gently that, yes he was, little brother, and drove a pin through his cheek. Bradley screamed. They asked again. Bradley told them to suck it. A pin slid into his eyeball and came out trailing colorless fluid. The eye flattened and sagged. They asked once more. Bradley invited them to poke it up their ass. An electric move-along touched his neck. He screamed again, hair standing on end, looking like a grotesque caricature. They asked the final time. Bradley, blind now, laughed at them and declared that nose filters gave them cancer, that they were all rotted inside. The other eyeball was pierced. Still they asked. Bradley only laughed. One hooded figure gestured. Bobby and Mary Cowles skipped out from the shadows, singing Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf. They circled Bradley. The song swelled, echoing. Their heads lengthened and darkened with blood. Fangs glinted like razor blades inside their open mouths. Bradley screamed that he would tell, that he was not the man, that Ben Richards was the man. He begged for God's help. The singing drowned his words. The children lunged at his straining neck. Richards woke drenched in sweat. Manchester had turned poisonous. Richards did not know whether Laughlin's death, the dream, or simple premonition had done it. But on Tuesday morning he stayed inside and skipped the library. Every minute in the room felt like an engraved invitation to quick death. From the window he saw a black-hooded hunter, in every stooped taxi driver and old pedestrian. Fantasies of silent gunmen creeping down the hall clawed at him. A huge clock ticked inside his skull. A little after 11 he passed the point of indecision. He could not stay. They already knew. He took the cane and tapped clumsily to the elevators, then down to the lobby. The day clerk asked, with his usual contemptuous smile, if Father Grassner was going out. Richard spoke toward the clerk's shoulder and said it was his day off. He asked whether any picture shows operated in town. The clerk mentioned the center, which might be showing Disney's. Richards agreed briskly and bumped into a potted plant on his way out. 2 blocks from the hotel he entered a drugstore and bought a large roll of bandage plus a pair of cheap aluminum crutches. The clerk placed them in a long fiberboard box. Richards caught a taxi at the next corner. The battered green Winton sat exactly where he had left it. No visible stakeout waited at the U-Park. He climbed in, started the engine, then suffered a brief chill realizing he carried no valid driver's license in any safe name. He dismissed the worry. The new disguise would never survive close inspection anyway. If roadblocks appeared, he would crash them. Death, either way. He dropped the Ogden Grassner glasses into the glove box and drove out, giving the gate boy a non-committal wave. The boy never looked up from his skin magazine. He stopped on the northern urban sprawl for a full compressed air charge. The attendant, face volcanic with acne, avoided Richards's eyes. So far, so good. He switched from Route 91 to 17, then onto an unmarked blacktop. 3 miles later, he pulled into a rutted dirt turnaround and killed the engine. He adjusted the rear-view mirror, wrapped the bandage around his skull as fast as he could, and clipped it. A restless bird called from a tired elm. Not bad. In Portland, he could add a neck brace if he gained breathing room. He placed the crutches on the seat beside him, started the car, and 40 minutes later, entered the Portsmouth traffic circle. Heading north on Route 95, he fished Bradley's crumpled ruled paper from his pocket. In careful self-taught script, it read 94 State Street, Portland, the Blue Door, guests, Elton Paracus, and Virginia Paracus. A black and yellow police unit drifted slowly above the turnpike, matched by a heavy ground unit below. They bracketed him for a moment, then zigzagged away across 6 lanes in graceful routine patrol. As the miles rolled past, a queasy, reluctant sense of relief bloomed in his chest. It made him want to laugh and vomit at the same time. The drive to Portland passed without incident. Yet by the time he reached the city's edge, threading through the wealthy suburbs of Scarborough, rich homes, rich streets, rich schools behind electrified fences, the relief began to dissolve. They could be anywhere. They could be all around him, or they could be nowhere at all. State Street lay among blasted ancient brownstones beside an overgrown park that looked like jungle. Richards guessed it served as nightly hunting ground for the city's muggers, lovers, addicts, and thieves. No one walked State Street after dark without a police dog or a pack of fellow gang members. Number 94 was a crumbling, soot-blackened building with ancient green shades pulled tight. It reminded him of a very old man who had died with cataracts clouding his eyes. He parked at the curb and climbed out. Abandoned air cars dotted the street, some rusted into shapeless hulks. A Studebaker lay on its side at the park's edge like a dead dog. This was clearly not police country. Leave a car unattended, and within 15 minutes a clot of slate-eyed boys would appear, leaning and spitting. In half an hour, they would produce crowbars, wrenches, screwdrivers. They would test them, prepare them, stage mock sword fights, hold them aloft as if receiving secret signals. In an hour the car would be a stripped carcass. A small boy ran up while Richard steadied his crutches. Shiny burn scars had turned one side of the boy's face into a puckered, hairless horror. He offered skag, good stuff that would put Richards on the moon, and giggled. The scarred flesh writhed grotesquely. Richards told him to fuck off. The boy tried to kick a crutch out from under him. Richards swung the crutch in a low arc and swatted the boy's backside. The kid ran off cursing. Richards made his slow way up the pitted stone steps. The door had once been blue. Now the paint had faded to a tired desert sky. A vandal had long ago chiseled away the doorbell. He knocked and waited. Nothing. He knocked again. Late afternoon cold crept up the street. From the park at the block's end came the faint clacking of October branches shedding their leaves. No one was here. Time to go. Yet something told him. Someone waited inside. He knocked once more. This time slow, shuffling house slippers approached. A pause. A voice demanded who was out there and said it bought nothing, go away. Richards answered that he had been told to visit. A peephole squeaked open. A brown eye peered through, then the cover snapped shut. The voice said it did not know him. Richards asked for Elton Paracas. Grudgingly, the voice replied that he must be one of those. Behind the door locks began to turn bolts sliding, chains dropping, Yale tumblers revolving, the heavy trap bolt chunking free. Richards watched the door swing open. A scrawny, nearly breastless woman stood before him, her huge knotted hands hanging at her sides. Her face carried an almost cherubic smoothness, yet it bore the marks of countless unseen blows from time itself. She stood close to 6 feet tall even in flat slippers, her arthritic knees swollen like tree stumps. A bath turban wrapped her hair. Beneath a heavy brow ridge, her intelligent brown eyes stared at him, wild with something that might have been fear or fury. She led him inside without recognition. Only after guiding him into the dim kitchen did her gaze sharpen on his face. The old house smelled of crumbling decay and disinfectant, its furnishings the familiar junk shop clutter of his own world. Brown water stains blotched the wallpaper. Dead flies dotted the windowsills. The linoleum floor showed deep black creases, and a pile of wet wrapping paper lay beneath a leaking drain pipe. Virginia Paracas hovered over the battered aluminum teapot on the gas ring. She told him Elton was not home, the words carrying the faint accusation. Her swollen fingers rummaged painfully through countertop junk until she found 2 tea bags, one already used. Richards received the used one without surprise. She spoke of Elton's job servicing vending machines, her voice preening for a moment before turning bitter. She had warned her son that helping the man from Boston with pollution matters would bring prison or worse. Elton never listened. He had always built things, even a 4-room treehouse as a boy. But this idea of a pollution station in Portland had come from the darky. She dropped the tea bags into the cups and warmed her hands over the flame, her back to him. The mails were unsafe, she had told Elton. Their coded messages about apples and uncles would fool no one. Things had changed since puberty dirty magazines, then this darky. She assumed they had caught Richards testing smogs or carcinogens, and now he was running. Richards began to speak, but she cut him off fiercely, staring out at the junk-filled backyard with its rusting metal and abandoned sandbox overgrown with scruffy October woods. It was the darkies, she insisted, turning to him with hooded, furious, bewildered eyes. She had been only 19 in 1979 when it all started. Darkies everywhere, sent to school with whites, placed high in government, radicals and rebellion. She broke off mid-sentence, staring at him fully for the first time. "Oh God, have mercy," she whispered. Recognition hit her. She snatched a long butcher knife from the clutter and advanced, shouting for him to get out. Richards rose and backed away slowly through the short hall into the shadowy living room, then toward the front door. An ancient pay telephone still hung on the wall from the building's days as a real inn. A key rattled in the lock. Both froze. The door opened. Elton Paracas entered, immensely fat, his lackluster blonde hair combed in preposterous waves above a round, perpetually puzzled baby face. He wore the blue and gold uniform of the Vendo Spendo Company. He looked thoughtfully at his mother holding the knife. She refused to lower it, but defeat already softened her features. Elton closed the door and approached, his body jiggling with each step. Virginia shrank back, pleading for him to make the bad man leave. It would mean prison or worse for her son. She did not want him taken from her. The knife dropped as she collapsed wailing into his arms. Elton enfolded her, rocking her gently while she wept. He assured her he was not going to jail, his voice soothing. Over her shaking shoulder he gave Richards an embarrassed, apologetic smile. When her sobs quieted to sniffles, he told her that Richards was Bradley Throckmorton's good friend and would stay with them for a couple of days. She shrieked. Elton clapped a hand over her mouth, wincing. He explained he would drive Richards's car into the park and wire it. Tomorrow morning she would mail a package to Cleveland. Richards corrected him automatically. The tapes went to Boston. Elton replied patiently that they now went to Cleveland. Bradley was on the run. Virginia howled that her son would be caught too because he was too fat. Elton gently disengaged from her and led Richards upstairs, panting slightly as his huge buttocks flexed with each step. The upper floor held many rooms from the building's old days as a rooming house. This dusty, damp room carried the weight of years. Elton said Richards could stay as long as he wanted. Bradley was the best friend, the only friend he had ever had. He would watch after his mother. Richards repeated that he should probably leave. The head bandage had not fooled even his mother for long. Elton insisted he would move the car to safety. They would talk later. He left lumberingly, the shiny seat of his uniform pants visible, carrying a faint air of apology. Richards pulled the ancient green shade aside and watched Elton emerge below on the cracked front walk. The fat man got into the car, then got out again and hurried back toward the house. A stab of fear went through Richards. Heavy footsteps climbed the stairs. The door opened. Elton smiled. He admitted he did not make a very good secret agent. He had forgotten the car keys. Richards handed them over, tried a light remark about half a secret agent being better than none. It landed poorly. Elton carried his torments too openly, as if forever trailed by the phantom jeers of children. Richards thanked him softly. Richards watched Paracus leave. The little car he had driven from New Hampshire rolled away toward the park and vanished from sight. He pulled the dust cover from the bed, lay down slowly, and breathed shallowly while staring at the ceiling. The mattress clutched him in a damp, perverse embrace, even through the coverlet and his clothes. Mildew drifted into his nose like a senseless rime. Downstairs, Elton's mother wept steadily. He dozed, but could not sleep. Full darkness had settled when he heard Elton's heavy tread on the stairs again. Richard swung his feet to the floor with relief. Elton stepped in after knocking. He had changed into a tent-like sports shirt and jeans. He reported that the task was complete, the car now hidden in the park. Richards asked whether it would be stripped. Elton assured him it was safe. He had rigged a battery and 2 alligator clips that would deliver a shock and siren blast to anyone who touched it or used a crowbar. He had built the device himself. He sat down with a heavy sigh. Richards demanded to know about the change to Cleveland. Elton shrugged and explained that the contact was another man like himself, met once in Boston at the library with Bradley as part of their small pollution club. He guessed his mother had mentioned it. Richards confirmed she had said something. Elton added that she was a little dim, frightened all the time, and that he was all she had left. When Richards asked if they would catch Bradley, Elton said he did not know Bradley had a strong intelligence network, though his eyes slid away as he spoke. The door opened. Mrs. Paracus stood there with her arms crossed, smiling, her eyes haunted. She announced she had called the police and that Richards would now have to leave. Elton's face drained to a pearly yellowish white. He insisted she was lying. Richards lurched up, head cocked, listening. Faint sirens rose in the distance. He said flatly that she was not lying. A sickening wave of futility washed over him. Back to square one, he ordered Elton to take him to the car. Elton still insisted she was lying. They were only fire trucks. Richards repeated the command, sharper now. The sirens grew louder, wailing and filling the room with dreamlike horror. Elton turned to his mother, face twisted in appeal. She blared that she had indeed called them for his own good, because the darky had mixed him up. They could claim Richards had broken in and collect the reward money. Elton tried to shake free of her grip, but she clung like a small dog worrying a percheron, pleading for him to stop the radical business. Elton screamed her nickname and flung her away. She skidded across the room and fell across the bed. He told Richards to come quickly, his face full of terror and misery. They crashed down the stairs and out the front door. Elton broke into a gigantic quivering trot, already panting. Upstairs, Mrs. Parakis's scream rose to a shriek that blended with the approaching sirens, pouring through the open door and closed window. She had done it for him. Their shadows chased them down the hill toward the park, stretching and shrinking under each mesh-enclosed street lamp. Elton breathed like a locomotive in huge windy gulps. They crossed the street. Headlights suddenly pinned them on the far sidewalk. Blue lights flashed as a police car screeched to a halt 100 yards away. A gigantic megaphone voice boomed Richards's name. Elton panted that the car waited just ahead. Richards spotted it under a copse of run-to-seed birch trees near the pond. The cruiser roared back to life, rear tires laying rubber, engine wailing as it jumped the curb and came straight at them, headlights soaring. Richards turned toward it, suddenly cool and almost numb. He pulled Bradley's pistol from his pocket while still backing up. The rest of the police remained out of sight. Just this one car. It screamed across the October bare ground, self-sealing tires ripping up black earth. He squeezed off 2 shots at the windshield. It starred but held. At the last second he leaped aside and rolled. Dry grass scraped his face. On his knees, he fired twice more at the rear, as the cruiser slewed around in a hard power turn, blue lights turning the night into leaping shadows. The car now stood between him and his own vehicle, but Elton had gone the other way, and was frantically removing the electrical gadget from the door. A figure leaned out of the cruiser's passenger side. A thick, stuttering burst came from a Sten gun. Bullets stitched the turf around him. Dirt sprayed his cheeks and forehead. He knelt, as if in prayer, and fired again at the windshield. This time the bullet punched through. The car was on top of him. He sprang left. The reinforced bumper caught his left foot, snapping the ankle and sprawling him face down. The cruiser's engine screamed through another power turn. Headlights pinned him again, washing the world in stark monochrome. Richards tried to rise, but the broken ankle gave way. Sobbing for air, he watched the car loom like a blind buffalo. The Sten gun rattled once more. A bullet punched through his left arm and knocked him sideways. The heavy vehicle tried to veer and hit him. For a moment he had a clear shot at the driver. He fired. The window blew inward. The cruiser rolled slowly sideways, crashed onto its roof, then onto its side. The engine stalled. In the sudden silence the police radio crackled clearly. Richard still could not stand. He began crawling toward his car. Elton was already inside, frantically trying to start it, but in his panic he had forgotten the safety vents. Each turn of the key produced only a hollow coughing boom. Converging sirens filled the night. He was still 50 yards away when Elton realized the mistake and yanked the vent lever down. The engine caught erratically. The aircar swept toward him. Richards hauled himself half-standing, yanked the passenger door open and collapsed inside. Parakis banked sharply left onto Route 77, the aircar's underbelly skimming barely an inch above the pavement, threatening to drag and spill them both. Elton gulped huge breaths and blew them out hard enough to flap his lips. 2 more police cruisers screamed around the corner behind them, blue lights flashing as they gave chase. Richard shouted that the cruisers were on wheels and ordered Elton to cut through the vacant lot. The aircar veered left, slamming them upward violently as it crossed the curb. Battering air pressure shoved them forward. The cruiser swelled behind. Gunfire erupted. Steel fingers punched through the bodywork. The rear window exploded inward, showering them with safety glass. Screaming, Elton whipped the car left and right. One cruiser, racing over 60, lost control crossing the curb. It veered wildly, dome lights slashing the darkness, then flipped onto its side and gouged a hot groove through the littered lot until a spark hit the peeled gas tank. It erupted in a white flare. The second cruiser stayed on the road, but Elton had gained a lead. Richards knew the gas-driven cars were nearly 3 times faster. Any air car straying too far off pavement risked flipping on uneven ground. Richards yelled to turn right. Paracas hauled them through another stomach-lurching turn onto Route 1. Ahead lay the entrance to the Coast Turnpike. No evasion possible there, only death. Richards spotted an alley and shouted for Elton to turn off. Paracas gibbered in refusal, terrified they would be trapped like rats. Richards lunged over, wrenched the wheel, and knocked Elton's hand from the throttle. The air car skidded nearly 90 degrees, bounced off the left building, and slammed crookedly into a pile of trash, garbage cans, and splintered crates backed by solid brick. Richards pitched hard into the dashboard. His nose snapped with a wet crunch, blood gushing violently. The car lay askew, one cylinder still coughing. Elton slumped silently over the wheel. No time for him yet. Richards slammed his shoulder against the crumpled passenger door until it popped open. He hopped on one leg to the alley mouth, reloaded the pistol with greasy, cool shells from Bradley's box, dropping several at his feet. His wounded arm throbbed like an ulcerated tooth, nausea rising with the pain. Headlights flooded the expressway into sunless day. The cruiser skidded around the corner, rear tires screaming rubber. Richards leaned against the building, steadying the gun in both hands. As the car approached the point where they would notice no taillights ahead, he opened fire at near point-blank range. The high-powered slugs tore through the bulletproof glass like paper. Each heavy recoil jolted his shattered arm, tearing screams from him. The cruiser roared over the curb, flew briefly, and smashed into the brick wall across the street. It exploded, but more sirens were already converging. Panting, Richards limped back to the air car on his exhausted good leg. Elton groaned hollowly that he was hurt badly and asked for his mother. Richards dropped to his knees, wriggled underneath on his back, and frantically pulled trash and debris from the air chambers. Blood streamed down his cheeks from his broken nose and pooled beside his ears. The car would now run on only 5 cylinders, limping along at no more than 40 miles an hour, and leaning drunkenly. Richards manhandled Elton into the passenger seat. The steering column had speared into his abdomen. He was bleeding heavily. Richards thought he was dying. Warm, sticky blood coated the wheel and Richards's palms. Elton apologized weakly, directing turns while coughing up black blood. He muttered that his mother did not think straight. The sirens faded behind them to the west as they took back roads onto Route 9 heading north. Portland's suburbs gave way to barren October scrub, the land stripped by lumberers into a tangle of second growth and marsh. Richards asked if Elton knew where he was leading them. Pain branded him from end to end, broken ankle, shattered nose, throbbing arm. His breath came in flattened gasps through the ruined nose. Elton croaked that they were heading to a place he knew and wondered if the police would hurt or jail his mother. Richards answered shortly, uncertain. It was 20 minutes past 8. They had left the Blue Door only 70 minutes earlier. It felt like decades. More distant sirens joined the chorus. Elton directed another left turn up a smooth, tarred road cutting through dense second growth. A sulphurous river stench hit Richards's nose. Branches scraped the roof with skeletal screeches. They passed a sign for the Super Pine Tree Mall under construction, warning trespassers. They crested a rise. The half-built mall sprawled before them like a rat warren, abandoned stores, discarded pipes, cinder block piles, rusted Quonset huts, all overgrown with scrub, junipers, blackberry, and goldenrod. It stretched for miles, gaping foundation holes, skeleton steel, protruding rebar, grassed over parking lots. An owl glided silently overhead on stiff wings. Elton begged to be helped into the driver's seat. He wanted to act as decoy and drive as long as he could. Richards refused. Elton screamed in protest, his baby face grotesque, insisting he was dying, and Richards must let him go. Fresh blood gouted with his hideous coughs. The car reeked like a slaughterhouse. He pleaded for help, too fat to manage alone. Richards pushed and heaved, hands slipping in the blood. The front seat had become an abattoir. Elton bled profusely. Finally wedged behind a wheel, the air car rose jaggedly and turned. Its brake lights blinked erratically as it nudged trees before finding the road out. Richards waited for the crash, but none came. The uneven thump of the 5 cylinders faded into the night, one already flat and doomed to burn out the rest soon. He realized too late. He had left the crutches in the back of the car. The constellations wheeled overhead. His breath puffed frozen in the colder air. Richards turned from the road and plunged into the jungle of the abandoned construction site. Richards spotted a pile of cast-off insulation at the bottom of a cellar hole and climbed down, gripping the protruding core rods for handholds. He found a stick and pounded the insulation to flush out any rats. Only thick, fibrous dust rose up, making him sneeze violently and yelp as fresh pain exploded through his broken nose. No rats. All the rats stayed in the city. He let out a harsh, jagged bray of laughter that echoed splintered in the dark. He tore strips of the insulation and wrapped them around himself until he resembled a human igloo. The layers held warmth. He leaned back against the wall and slipped into a half-doze. When he came fully awake, a late moon hung low as a cold scrap of light on the eastern horizon. He remained alone. No sirens reached him. It might have been 3 o'clock. His arm throbbed uneasily, but the bleeding had stopped on its own. He checked, after easing the limb free and brushing away the fibers. The bullet had torn a sizable triangular chunk of meat from the side of his arm just above the elbow. He supposed he was lucky it had missed the bone. His ankle ached with a steady, deep pulse. The foot felt strangely detached, barely part of him. He supposed the brake should be splinted. He dozed again. When he roused once more, his head felt clearer. The moon had climbed halfway across the sky, but dawn still refused to appear. He had forgotten something. The realization struck him like a jolt. He had to mail the 2 tape clips before noon if they were to reach the games building in time for the 6:30 air slot. Otherwise, the money would default. But Bradley was on the run or already captured. Elton had never given him the Cleveland contact, and his ankle was broken. Something large crashed through the underbrush to his right. He jumped. Insulation slid off him like snakes. He dragged it back around himself miserably, snuffling through his ruined nose. A city man sitting alone in a development gone wild. The night suddenly felt alive and malevolent, every creak and bump threatening. He breathed through his mouth and weighed his options with cold clarity. Do nothing and wait for things to cool. The $100 an hour money would cut off at 6 tonight. He would run for free, but the hunt would never stop, not even if he lasted the full 30 days. Mail the clips to Boston. It could not hurt Bradley or his family now that their cover was blown, yet the hunters would forward the tapes straight to Harding and trace him directly from the mailing point with no intervening postmark. Mail them straight to the games building. The hunt would continue, but he would likely be recognized in any town large enough to have a mailbox. Every choice was rotten. Thank you, Mrs. Perikis. He stood, brushed the insulation aside, and tossed the useless head bandage on top of the pile. As an afterthought, he buried it. He searched for something to serve as a crutch. The irony of leaving the real ones in the car stung again, and found a board that reached roughly to armpit height. He heaved it over the lip of the foundation and climbed laboriously back up the core rods. At the top, sweating and shivering at once, he realized he could see his own hands. The first faint gray of dawn had begun to probe the darkness. He gazed back at the deserted development with longing. It would have made a perfect hiding place. No good. He was not a hiding man. He was a running man. That was what kept the ratings high. A cloudy ground mist crept slowly through the denuded trees. Richards fixed his bearings and struck off toward the woods bordering the north side of the abandoned mall. He paused only once to wrap his coat around the top of the makeshift crutch before continuing. Full daylight had held for 2 hours, and Richards had nearly convinced himself he was walking in widening circles when the whine of air cars drifted through the brambles ahead. He pushed forward cautiously and peered out onto a 2-lane macadam highway. Traffic moved with fair regularity. Half a mile up, he made out a cluster of houses and what looked like an air station or an old general store with pumps in front. He paralleled the highway, falling occasionally. Briars and brambles had turned his face and hands into a map of tiny blood points. Sticker balls studded his clothes. He had given up trying to pick them off. Burst milkweed pods clung to both shoulders, making him look as if he had lost a pillow fight. He was soaked through. The first 2 brooks had been manageable, but in the third the crutch slipped on the treacherous bottom, and he pitched headlong. The camera in his pocket remained undamaged. It was waterproof, and shockproof, of course. The brush thinned. Richards dropped to hands and knees and crawled. When he judged it safe, he studied the scene from a slight rise that formed a peninsula of scrub. Below lay the highway, several ranch houses, and the store with its air pumps. A car sat at the pumps. Now its driver in a suede windbreaker chatted with the attendant. Beside the store, among gumball machines and a Mary Jane vendor, stood a blue and red mailbox. Only 200 yards away, Richards realized bitterly that if he had arrived before first light, he could have handled the task unseen. Spilt milk. He withdrew until he could set up the camera without being observed, and recorded both tapes. He introduced himself with mocking cheer as jovial Ben Richards on his annual nature hike, joked about spotting scarlet tanagers or yellow-bellied pigbirds, then delivered the warning that the network was poisoning the air people breathed and denying them cheap protection. He slipped the finished clips into his pocket. The only workable plan was to walk down with the gun drawn, drop the tapes in the box, and run. He could steal a car afterward. They would know his location soon enough anyway. He had the pistol in his fist when a voice sounded startlingly close, calling to someone named Rolf. A sudden volley of barks made him flinch. Police dogs, he thought, and something huge and black burst from cover and arrowed straight at him. The gun flew into the brush. Richards landed flat on his back. A big German shepherd with a generous streak of mongrel landed on his chest, lapping at his face and drooling generously on his shirt. Its tail whipped back and forth in wide arcs of pure joy. A small boy in blue jeans came running, dragged the dog away by the collar, and apologized. The dog was too dumb and friendly to bite. The boy stared at Richards with frank interest and asked if he had gotten lost. Richards answered dryly that he had. The boy noted he must have fallen hard. Richards asked the boy to take a close look at his face and tell him how badly it was scratched. He could not see it himself. The boy leaned in obediently and reported it was all caught up in burrs, but that Richards would live. Then the boy frowned and asked if he had escaped from Thomaston, adding that he did not look like anyone from Pineland. Richards told him he had not escaped from anywhere. He had been hitchhiking, a bad habit. The boy said earnestly that his dad warned against it because crazy people ran the roads these days. Richards agreed, but explained he had needed to reach the jetport. The boy supplied the name Voigt Field and noted it lay over 100 miles away in Derry. Richards ran a rueful hand over the dog's fur and recounted being picked up at the New Hampshire border by 3 toughs who had beaten him, stolen his wallet, and dumped him at a deserted shopping center. The boy recognized the place and offered to take him home for breakfast. Richards thanked him but said time was short. He had to reach the jetport by tonight. When the boy asked if he meant to hitch another ride, Richards started to rise, then paused, as if an idea had struck. He asked the boy for a favor and produced the 2 tape clips, claiming they were charge plate cash vouchers. If the boy dropped them in a mailbox, his company would have cash waiting for him in Derry, and he could be on his way. The boy asked cautiously whether they would work without an address. Richards assured him they went direct. The boy agreed and started toward the mailbox at the store, though his face showed he suspected a lie. Richards let him walk 15 feet, then called him back. The boy returned with dragging steps, dread plain on his face. Richards told him he had to explain everything. Most of what he had said was true, but he had not wanted to risk the boy blurting anything out. The morning October sun felt wonderfully warm on his back and neck. He wished he could stay on the hill all day and sleep in its fleeting heat. He reached for the pistol where it had fallen and let it rest loosely on the grass. The boy's eyes widened. Richard spoke quietly. He worked for the government. He was after some very hard men, as the boy could see from the beating he had taken. Those clips had to get through. The boy breathed that he would mail them, and began to say he could not wait to tell someone. Richards cut him off sharply. No one. Not for 24 hours. There could be reprisals. Until this time tomorrow the boy had never seen him. The boy promised eagerly. Richards thanked him and held out his hand. The boy shook it with awe. Richards watched the boy in the red plaid shirt trot down the hill with his dog crashing joyfully through the goldenrod. A sharp ache twisted inside him. Why couldn't his own Kathy have something like that? His face pulled into an unconscious grimace of pure rage and hate. The Gangs Federation rose first in his mind as the target, and behind it, darker still, the network. He stayed motionless until the tiny distant figure dropped the tapes into the mailbox. Then he rose stiffly, wedged the crutch under his arm, and crashed back through the brush toward the road. The jetport next. Someone else would pay before this ended. He reached the intersection he had spotted a mile back and left the woods, sliding awkwardly down the gravel bank. He sat beside the road like a man who had given up on rides, and now simply basked in the warm autumn sun. The first two cars passed both carried 2 men, and the odds felt too dangerous. When the third car slowed for the stop sign, he stood. The closing-in feeling had returned. This whole stretch had to be hot. The next vehicle could belong to the police, and that would end everything. A woman sat alone behind the wheel. She refused to look at him, treating hitchhikers as something distasteful to ignore. Richards yanked the passenger door open and threw himself inside even as the car accelerated. The sudden motion flung him sideways. He clung desperately to the door jamb while his good foot dragged along the ground. Brakes hissed and thumped. The air car swerved violently. She cried out in shock and protest. Richards leveled the gun at her, aware he looked grotesque up close, like something dragged through a meat grinder. The fierce image would serve him now. He dragged his injured foot inside, slammed the door, and kept the gun steady. She wore town clothes and blue wraparound sunglasses. From what he could see, she was attractive. He ordered her to drive. She slammed both feet on the brake and screamed. The abrupt stop threw Richards forward. Pain lanced through his bad ankle. The car juddered to a halt on the shoulder 50 feet past the intersection. She recognized him, stammering his name in terror. Richards identified himself calmly and told her to take her hands off the wheel and place them in her lap. She obeyed, shuddering. She would not meet his eyes, as if afraid he might turn her to stone. When he asked her name, she whispered Amelia Williams and begged him not to shoot or kill her. She offered her money. Anything, only spare her life. He soothed her until she quieted, then assured her he had no intention of harming her. She confirmed she was married, and suddenly eager, offered him the car. It was insured. She insisted she would claim it had been stolen in a parking lot and say nothing. Richards told her they would discuss it later. He instructed her to drive north on Route 1. When he asked about roadblocks, she first denied them, then admitted there were many around Lewiston, where they had caught the other man. 30 miles or more, she added. Paracas had made it farther than Richards had imagined possible. She suddenly asked if he would rape her. He answered no, stating matter-of-factly that he was married. She mentioned having seen his wife, her tone carrying a smirking doubt that made him want to strike her. She pleaded again to be let out. He refused, explaining she served as his protection. He needed to reach Voigt Field in Derry, and she would ensure he got there safely. She wailed that it was 150 miles. Richards noted someone else had said 100. She insisted they were wrong and he would never make it. He replied that he might, and so might she if she played it right. She trembled but stayed silent, looking like a woman waiting to wake from a nightmare. They drove north through autumn countryside, blazing like a torch. The trees here still lived, untouched by the poisonous smokes of the southern cities, blazing in yellow, red, and brilliant purple. The sight stirred an aching melancholy in Richards, an emotion he would not have believed himself capable of feeling only 2 weeks earlier. In another month, snow would cover it all. things ended in fall. She sensed his mood and kept quiet. The steady motion of the cars soothed them both. They crossed the water at Yarmouth, then passed only woods, trailers, and miserable poverty shacks with outhouses tacked to their sides. Yet everyone carried the telltale free V cable attachment, glinting in the sun, until they entered Freeport. 3 police cruisers sat parked just outside town. The officers gathered in a roadside conference. Amelia stiffened, her face draining of color. Richards remained calm. They passed the cruisers without incident, and she slumped in relief. He remarked casually that if the police had been monitoring traffic, they would have swarmed the car instantly. She might as well have painted his name in dayglow across her forehead. She burst out asking why he wouldn't release her, then asked if he had a J. Rich folks blew dokes, he thought with dark irony, and shook his head. She accused him of laughing at her, calling him a cowardly little murderer who had scared her half to death and probably planned to kill her the way he had killed those boys in Boston. Richards answered that there had been a full gross of them, all ready to kill him first. That was their job. She condemned him for killing for pay and wanting to overturn the country, demanding why he couldn't find decent work instead of being too lazy to do anything respectable. He asked if she considered herself decent. She stormed that yes, she was, and that was exactly why he had chosen her to use a defenseless, decent woman and drag her down to his level. Richards countered by asking how she could call herself decent while owning a $6,000 car when his little girl was dying of the flu. She looked startled and began to protest, then snapped her mouth shut. She declared him an enemy of the network, as the Free V had said, and claimed she had seen the disgusting things he had done. Richards lit a cigarette from the pack on the dashboard and told her what was truly disgusting. Being blackballed for refusing a General Atomics job that would leave him sterile. Watching his wife earn grocery money on her back, knowing the network killed millions yearly with air pollutants when cheap nose filters could prevent it. She called him a liar, knuckles white on the wheel. He continued that when this was over she could return to her nice split-level duplex, light up a doke, get stoned, and admire her silverware sparkling in the highboy, far from rats and broken toilets. He mentioned meeting a 5-year-old girl with lung cancer, and asked how that compared for disgusting. "Stop!" she screamed. "You talk dirty!" Richards watched the countryside slide past, a cold hopelessness flooding through him. These beautiful chosen ones lived in air too rare for any bridge to reach. A sudden, savage urge flared inside him to force her to pull over, knock the sunglasses from her face, drag her through the dirt, make her understand the 24-hour Channel 1 reality that never signed off with an anthem. He muttered that dirty-talking old him was exactly right. They had pushed farther than they should have. Over 100 miles from the spot where he had forced his way into Amelia Williams' car, they reached the pretty seaside town of Camden. As they entered Augusta, the state capital, he warned her there was a strong chance they would be spotted here. He had no desire to kill her. If a police car pulled in behind them, she was to stop immediately, open her door, and lean out, keeping her body in the seat, and announce that Benjamin Richards held her hostage. If they refused him free passage, he would kill her. She agreed, her tone sharp with hate. She understood he needed a hostage. He told her it had better work, her life depended on it. Freelance cameramen would swarm for the money or the glory, and the authorities would have to play it straight under that kind of spotlight. She bit her lip and stayed silent. They passed through Augusta without incident. For another hour and a half they drove on, skirting the ocean while the sun slid westward, glinting off the water, crossing fields and bridges and thick stands of fir. Past 2 o'clock, just before the Camden town line, a roadblock appeared. 2 police cars angled across the road, officers checking a farmer's old pickup before waving it through. Richards ordered her to stop 200 feet short and do exactly as he had instructed. She braked smoothly, bringing the car to a clean halt in the middle of the road. The trooper with the clipboard waved them forward. When she remained still, he glanced at his partner. A third officer inside one of the cruisers snatched up the hand mic and spoke rapidly into it.
"Here we go,"
Richards thought.
"God, here we go."
The day was brilliantly sharp, every edge etched in sunlight. The troopers' shadows stretched long and black. They unhooked the retaining straps on their holsters. Amelia Williams opened her door and leaned out. In a clear, cultured voice, she identified herself and stated that Benjamin Richards was holding her hostage. If they did not grant him free passage, he would kill her. The two officers exchanged a quick, nearly invisible look. Richards, nerves stretched to a razor edge, caught it. He shouted for her to drive. She turned to him, confused. The clipboard clattered to the pavement. Both troopers dropped into a kneeling firing stance, guns leveled. Richards slammed his bad foot down on top of hers. Pain exploded through his shattered ankle as the aircar lunged forward. Two dull punches slammed into the vehicle. An instant later the windshield shattered, spraying them with glittering safety glass. She threw her hands up to shield her face. Richards leaned hard across her, wrenching the wheel. They shot through the narrow gap between the cruisers. He caught a blurred glimpse of the troopers spinning to fire again before his full attention locked on the road ahead. The car crested a rise. Another heavy thump struck the trunk. The vehicle began to fishtail wildly. Richards fought the wheel in tightening arcs. Dimly, he heard Amelia Williams screaming. He yelled at her to steer. She groped for the wheel. He released it and slapped the sunglasses from her face with an open hand. They dangled from one ear for a second, then fell away. She wrestled the car to the shoulder in a skidding half-turn that sprayed gravel high into the air. Sirens wailed behind them. She stared ahead in disbelief. They had tried to kill her, she said wonderingly, even after she had told them everything. Richards was already out, hopping clumsily backward along the roadside with the gun in his hand. He lost his balance and crashed down hard, scraping both knees raw on the pavement. Richards sat on the shoulder of the road, pistol steady at shoulder height, as the first cruiser crested the rise. The car barreled toward him at 80 miles an hour and still gaining speed. He fired once. The tire nearest him burst with a sharp explosion. The cruiser lurched violently, veered across the shoulder in a howling arc, and slammed into the trunk of a massive elm. Its driver's door ripped away. The driver catapulted through the windshield and tumbled 30 yards into the brush. The second cruiser raced in close behind. Richard squeezed off 4 shots before a tire blew. 2 rounds kicked up sand near his position. The car fishtailed in a smoking half-turn and rolled over 3 times, shedding glass and metal across the pavement. He pushed himself upright, glanced down, and saw the dark stain spreading across his shirt just above the belt line. Pain bloomed in slow throbbing waves. He staggered back toward the aircar, then dropped flat as the second cruiser erupted in a roar of flame and shrapnel. Rising again, panting, strange whimpers escaping his lips, Richards felt the ache in his side pulse steadily. Amelia had not fled. She sat motionless behind the wheel, eyes fixed on the burning wreck in the road. When he climbed in beside her, she recoiled. She accused him of murdering the officers. He answered that they had tried to kill them both and ordered her to drive fast. She shouted back that no one had threatened her. He repeated the command. She drove. The polished mask of the comfortable young housewife had torn away. Beneath it lay something raw and primitive, lips twitching, eyes wide and rolling. They covered 5 miles before reaching a roadside store and air station. "Pull in," he told her. When she refused to get out, he pressed the gun against her breast. She whimpered a plea. He apologized but insisted there was no time left for games. She stepped out. He followed, then draped an arm across her shoulders for support and gestured with the pistol toward the telephone booth beside the ice machine. They shuffled forward together like a clumsy vaudeville act, his weight heavy on his good leg. In his mind, the crashes replayed endlessly, the soaring cruiser, the flying body, the burst of flame. The elderly proprietor emerged, white-haired and aproned, and eyed them with nervous concern. He asked them to leave, citing his family and his wish to avoid trouble. Richards told him to go back inside. The man obeyed. Richards slid into the booth, breathing hard through his mouth, and dropped 50 cents into the slot. Blood had soaked his shirt to a deep, ugly purple. He looked away from it, fighting sudden nausea. Holding gun and receiver together in one hand, he asked the operator for the local news hookup and insisted she dial it herself. After clicks and pops, a voice answered from the Rockland Newsy tabloid service. He identified himself as Ben Richards. The man on the other end began to dismiss it as a joke. Richards cut him off, warning that police band confirmation would arrive within minutes. The voice grew sharp with excitement and asked his location. Richards read the sign above the store, Gillies Town Line Store and Air Stop on US 1, and instructed the reporter to send photographers immediately and put the story on air as a red news break. He announced he held a hostage named Amelia Williams from Falmouth and would kill her unless granted safe conduct. The reporter reacted with barely contained glee at the potential headline. Richards told him the state police had tried to destroy them at a roadblock and that he had killed the 3 officers involved. He warned that any further attempt to shoot would end the woman's life, then hung up. He climbed awkwardly from the booth and asked for her help. She supported him, despite her grimace at the blood, warning him of the danger he had dragged her into. He agreed it was madness, and that he would likely die, then mumbled for her to drive north. Once inside the car, the world began to fade in and out around him. High, wavering tones rang in his ears. She pulled onto the road. His blood had streaked her green and black blouse. Behind them, old Gilly cracked open the screen door and snapped a Polaroid, his face alive with horrified fascination. Sirens rose in the distance, drawing closer. 5 miles farther on, people began spilling onto their lawns to watch the car pass, many lifting cameras. Richards felt a measure of relief. Amelia spoke quietly, insisting the roadblock officers had only meant to shoot the air caps, and that the rest had been a terrible mistake. He countered that no pistol sight could miss so badly. She repeated her claim. They entered the residential outskirts of what he took to be Rockland summer homes. Dirt lanes leading to beach cottages. Signs reading Breeze Inn, private road. Keep out. Guard dogs on patrol. Curious faces peered from behind trees, while battery-powered free Vs blared through the shattered windshield. A strange carnival tension hung in the air. Richards remarked that the spectators only wanted to see blood, the more the better, and would not mind if it were both of them. She denied it. He offered a tired salute to her innocence. An older man in madras shorts and silvery hair dashed to the roadside with a large telephoto camera and began snapping wildly, lens cap still in place. Richards burst into harsh laughter that startled her. He tried to explain but could not stop laughing. As they crested a long hill and started down toward the town center, 2 police cruisers blocked the road ahead, their blue lights flashing out of sync. An armored vehicle sat angled on the left embankment, its short cannon barrel tracking their approach. Amelia said softly that it was over and asked if she had to die too. Richards told her to stop 50 yards short and do what was needed. He slumped lower in the seat, a nervous tic pulling at his face. She halted the car and opened her door but did not lean out. The air grew unnaturally still. She confessed her terror. He assured her they would not shoot with so many witnesses watching. Hostages could not be killed in public view. Those were the rules of the game. For a moment he wished they could simply sit somewhere and talk over coffee. Then he urged her forward with quiet, strained mockery, reminding her that the eyes of the world were now on her. She leaned out. 6 police cars and an armored van had drawn up 30 feet behind them, sealing off any retreat. Richards registered the trap with a single cold thought: the only way out now pointed straight up. Amelia leaned from the open door and identified herself as Amelia Williams, explaining that Benjamin Richards held her hostage and would kill her unless they received safe conduct. A deep, unnatural silence followed, broken only by the faint honk of a distant yacht horn. Then an amplified mechanical voice blared across the pavement, demanding to speak directly to Ben Richards. He told her no. She relayed the refusal. The voice ordered her out of the car. She cried out wildly that he would kill her, reminding them that officers had already tried to destroy them both and accusing the police of not caring who died. A hoarse voice from the gathered spectators shouted for them to let her through. The demand was repeated. The crowd took up the chant like spectators at a blood sport. A rock sailed in and starred a police windshield. Engines revved. The blocking cruisers eased apart, opening a narrow lane. The crowd cheered once, then fell expectantly quiet. The bullhorn issued a new order for all civilians to clear the area, warning of possible shooting and heavy penalties for obstruction. Someone in the crowd screamed back that the police only wanted no witnesses before they shot the girl. A bright Newsy van screeched up. 2 men leaped out with a camera. Officers rushed them. A brief, brutal scuffle ended with the camera smashed on the asphalt, and one newsman clubbed to the ground. A small boy darted forward and hurled a stone that struck a cop in the back of the head. Blood sprayed as the officer dropped. More police swarmed the boy. Fistfights erupted along the edges between well-dressed townsfolk and rougher slum dwellers. A woman in a faded house dress attacked a plump matron, and the two rolled across the road clawing and screaming. Amelia made a sick choke sound. Richards, slumped low, kept his eyes no higher than the dashboard clock and asked what was happening. She described the fights and the broken camera in a shaking voice. The bullhorn demanded his surrender again. He told her to drive. The air car lurched forward unevenly. She warned that they would shoot for the air caps and wait for him to emerge. He answered that they would not. When she asked why, he said they were too dumb, and they did not fire. The car rolled slowly past the ranked police vehicles and the staring crowd. The spectators had divided themselves without thinking on the right. The middle and upper-class summer people, in pressed shirts and market dresses, their faces oddly blank and complete on the left. The poor with raw faces, stringy hair and hungry eyes. Police stood thicker on the left, and kept arriving. Richards understood the arrangement perfectly. The summer cottages needed guarding, the poor needed containing. He kept the car at 30 miles an hour and passed between the two groups. An hour later, the dashboard clock read 4. Shadows stretched long across the road. Richards drifted in and out of consciousness, shirt pulled free so he could examine the wound. The bullet had carved a deep, ugly furrow in his side. The bleeding had mostly clotted, but would tear open again with any sudden movement. He knew the massive firepower arrayed against them made his plan a joke, yet he would keep going until the inevitable accident ended it. What worried him more was Amelia Williams, whose only mistake had been choosing that Wednesday morning to do her marketing. She spoke suddenly, voice light and edged with hysteria, saying tanks were out there and asking if he could believe it. She began to cry. He waited until the sobs quieted, then asked what town they were in. She answered Winterport, stuttering, and broke down again, saying she could not stand waiting for it to happen. He told her it was all right. She blinked, confused, and asked what he meant. He instructed her to stop the car and get out. She protested that they would kill him. He confirmed it, but promised she would see no blood. Their weapons could simply vaporize the car and him together. She accused him of lying and said he would kill her instead. The pistol had been hanging between his knees. He let it drop to the rubber floor mat with a harmless clunk. She spoke again, voice distant and mindless, saying she wanted to be high, and asking why he had not waited for the next car. Richards began to laugh in shallow, painful heaves that pulled at his wounded side. He closed his eyes and kept laughing, until tears slipped beneath his lids. She remarked irrelevantly that the broken windshield made the car cold, and asked him to turn on the heater. Her face showed only as a pale blur in the late afternoon shadows. They reached Derry. The streets were packed black with spectators hanging from rooftops, balconies and verandas stripped of summer furniture. People ate sandwiches and fried chicken from greasy buckets while they watched. Richards asked if she saw Jetport signs. She confirmed she was following them, warning the gates would simply close. He replied he would threaten to kill her again if they did. She asked if he planned to skyjack a plane. He said he would try. She told him he could not. He agreed she was probably right. They made a right, then a left. Bullhorns droned at the crowd to move back and disperse. She asked if the woman in the pictures was really his wife. He answered yes. Her name was Sheila. Their baby Kathy was a year and a half old and had been sick with the flu. That was how he had ended up here. A helicopter swept overhead, casting a giant spider shadow across the road, and its amplified voice ordered him to release the woman. When the noise faded, she remarked that his wife looked like a little tramp who could take better care of herself. He answered tonelessly that the picture had been doctored. She sounded surprised they would do such a thing. He confirmed they would. The jetport came into view. She reported the gates were open but blocked by a tank with its cannon aimed directly at them. He told her to drive to within 30 feet and stop. The air car crawled down the access road between lines of parked police cruisers and the roaring, babbling crowd. A sign announced Voigt Airfield. An electrified fence stretched across marshy fields on both sides. Straight ahead stood an information booth on a traffic island, then the main gate blocked by the massive A-62 tank. Beyond lay roads, parking lots, and the jet terminals, with a huge control tower looming like a Martian war machine, its windows blazing in the westering sun. Employees and passengers crowded a nearby lot, held back by more police. A steel-gray Superbird jet climbed powerfully from a runway behind the buildings. The amplified voice suddenly bellowed his name. Amelia jumped. He waved her off casually. The voice warned he was not allowed inside and ordered him to release the woman and step out. She asked what to do now, calling it a standoff. He said to push them farther and told her to lean out and announce he was hurt, half crazy, and wanted to surrender to the airline police. She hesitated, then shouted the message, adding that he had been shot twice, was losing his mind, and that she was terrified. Her voice cracked high and desperate in the sudden quiet left by the departing jet. Cameras rolled, feeding the scene live across North America and beyond. Richards felt fresh tension coil through him and realized he was beginning to hope. After a brief conference behind the checkpoint, the response came. The tank's engines ground loudly. Amelia screamed. He reassured her. It was only the tank moving. It was clearing the way. They were being let in. The bullhorn directed him to proceed to Lot 16, where airline police would take him into custody. He told her to drive on and stop once they were half a mile inside the gate. She said hopelessly that he was going to get her killed over something as simple as needing the bathroom. The car lifted and hummed forward. He crouched low through the gate, braced for ambush, but none came. The blacktop curved smoothly toward the terminals. A sign pointed to lots 16 to 20. Police waited behind yellow barricades. The slightest wrong move would tear the car apart. He ordered her to stop. The bullhorn immediately demanded they keep moving to lot 16 as specified. He told her to say he wanted a bullhorn left in the road 20 yards ahead, so he could talk. She relayed the request. A uniformed officer trotted out, placed the red and white bullhorn on the pavement, paused briefly, as if aware of the millions watching, then retreated. They crept forward until the driver's door aligned with it. She reached out and pulled the bullhorn inside. He asked how far they were from the main building and from lot 16. "A quarter-mile and half that," she answered. He nodded tightly, biting his lip without realizing it, his body aching with adrenaline. He told her to drive to the entrance of lot 16 and stop there. The bullhorn prodded them to keep moving. The airport police were waiting inside. Richards raised his own bullhorn for the first time and announced he needed 10 minutes to think. Silence fell again. She asked in a strange, controlled voice if he realized he was forcing them to act. He let out a weird, high-pressure giggle and said they knew he was about to screw them, they just didn't know how. She insisted he could not do it. He replied maybe he could. Richards laid out his hand for her in the quiet of the car, voice low and steady. The games had never been new. Rome had its gladiators, and poker had always been the same brutal test. In 5-card stud the whole card grew enormous once real stakes were on the table. The running man was that game raised to the limit. They held every advantage, men, guns, time while he was supposed to arrive, broke and fold when caught. But he had stacked the deck. The call to the Newsies in Rockland had been his 10 of spades, Public eyes had forced safe conduct and killed any chance of a quiet execution. The Free V itself gave the network its power. If the whole country watched police murder a respectable middle-class hostage, belief in the system would shatter. His people were already stirring trouble along the route. The poor were his jack of spades. She was the queen. He was the king. The black man with a sword. Those were his visible cards. Together, they made nothing more than a pair. Without the ace they were junk. With it, the hand became unbeatable. He reached for her imitation alligator handbag, stuffed it into his coat pocket so it bulged obviously, and told her he lacked the ace, but held an invisible hole card. He meant to run a bluff. She answered in a hollow voice that he had no chance. What could her purse do? Fire lipstick? He replied that the game had been crooked for so long they would fold. They were yellow straight through. The bullhorn outside announced his 10 minutes were up. Richards lifted his own bullhorn and spoke. His voice rolled across the jetport, calm and massive. He claimed 12 pounds of Dynacore high-impact plastic black Irish packed in his coat pocket, enough to wipe out everything within a third of a mile, and likely rupture the fuel tanks. An imploder ring sack pulled to half-cock one wrong move, and they would all die. Screams erupted. The crowd surged in panic, streaming across roads, fields, and fences. Police shifted uneasily behind the barricades. On every face Amelia saw no trace of doubt. The huge voice challenged him, calling it a lie, and ordering him out. Richards answered that he was coming out but first issued instructions: a fully fueled jet with skeleton crew, either a Lockheed, Gacker, or Delta Supersonic, minimum 2,000-mile range, ready in 90 minutes. Cameras whirred, flashbulbs popped, the press looked nervous, but 500 million viewers were watching, and the threat might be real. A man in dark slacks and rolled-up white shirt stepped into view from behind unmarked cars, carrying a larger bullhorn. He identified himself as Evan McCone. The name struck cold fear in Richards, exactly as intended. McCone was the chief hunter, the steel core of the network. McCone declared the claim impossible. No man without a GA rating could obtain Dynacore, and repeated the order to release the woman and surrender. Richards countered that in the streets, Dynacore was for sale every 2 blocks if the cash was ready, and Games Federation money had bought his. He gave them 86 minutes. McCone refused any deal. Richards announced he was sending the woman out. She had seen the explosive. He turned to her and described it in careful detail so she could repeat every fact. White, solid, slightly greasy, dense as a bar of ivory soap. The imploder ring was gold, 2 inches across, like a key ring with a slim mechanical pencil rod and a trigger. He had pulled it to half-cock, showing a single small notch. She must say he had held the ring in his hand since the first roadblock. She rocked in horror, hands over her ears, weeping that she could not lie, that she had a citizen's duty and a conscience. He pressed her if she backed him. They would cave, and he would fly free like a big-ass bird. She kept refusing. The bullhorn demanded he send the woman out. Richards finished the description. She moaned and twisted her own cheeks as if the flesh were dough. He told her she was bright, and had the story straight. She lunged against the door, half sprang and half fell out, then ran, her hair streaming behind her like a goddess in the sudden storm of a million flashbulbs. Carbines rose and lowered as the crowd swallowed her. Richard slouched low again, glanced at his watch, and waited for whatever came next. The red second hand on Richard's watch swept through 2 full circles, then 2 more, and 2 more again. He lifted the bullhorn to his lips. 79 minutes, McCone. He would play it straight to the final second. That was the only way, right up to the moment McCone gave the order to fire. It would be quick, and in that moment, it hardly seemed to matter. After a long, grudging pause came the reply. They needed at least 3 more hours. No suitable plane waited on the field. One would have to be flown in. She had done it. Amelia had stared into the abyss and walked straight across it without a net. Amazing. Of course they did not believe her. Doubt was their business. Even now, they would be rushing her into a private room somewhere in the terminal, where McCone's hand-picked interrogators waited. The questions would begin at once, polite and relentless, circling back over every detail, probing for the smallest contradiction. Richards knew the strategy by time. Offer one excuse after another, fueling problems, no crew available, a flying saucer over the runway, anything to stall while they worked on her. They could not risk killing him yet, not until they broke her, and proved the high explosive was nothing more than an alligator handbag stuffed with tissues, change, and cosmetics. "Richards? Listen to me," he called back through the megaphone. "You have 75 minutes, then it all goes up." No answer came. Spectators began creeping back despite the threat hanging over everything. Their eyes gleamed wide and hungry in the glare of portable spotlights now trained on his car, bathing the shattered windshield in harsh, depthless light. He tried to picture the room where they held her, the interrogators pressing hard, but the image would not form. They would be frightening her, perhaps using drugs that could loosen any tongue, with a steady hammer of questions, or worse. The thoughts circled uselessly in his mind and would not stop. Beyond the terminal, the whine of a Lockheed carrier rose and fell as its engines warmed. His plane. When the sound suddenly died, he knew fueling had started. 20 minutes if they hurried. He doubted they would. Here they were, all cards on the table but one. Shadows stretched longer across the tarmac as everyone waited. Time refused to stand still, though it would have been kinder if it had. At least then hope would have ended. Twice an amplified voice accused him of lying. He answered that if so, they should open fire. Later, another voice claimed the Lockheed's flaps were frozen and they would need to switch planes. Richards told them that was acceptable, provided the aircraft was ready by the original deadline. The minutes slipped away. 26 remaining, 25, 22, 20, 18, 15. The engines howled again as ground crews ran final checks. 10 minutes left, then 8. "Richards?" "Here." They needed more time. The flaps were frozen solid. They would irrigate the vanes with liquid hydrogen, but time was essential. "You have it," he replied. 7 minutes. Then I drive to the airfield on the service ramp, one hand on the wheel and one on the imploder ring. All gates stay open, and I'll be getting closer to those fuel tanks every second." They began to protest. "I'm through talking. 6 minutes." The second hand continued its steady march. 3 minutes, 2, 1. In a room he could not imagine. They would be pushing her to the limit. He tried to summon Amelia's face, but it blurred, merging into the faces of Stacy, Bradley, Elton, Virginia Paracas, and the boy with the dog. All he could hold on to was that she had been soft and pretty in an ordinary way, yet hard somewhere deep inside. He wondered if that hardness would be enough. Warm blood trickled down his chin. He had bitten through his lip more than once. He wiped his mouth absently, leaving a smear of blood on his sleeve, then shifted the car into gear. The vehicle rose obediently, lifters grumbling. "Richards, if you move that car, we'll shoot." The girl talked. "We know." No shots came. In a strange way, it felt almost anticlimactic. He drove slowly up the service ramp that curved around the gleaming Northern States terminal. Police lined the route, faces blank and uniform, weapons ready. They watched him with dull bovine stares, the way cows might regard a farmer gone suddenly mad. The gate to the service area stood open. He passed ranks of tanker trucks and parked private planes, then rolled onto the wide oil-stained taxiway. Ahead waited his bird, a massive white jumbo jet with turbines idling softly. Runways stretched clean into the gathering twilight. The roll-up stairway was being positioned by 4 men in coveralls. To Richards it looked exactly like stairs to a scaffold. From the shadows beneath the plane's belly stepped Evan McCone. Richards studied him with the curious detachment of a man seeing a familiar celebrity in the flesh for the first time. The small man wore rimless glasses and a well-tailored suit that only faintly suggested a pot belly. A tiny silver flag pin gleamed in his lapel. He did not look like a monster. Ben Richards? McCone's voice carried soft and cultured, no bullhorn needed. Yes. I have a sworn bill from the Games Federation for your apprehension and execution. Will you honor it? Richards answered with dry contempt. McCone sounded quietly pleased. The formalities were complete. He believed in them, even if Richards did not. Richards had been a most informal contestant, which was why he had lasted so long. He had already broken the standing record by 2 hours. His escape from the Boston YMCA had been impressive too. The ratings had jumped 12 points. Richards gave a flat reply. McCone admitted they had nearly caught him in Portland. Bad luck. Paracas had sworn with his dying breath that Richards had jumped ship in Auburn, and they had believed the frightened little man. Richards echoed the word softly. But this final play had been brilliant, McCone said. He almost regretted that the game had to end. He doubted he would ever face a more inventive opponent. Too bad, Richards said. The red second hand kept turning, but Richards felt the minutes racing now. McCone told him it was finished. The woman had broken under sodium pentothal, old but reliable. He drew a small automatic. Step out, he said. He would pay Richards the ultimate compliment and do it here, where no cameras could reach. Privacy at the end. Richards grinned and told him to get ready. He opened the door and stepped onto the blank cement. The two men faced each other across the open service area. McCone threw back his head and laughed, the sound soft and velvet. He admitted the woman had not broken at all. She still insisted the bulge in Richards' pocket was Black Irish. They could not use SAP because it left a traceable mark. 1 EV would expose everything. 3 ampules of Connaughton were already on a helicopter from New York and would arrive in 40 minutes, not soon enough to stop him, unfortunately. She was lying, McCone said. The middle class only lied well about sex. He suspected it was her handbag. She had been shopping but carried none when they took her. Where was the purse if the explosive was not in Richards' pocket? Richards refused the bait. Shoot me if you're so sure, he answered. McCone spread his hands with mock sorrow. He would love to, but the government did not gamble with human life, even at 50-1 odds. Too much like Russian roulette. Life was sacred. They were humane. Richard smiled, sharp and feral. McCone blinked. The words kept coming, smooth and cultured. Richards felt the minutes slipping away. A helicopter was already lifting from Boston with the drugs. If McCone said 40 minutes, he meant 20. The man was hypnotizing him, stalling with his tinkling little speech, while the game hung in the balance. He was a monster. Richards cut him off harshly. The speech was short. When they injected her, she would repeat the same story. For the record, it was all right here. He locked eyes with McCone and walked forward. I'll see you, shit-eater. McCone stepped aside. Their coat sleeves brushed as Richards passed. He did not look back. For the record, he added, the pull on Halfcock was about 3 pounds. He had 2.5 on it now. He heard McCone's breath catch and whistle faster. At the foot of the stairs, Richards glanced down. McCone looked up, gold rims of his glasses flashing. Once Richards was airborne, they would shoot the plane down with a ground-to-air missile. The public story would be that he had grown itchy on the trigger. Rest in peace. Richards told him they would not. They would be flying low over heavily populated areas. 12 fuel pods plus 12 pounds of Irish made too big a bang. McCone could not risk it. He asked if McCone had anticipated the parachute. McCone admitted calmly that it waited in the forward passenger compartment. Old hat. Had Richards brought another trick? Richards said he had not been stupid enough to tamper with the chute either. McCone agreed. Too obvious. Richards would pull the non-existent ring just before impact for a neat airburst. He showed one more card. They would wait for the Connaughton before acting. The missile threat was a bluff for now. He could afford to wait. He was never wrong. He knew Richards was bluffing. Goodbye, and bon voyage. Richards muttered. soon, under his breath, too quiet for McCone to hear, and grinned. He climbed the stairs into the first-class compartment, long and wide with 3 aisles. Real-aged sequoia paneled the walls. A wine-colored rug sank under his shoes. The 3D screen was folded away. In seat 100 sat the bulky parachute pack. He patted it once, and moved through the galley. Someone had even started coffee. He stepped into the short throat leading to the pilot's compartment. The radio operator, a care-lined man of 30, glanced at him bitterly, then back to his instruments. A few steps up, the navigator sat at his charts and gave Richards a cool stare. He announced into his throat mic that the man who would get them all killed was coming forward. Richard said nothing. The man was probably right. He limped into the nose. The pilot was 50 or older, red-nosed from steady drinking, but with clear, perceptive eyes. His co-pilot was younger, red hair spilling from under his cap. The pilot greeted him politely and introduced himself as Captain Don Holloway and his co-pilot as Wayne Dunninger. He glanced at the bulge in Richard's pocket before meeting his eyes. Dunninger added that under the circumstances, he was not very pleased to meet him. Richard's mouth twitched. In the same spirit, he was sorry to be there. He asked if they were patched through to McCone via Kippy Friedman.
They were.
He took the microphone Holloway handed him with careful fingers and ordered them to begin pre-flight. 5 minutes. Dunninger asked eagerly if he wanted the explosive bolts on the rear loading door armed. Richards told him coldly to tend to his own work. It was time to finish the game. His brain felt hot, racing. He keyed the microphone. "Mr. Friedman, this is Richards. Put McCone on." Half a minute of dead air. Holloway and Dunninger ran through their checklist, voices steady. The big turbines began their rising howl again, louder now. McCone's voice came thin against the engine noise. Richards told him to come on, Maggot. He and the woman were going for a ride. Show up at the loading door in 3 minutes or he would pull the ring. Dunninger stiffened in his seat as if shot. When he spoke again, his voice shook with terror. Richards waited. If McCone had guts, this was the moment he would call the bluff. Asking for the woman gave it away. A clock ticked inside his head. McCone's voice returned with a blustery edge, edged with fear. Richard's heart lurched. Maybe it was all coming together. "You're nuts, Richards. I'm not—" Richards cut him off sharply. He reminded McCone that every ham operator within 60 miles was listening. The whole world was watching now on the big stage. McCone would come because he was too afraid to risk a double cross that would get him killed. The woman was coming because Richards had told her where he was going. Even if Richards pulled the ring and somehow survived, McCone would never work again. He clutched the handbag in his pocket with frantic strength. 3 minutes. Signing off." McCone tried to protest, but Richards cut the transmission and handed the microphone back to Holloway. The captain's fingers trembled only slightly as he took it. Holloway told him he had guts. He had never seen so much. Dunninger added that there would be even more if he pulled the ring. Richards ordered them to continue pre-flight. He was going back to welcome their guests. They would leave in 5 minutes. He returned to first class, pushed the parachute pack to the window seat, and sat down watching the door to second class. He would know soon. His hand worked restlessly on Amelia Williams' handbag. Outside, darkness had nearly fallen. They climbed the stairs with 45 seconds to spare. Amelia panted, frightened, her hair whipped into a wild beehive by the wind. McCone looked outwardly calm and neat, but his eyes burned with nearly psychotic hate. McCone told him quietly that he had won nothing. They had not even played their trump cards yet. Richards greeted Amelia mildly. As if on cue, she began to weep. It was a deep, hopeless sound rising from her belly. The force made her stagger, then crumple to the plush carpet, face buried in her hands. Dried blood from Richards stained her blouse. Her skirt spread around her like a wilted flower. Richards felt a shallow pity for her, the best he could manage. Holloway's voice came over the intercom asking if they were green for departure. Richards confirmed it. Holloway said he would order the stairs removed and the door sealed. He warned Richards not to get nervous with the device. McCone pointed out that asking for the woman had given him away. His hands clenched and unclenched as he smiled and scowled at once, the effect disturbingly paranoid. Richards answered mildly that since McCone was never wrong, he would surely try to jump him before takeoff and come out smelling like a rose. McCone's lips tightened to a white line in a tiny snarl, but he made no move. The plane began to vibrate as the engines rose higher. The boarding door slammed shut in second class, muting the noise. Richards peered out a port window and watched the crew trundle the stairs away. Now, they were all on the scaffold. The fasten seatbelt sign flashed on. The huge jet began a slow, ponderous turn. The motion under Richards' feet felt disturbing. This craft dwarfed the small shuttle he had once taken. Amelia looked up, her face tear-streaked and ravaged. Her voice came rusty and dazed. Richards told her to come forward. They were taking off. He told McCone he had the run of the ship but to stay away from the crew. McCone sat near the divider at first, then thought better of it, and disappeared into the next section. Richards moved to Amelia, steadying himself on the seat backs. He asked for the window seat, admitting he had only flown once before. He tried to smile, but she stared at him dumbly. He slid in. She sat beside him and buckled his belt so his hand could stay in his pocket. She told him he was like a bad dream that never ended. He apologized. She started to speak again, but he clamped a hand over her mouth and shook his head, silently mouthing, "No." The plane swung around with infinite care, turbines screaming, and trundled toward the runways like an ungainly duck. It felt to Richards as if the earth itself was moving while the jet stood still. They reached the end of the taxiway, made a cumbersome right turn, passing runways 3 and 2. At runway 1 they turned left and paused. Holloway announced expressionlessly over the intercom that they were taking off. The plane moved slowly at first, then surged forward with terrifying acceleration. Richards was slammed back into his seat. Landing lights whipped past at dizzying speed. Scrub bushes and stunted trees rushed toward them on the horizon. The engines wound higher and higher. The floor vibrated violently. He realized Amelia was gripping his shoulder with both hands, her face twisted in fear. She had never flown either. He told her they were going, repeating it helplessly over and over. "We're going, we're going." She whispered, "Where?" He did not answer. He was only beginning to know. The 2 troopers on roadblock duty at the eastern entrance watched the huge liner hurl itself down the runway, orange and green lights blinking in the gathering dark while the engine howl battered their ears. One of them muttered that he was going. Christ, he was really going. The other asked where. They tracked the dark shape as it lifted clear of the ground. The engines flattened into a distant cold artillery rumble. It climbed at a steep angle, solid and ordinary as a cube of butter on a plate, yet impossible in its flight. One asked if the other thought he had it. The answer came uncertain. Hell, who knew? The first trooper turned from the shrinking lights and flipped up his collar. One thing was certain, though he was glad Richards had taken that bastard McCone along. The second asked a personal question. Would he like to see him pull it off? The first trooper stayed silent a long time as the jet sound faded into the low underground hum of the night. At last he said yes. The second asked if he thought he would. A thin crescent smile showed in the darkness. His friend, he answered. There was going to be one hell of a big boom. The earth had dropped away below Richards. He stared out the window in quiet wonder, drinking in every detail he had slept through the earlier flight, as if saving himself for this one. The sky had deepened to a velvet black that hovered on the edge of royal purple. Stars pricked through with shy brilliance. Far to the west, A thin, bitter orange line was all that remained of the sun, lighting nothing on the dark land below. A small cluster of lights he guessed was Derry. Holloway's voice came over the intercom. They were in a holding pattern, circling above Voigt Jetport. Instructions? Richards weighed his words carefully. He could not afford to reveal too much. He asked the lowest altitude they could safely manage. After a brief consultation, Holloway answered cautiously 2,000 feet, against regulations, but Richards cut him off. He would have to trust Holloway to a point. He knew almost nothing about flying, and the captain had surely been briefed on that. But the people full of clever ideas to trick him were all safely on the ground. If anyone lied to him and he discovered it. Holloway assured him no one aboard would lie. They only wanted the plane back down the way it had gone up. Richards gave himself a moment to think. Amelia sat rigid beside him, hands folded tightly in her lap. He told them to head due west at 2,000 feet and point out the sights as they passed. Holloway sounded relieved at the request for sights what they were flying over. Richards had only flown once before. The plane banked beneath them, and the dark sunset line outside the window tilted sharply. Richards watched, fascinated, as it slid aslant the thick glass, and threw odd fugitive gleams just beyond the pane. They were chasing the sun, he realized. Amazing. It was 35 minutes after 6. The seat back in front of him held a safety handbook in its pocket. Turbulence called for fastened belts. Cabin pressure loss meant pulling the mask overhead. Engine trouble would bring further instructions from the stewardess. Sudden explosive death left only the hope of enough dental fillings for identification. A small free V-screen sat at eye level with a touch selector and a reminder that channels changed quickly. Below it lay a pad of airline stationery and a chain stylus. He pulled out a sheet and wrote clumsily on his knee. Odds were 99 out of 100 the seat was bugged shoe mic, hair mic, maybe a mesh transmitter in the sleeve. McCone was listening, waiting for any slip. In a minute, she should stage a hysterical outburst and beg him not to pull the ring. It would improve their chances. Was she game? She nodded. He hesitated, then wrote again. Why had she lied about it? She took the stylus, held it over the paper a moment, then scrawled she didn't know. He had made her feel like a murderer, wife, and he had seemed so pitiful. Richards raised his eyebrows and offered a small grin that stung. He held out the stylus, but she shook her head. He wrote once more, begin the act in about 5 minutes. She nodded. He crumpled the note, dropped it into the armrest ashtray, and lit it. The paper flared brightly for a second, casting a tiny glow on the window, then sank into ash. He stirred the remains thoughtfully with the stylus tip. 5 minutes later, Amelia Williams began to moan. The sound was so convincing that for an instant Richards was startled. Then he understood it was probably genuine. She pleaded with him not to force the man to test him. She had done nothing to deserve this. She wanted to go home to her husband. They had a 6-year-old daughter who would wonder where her mother was. Richards felt his eyebrow twitch twice in an involuntary spasm. He had not wanted her performance quite that believable. He told her the man was dumb, but not that dumb. It would be all right, Mrs. Williams. She answered. That was easy for him to say. He had nothing to lose. He stayed silent. She was plainly right. Nothing, at least, that he had not already lost. She begged him to show the device. For God's sake, why not? Then the man would have to believe and call off the ground crews. They were tracking the plane with missiles, she had heard him say so. Richards replied that he could not show it. Taking it from his pocket meant either setting the ring on safety or risking an accidental detonation. Besides, he added with mocking edge, he would not show it even if he could. McCone was the one with something to lose. Let him sweat. She said dully that she did not think she could stand much more. She almost wished she could just jostle him and end it. That was how it would finish anyway, wasn't it? He started to answer that she hadn't. The door between first and second class snapped open. McCone half strode, half lunged through. His face stayed calm on the surface, but beneath it lay an odd, sheeny pallor. Richards recognized at once the white, waxy glow of fear. McCone spoke briskly to Amelia. Coffee, if she pleased. For 7, she would have to serve as stewardess on this flight. The plane hummed steadily as Amelia rose from her seat, eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to glance at either man. She moved up the aisle, her steps measured and tense. McCone watched her go, then turned his gaze on Richards, his mild face blinking behind gold-rimmed glasses. Would you give this up if I could promise you amnesty? He offered smoothly, his body coiled and ready to spring if she made any sudden move. Richards flexed his blood-caked hand, studying the dried runnels and tiny scrapes from his desperate hike through the Maine woods. The word amnesty sounded slick and false coming from McCone. He noted the man's concealed paunch and remarked how it looked more like primed steak than the greasy welfare meat he knew from Co-op City. McCone repeated the offer, pressing for a reaction. Richard smiled thinly. It sounded like nothing but a lie, and he made it clear he saw McCone as nothing more than hired muscle. McCone's face hardened into a deep brick-red flush. He promised that on his own ground the pursuit would end with high-impact slugs that would explode on contact, turning Richards's head into shattered pulp or his gut into ruin. Richard suddenly shouted that he was pulling the ring. McCone recoiled with a sharp cry, staggering back until he collapsed into a nearby seat, arms flailing wildly in panic, his hands freezing splayed around his head like rigid claws. His face peered through them, a frozen death mask twisted in terror. Richards felt laughter rising from deep in his gut, cracked at first, then rolling freely. It had been so long since anything honest had broken through the gray grind of his life. He gripped the arm of his seat and let it pour out, helpless and raw. McCone could only mouth silent curses, his features scrunched like a battered toy. Richards kept laughing, the sound filling the cabin as the tension finally cracked inside him. When the pilot announced they were crossing from Canada into Vermont, Richards set his coffee down carefully. He asked for maps of North America, both physical and political. The navigator, Donahue, hesitated before identifying himself, then brought them forward himself. He had the slick look of a well-off city kid who spent nights hunting queers in the pleasure districts, his tight pants leaving little to the imagination. Richard studied him briefly, then sent him back to the cockpit without further talk. Tracing a line on the political map from Derry westward to the border, Richards located their position. He instructed the pilot to turn due south. The plane banked smoothly. McCone hunched in his seat across the aisle, staring with raw, predatory hunger. Richards felt himself slipping in and out of a dangerous daze, the engine drone pulling at his mind like a hypnotic current. The pain in his side throbbed steadily. He drove his fist hard into the bullet wound. A sharp whistle of agony escaped his clenched teeth as fresh blood soaked through his shirt. The jolt cleared his head for the moment. Amelia moaned softly from her forward seat, watching them both in misery. The pilot reported they would pass over Albany in 6 minutes. Richards whispered to himself to stay relaxed, fighting the creeping fog. It would be over soon, 7:45 now. Even as he coordinated their route with the pilot's updates, another part of his mind drifted into darkness. He saw the tracking systems activating across the night, huge servo mechanisms turning, infrared eyes glowing, radar dishes swinging on distant flatbeds. Microwave signals bounced and echoed, locking onto their positions south of Newark. Trucks rumble through sleeping towns while concrete silo covers ground open, releasing cold gasps of liquid hydrogen. Missiles shifted in their silos like steel rattlesnakes, following the plane's blinking lights across the northeast. All of it unfolded in his head with eerie detachment, almost comforting in its madness. His blood-crusted finger continued tracing their path southward on the map past Springfield, west of Hartford, while the invisible net drew tighter around them. Tracking it. The plane droned onward as the pilot's voice crackled through the cabin, announcing they were now over Newark, New Jersey. Richards kept his eyes on the sprawl of lights below, confirming he had been watching. He asked Holloway whether they had a bead drawn on the jet the entire way. Holloway admitted they did. Richards turned his gaze to McCone and noted aloud that the authorities were probably weighing whether they could afford to lose their professional bloodhound. He figured they would decide yes after all. They could always train a new one. McCone snarled unconsciously, lips pulling back in a primal way that Richards traced back to Neanderthal ancestors who clubbed enemies from behind rather than fighting face to face. He asked the captain when they would reach open country again. Holloway explained they would not on a due south heading. Open sea would only appear after they passed the offshore North Carolina drilling derricks. Everything south of here was essentially one continuous suburb of New York City. Richards thanked him. Below, Newark glittered like a careless handful of dirty jewelry tossed into black velvet. He called for the captain again. When Holloway answered wearily, Richards ordered him to turn due west. McCone jerked upright as if goosed. Amelia let out a startled cough. Holloway sounded uneasy and frightened for the first time, warning that west meant open country farmland between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh, no major cities until Cleveland. Richards cut him off sharply and repeated the order. The jet banked west. Newark swung away beneath the wing and darkness swallowed it. McCone warned they would be blown apart. Richards replied with cool sarcasm, questioning whether this honorable country would destroy a plane carrying McCone and 5 innocent passengers. McCone insisted it would be a deliberate mistake. Richard smiled and reminded him that, according to the national report, they hadn't made a mistake since 1950. He noted that McCone was no longer laughing. Half an hour later, Holloway came back on, excitement sharpening his tone. Harding Reg wanted to beam a high-intensity broadcast at them from the Games Federation. He advised Richards to turn on the free V. It would be worth his while. Richards thanked him. He stared at the blank screen, hand hovering, then pulled back as a wave of dread and déjà vu washed over him. It felt too much like returning to the beginning. Sheila's thin, exhausted face, the smell of cabbage cooking down the hall, the blare of the games, the screams. There could never be another child, not even if he could undo everything. McCone urged him to switch it on, suggesting they might be offering a deal. Richards told him to shut up. He waited, letting the heavy dread fill him. His wound still bled. His legs felt distant and weak. He wasn't sure he could stand when the moment came. With a grunt, he leaned forward and pressed the button. The free V flared to vivid life. Gan Killian's familiar black face filled the screen, seated behind a kidney-shaped mahogany desk bearing the game symbol. Richards greeted him softly. Killian straightened, grinned, and returned the greeting, explaining he could hear Richards through the relayed cockpit radio. He noted the gunshot wound. Richards downplayed it, saying the scratches came from the woods. Killian referenced the famous run through the woods that Bobby Thompson had celebrated on air that night, along with the current hijack. Tomorrow those woods would swarm with souvenir hunters. Richards remarked that he had only seen a rabbit. Killian called him the greatest contestant they had ever had, pure luck and skill, and said the network was ready to offer a deal. Richards asked if it was a nationally televised firing squad. Killian described the hijack as spectacular but also the dumbest move yet, because Richards had left his own people behind the moment the plane took off. Even the woman shielding him wasn't truly his. Up here, he was alone, a dead duck. Richards answered that people kept saying that, yet he kept breathing. Killian reminded him he had been breathing for the last 2 hours only because the Games Federation allowed it. He had personally pushed through authorization for the deal, despite strong opposition from the old guard. He recalled Richards once asking who he would kill if he could reach the top with a machine gun. One of them would have been Killian himself. Richards admitted it surprised him. He had pegged Killian as the house nigger. Killian threw back his head and laughed, but the sound carried tension. He laid out the terms: fly the plane to Harding. A games limo would wait at the airport. They would stage an execution fake. Then Richards would join the team. McCone let out a yelp of pure rage. Amelia looked stunned. Richards called it an impressive offer, praising Killian's salesmanship and suggesting he would have made a fine used car dealer. He asked whether McCone's reaction sounded genuine. Killian pointed out that McCone had sounded exactly as expected. Still, doubt gnawed at Richards. McCone's earlier actions hustling Amelia away for coffee, the steady antagonism didn't quite fit. Maybe the offer had been kept from him to sell the moment. His thoughts spun. Killian assured him the plastic explosive was the only bluff. He had a small red button on his desk. 20 seconds after he pressed it, surface-to-air Diamondback missiles with clean nuclear warheads would tear the plane apart. Richards felt the curdled taste of doubt rise in his throat. The Irish wasn't fake, but now he wondered if any of it still mattered. Killian continued calmly from the screen. The plastic explosive could never have made it aboard a Lockheed G. 4 separate detectors were built into the plane to stop hijackers, and a 5th had been hidden in the parachute Richards requested. Control tower lights had been watched with deep tension when he boarded. Everyone assumed he carried the Irish. Relief had spread when no alarms triggered. He probably never had the chance to obtain any. It didn't matter now. The bluff only weakened his position further. McCone suddenly rose and stood beside Richards, grinning fiercely. He pressed his gun to Richards' temple and announced he was about to blow his head off. Killian warned that McCone would die too if he pulled the trigger. McCone faltered, stepping back, his face twisting in disbelief and rising rage. He whispered hoarsely that he could take Richards right now and keep everyone safe. Killian answered wearily that McCone was already safe, and Donahue could have ended it any time if they had wanted. McCone's voice climbed into a furious rant. Richards was a criminal who had killed police, committed anarchy and air piracy, and publicly humiliated him and his department. Killian ordered him to sit down, his tone ice-cold, reminding McCone exactly who paid his salary. McCone raved on, spittle flying, threatening to take the matter to the council president, and predicting Killian would end up chopping cotton. A new voice cut in sharply. Donahue stood there, looking colder and deadlier than before, his greased hair gleaming under the cabin lights. He aimed a wire-stock Magnum, spring-stun machine pistol at McCone, and identified himself as Robert S. Donahue from Games Council Control. He told McCone to drop the gun on the floor. After a long second, McCone's weapon thumped onto the carpet. Donahue ordered him back to second class to sit down like a good boy. McCone backed away snarling, looking to Richards like a thwarted vampire in an old horror film. Once McCone was gone, Donahue gave Richards a sardonic salute with the barrel of his gun and assured him the man wouldn't bother him again. Richards replied evenly that Donahue still looked like a queer stomper. The small smile vanished. Donahue stared with sudden empty dislike before heading forward again. Richards turned back to the free V. His pulse stayed perfectly steady. Death had become ordinary. Killian asked if he was still there. Richards confirmed he was, and that the problem had been handled. Killian continued, explaining that knowing about the bluff worsened Richards' position, but strengthened their own credibility. It meant they could have destroyed the plane at any time or ordered Holloway to land. McCone would have eliminated him. Richards answered detachedly that he understood. Using their planted houseboy had been a sharp move, better than McCone. Killian laughed again, calling Richards a rare iridescent bird, though the sound carried heavy tension. Richards sensed Killian held back something he desperately did not want to reveal. Killian pointed out that if Richards truly had the explosive, he would have pulled the string when McCone pressed the gun to his head. He had known he was about to die, yet he sat still. Richards felt it was over, they knew. A smile cracked across his face. He would make them pay to see the final card. He insisted he wasn't buying any of it. If pushed, everything would go bang. Killian acknowledged that Richards would spin it out to the bitter end. He then instructed Donahue over the voice comm to go back and remove Mrs. Williams' pocketbook from Richards's coat pocket without harming him. Donahue reappeared, face smooth, cold and empty programmed. He approached steadily. Richards warned him to stop, shifting the hand in his pocket. The man on the ground was safe. Donahue was the one heading to the moon. Donahue's stride may have faltered for a fraction of a second, his eyes wincing slightly, but he continued forward. Richards briefly considered grabbing the parachute and running, but knew it was hopeless. The men's bathroom at the back of third class marked the end of the line. He said softly that he would see Donahue in hell and made a pulling gesture in his pocket. Donahue grunted and threw his hands up instinctively to shield his face, then lowered them, embarrassed and furious, still alive. Richards pulled Amelia Williams' pocketbook from his muddy torn coat and tossed it. It struck Donahue's chest and dropped at his feet like a dead bird. His own hand Timaway slimed with sweat, looking pale and alien on his knee. Donahue checked the bag briefly and handed it to Amelia. Richards felt a dull sadness at its departure, as if losing an old friend. He whispered "boom" under his breath. Richards watched Donahue retreat forward again and remarked tiredly that the man was very good. He had made him flinch, but had hoped for more. His vision began doubling oddly, fading in and out. He pressed a hand to his side. The wound was clotting reluctantly for the second time. He asked what came next. Cameras at the airport so the world could watch the desperado die. Killian's face darkened on the screen, unreadable, the withheld truth now pressing close to the surface. Richards felt fresh, dread coil inside him. He wanted to kill the free V, to stop hearing anymore, but his hand would not move. It was free after all. Killian spoke softly. McCone was finished, cracked like a soft-shelled egg. They wanted Richards to take his place as chief hunter. The words hit like a physical blow. Richard sat with his mouth open in dazed disbelief. It had to be a lie, yet Amelia held her purse again. There was no reason left to deceive him. He was wounded, isolated, and both McCone and Donahue were armed. One bullet behind the ear would end it cleanly. The offer had to be true. He muttered that Killian was insane. Killian insisted he was not. Richards was the best runner they had ever seen. The network always needed fresh talent, and the game served more than just entertaining the masses or eliminating threats. Richards tried to answer and found he could not. The dread inside him only thickened. He finally pointed out that no chief hunter had ever had a family. The extortion risk was too great. Killian answered with infinite gentleness. "Ben, your wife and daughter are dead. They have been dead for over 10 days. The words reached Richards, as if from the bottom of a deep well, distorted and distant. His mind went midnight dark. A scrapbook of images flickered across the blackness, Sheila wiggling through the halls of Trades High, microskirt swinging the two of them on the bay pier, hands linked, backs to the camera, their wedding before the wart-nosed justice of the peace, Sheila heavy, with child at the window, himself lifting tiny Kathy high overhead, grinning in triumph and love. The picture spun faster, bringing only cool numbness. Killian continued, assuring the network had nothing to do with the deaths. It had been a horrible accident. Richards believed him. The story rang too true, and Killian knew he would check it himself in Co-op City the moment he landed. Prowlers, 3 of them, hopped up. They had made a threatening move toward Kathy. Sheila tried to protect her daughter. Both died of puncture wounds. The details snapped Richards out of the fog. He screamed for the truth. Amelia flinched and hid her face. Killian said there was nothing more. Sheila had been stabbed over 60 times. Kathy, Richards said, empty. Killian winced and offered him time to think. He swore on his mother. They had played no part. Their way would have been to arrange visiting rights if he accepted. No man would work for the people who butchered his family. Richards repeated that he needed time. He thumbed the free V to black and sat stone-like, hands dangling between his knees. The plane droned on into darkness. So it had all come unraveled. An hour slid past. Pictures drifted through his mind: Stacy, Bradley, Elton Paracus, and his baby face. The nightmare run, the last match in the YMCA basement, gas cars screeching, Laughlin's sour voice. No ties left, no morality. Bradley's pollution speeches felt distant and unreal. Nose filters no longer mattered. The poor would always be with them. Eventually they would adapt, grow their own filters, rip out the artificial ones, and watch the rich drown. None of it was his concern anymore. There would be grief. They would expect it, allow for it. Rages, maybe one last attempt to expose the poison in the air, then drugs, doctors, a change of mind. Peace. Contentiousness pulled out like bitterweed. He regarded that coming peace with raw longing. Amelia cried steadily in her seat long after tears should have dried. He wondered indifferently what would become of her. She was no longer the woman who had stopped at a routine life with her mind on meals and meetings. She had shown red. Therapy and drugs would follow, a careful tracing of the wrong road taken. He wanted for a moment to go to her, to tell her she was not badly broken, that a few psychic bandages would make her better than before. Sheila, Kathy. Their names clanged inside his skull until they lost all meaning. Grief refused to come, only a fuzzy embarrassment remained. They had run him slack, lunged, and discovered he was nothing but a horse's ass after all. The plane droned onward. Richard sank into a three-quarter doze. Images came and went, colorless and weightless. He snapped awake in the first-class seat, bolt upright, mouth stretched wide in a raw scream. The force tore from his lungs so violently his tongue flapped like a sail. Every detail in the compartment slammed into focus, grainy technicolor, overwhelmingly real, the way a tabloid crime photo hits the eye. The glossy 8x10 flooded back behind his eyelids, a ripped and sliced small body lying in a blood-drenched crib, splatters and runnels across cheap stucco walls, the broken Mother Goose mobile bought for a dime, and a great sticky clot on the second-hand teddy bear with one eye missing. Amelia screamed in terror beside him, cringing back with eyes huge as cracked porcelain doorknobs, trying desperately to stuff her whole fist into her mouth. Donahue charged through the galley, gun drawn, his small black eyes bright with excitement. He demanded to know what was happening and whether McCone was involved. Richards felt his heart slowing enough to steady his voice. "No," he told him, "just a bad dream about his little girl." Donahue's eyes softened in an awkward attempt at sympathy. He turned to leave. Richards called him back. Had he scared him? Donahue denied it flatly, and turned away again, neck muscles bunched, his tight blue uniform stretching over buttocks as pretty as a girl's. Richards remarked that he could scare him worse by threatening to take away his nose filter. Donahue left without another word. Richards closed his eyes wearily. The glossy 8x10 returned at once. He opened them, closed them again. This time the image stayed away. Only when he was certain it would not come back right away did he thumb on the free V. Killian appeared on the screen, leaning forward, tension plain on his face. Richards told him he had decided to accept. Killian leaned back, his eyes alone showing satisfaction. He expressed how glad he was. Richard stood in the doorway to the pilot's cabin. Holloway turned. He had been speaking to Detroit. Vore Dunninger was drinking coffee. The twin control console sat untended, yet the wheels turned, the pedals moved, dials swung, and lights flashed in constant ghostly activity. Richards asked who was driving the bus. Dunninger answered that it was Otto the automatic pilot and grinned at the pun. He added that some of the crew had been rooting for Richards. Richards nodded without commitment. Holloway broke the slight awkwardness, admitting that Otto still unnerved him after 20 years, but the system was dead safe and far more sophisticated than the old manual setups. Richard stared out into the darkness and asked if that was true. Holloway confirmed it. Lock on point of destination, and Otto handled everything with voice radar assistance. making the pilot almost unnecessary except for takeoffs, landings, and emergencies. Richards asked what they could actually do if trouble came. Holloway replied that they could pray, the words carrying an odd, sincere weight in the cabin. Richards pointed at the control wheels and asked if they actually steered the plane. Dunninger said only up and down the pedals handled side-to-side motion. Richards observed it sounded like a kid's soapbox racer. Holloway smiled and said it was a little more complicated. There were just a few more buttons. Richards asked what would happen if Otto went crazy. Dunninger grinned confidently and said it never happened. If it did, they could override, but the computer was never wrong. Richards lingered, fascinated by the mindless, precise adjustments of wheels and switches. Holloway and Dunninger returned to their work, exchanging obscure numbers through bursts of static. When Holloway glanced back and saw him still standing there, he grinned and pointed ahead into the dark. Harding would come up soon. Richards asked how long. Holloway said the horizon glow would appear in 5 or 6 minutes. The next time Holloway turned, Richards was gone. He told Dunninger he would be glad when they set that guy down. He was a spook. Dunninger looked down at the glowing green controls, morose. He noted that Richards hadn't liked Otto. Holloway agreed. Richards walked back down the narrow corridor. Neither Friedman nor Donahue looked up. He stepped into the galley and stopped. The smell of fresh coffee filled the air, strong and inviting. He poured himself a cup, stirred an instant creamer, and sat in one of the stewardess's off-duty chairs. The silex bubbled and steamed on the hot plate. Luxury frozen dinners filled the see-through freezers. The liquor cabinet was stocked with miniature airline bottles. A man could get properly drunk here, he thought. He sipped. The coffee was strong and good. The silex continued bubbling. Here he was, he thought, just sipping coffee at 50,000 feet. Pots and pans were neatly stowed. The stainless steel sink gleamed like a jewel, and the silex bubbled and steamed. Sheila had always wanted one. She used to say a silex lasts. Tears began sliding down his cheeks. Through the half-open door of the tiny toilet, he could see the blue, disinfected water in the bowl, prim and tasteful even at altitude. He drank his coffee and watched the silex bubble, weeping silently and calmly. The tears and the coffee ended together. He rose, placed the cup in the stainless steel sink, picked up the silex by its brown plastic handle, and carefully emptied the remaining coffee down the drain. Tiny beads of condensation clung to the thick glass. He wiped his eyes on his jacket sleeve and walked back into the narrow corridor, carrying the heavy glass pot. He stepped into Donahue's compartment. "Want some coffee?" he asked. Donahue refused curtly without looking up. Richards told him he was sure he did, and swung the heavy glass pot down onto Donahue's bent head with all his strength. The effort tore the wound in his side open for the 3rd time, but the heavy glass pot held. Richards wondered if it had been specially reinforced to survive turbulence. It left a massive blot of Donahue's blood across the map table. Donahue slumped forward in silence. A thin red runnel crept over the plastic coating and began to drip. A radio voice cut in brightly, acknowledging a position report. Richards still gripped the silex, now matted with strands of Donahue's hair. He let it drop. The carpet swallowed the sound. The glass rolled toward him like a bloodshot eyeball. The glossy 8x10 of Kathy in her crib flashed unbidden behind his eyes, and he shuddered. He lifted Donahue's head by the hair, rummaged inside the blue flight jacket, and found the gun. Before dropping the head back, he yanked it higher. The mouth hung slack in a dead leer. Blood dripped inside. He wiped one nostril clean and stared. There it was, a tiny glitter of mesh. The radio repeated the demand for ETA acknowledgement. Friedman called across the corridor that it was their flight and told Donahue to answer. Richards limped into the passage, weakness flooding his legs. Friedman looked up and started to repeat the order. Richards shot him just above the upper lip. teeth scattered like broken beads. Hair, blood, and brains painted a Rorschach across the wall behind the chair, where a 3D pin-up girl stretched eternally over a varnished bedpost. A muffled shout came from the pilot's compartment. Holloway lunged desperately for the door. Richards noticed the small question mark scar on his forehead, the kind a boy might earn falling from a low branch while pretending to fly. He shot Holloway in the belly. Holloway made a shocked whooping sound and collapsed face first. Dunninger spun in his seat, face slack with terror. He begged not to be shot, the words barely carrying air. Richards answered kindly and pulled the trigger. A brief flare popped behind Dunninger as he toppled. Silence returned. The radio repeated the ATIS demand. Richards suddenly retched up a thick glut of coffee and bile. The spasm ripped his wound wider, planting a deep throbbing pain in his side. He limped to the controls, still turning and sliding in their endless ghostly dance. So many dials, so much activity. They would keep a constant communications link open on a flight this important, surely. He acknowledged conversationally. The voice on the other end asked if they had the free V on and mentioned garbled transmissions. Everything all right? Richards confirmed 5 bye. The voice told Dunninger he owed him a beer, then faded into static. Otto was still driving the bus. Richards turned to finish what he had started. Amelia Williams moaned in first class. He glanced down. His entire right side, rib cage to calf, shone bright red and wet. He remarked wryly how much blood the old man had carried. McCone burst through from second class, gun already out. Both men fired at once. McCone vanished through the curtain. Richard sat down hard. A large hole had opened in his belly. He could see his own intestines. Amelia screamed without pause, hands dragging her cheeks into a stretched witch face. McCone staggered back in, half his head gone yet still grinning. He fired twice. The first bullet passed over Richards. The second struck just below the collarbone. Richards fired again. McCone spun twice in a loose, aimless circle, gun slipping from his fingers. He seemed to study the white styrofoam ceiling, then fell. The sharp smell of burned powder and seared flesh filled the cabin. Amelia kept screaming. Richards noted how strong and healthy she still sounded. He rose slowly, holding his intestines in place. It felt as though matches were being lit inside his stomach. Bent forward, one hand pressed to his midriff. He moved up the aisle like a man bowing. He picked up the parachute with his free hand and dragged it behind him. A loop of gray intestine slipped out. He pushed it back. The pressure hurt. It felt disturbingly like he might be soiling himself. Amelia groaned brokenly, repeating fragments of prayer. He told her to put the parachute on. She rocked and moaned, not hearing. He dropped the chute, slapped her, then punched her when the slap lacked force. She fell silent, eyes dazed. He repeated the order, explaining it fastened like a pack sack. She nodded, voice trembling. She was too scared to jump. He said they were going down. She had no choice. She still refused. He offered to shoot her instead. She scrambled out of her seat, knocking him aside, and began yanking the pack on with frantic energy, backing away as he advanced. Blood dripped from his mouth. He corrected the strap placement. She adjusted it quickly, retreating toward McCone's body while he approached. Now fasten the clip to the ring bolt around her belly. Her fingers shook. She missed the first try, weeping, her eyes locked madly on his face. She slipped briefly in McCone's blood, then stepped over the body. They backed together through second class, and into third, the burning in his belly now a steady flame. The emergency door was sealed with explosive bolts and a pilot-controlled bar. He handed her the gun and told her to fire it. The recoil would be too much for him. She closed her eyes, turned her face away, and pulled the trigger twice. The gun clicked empty. The door remained shut. A faint sick despair settled over him. Amelia clutched the ripcord ring, twitching it nervously.
She started to speak, and the door suddenly blew outward into the night, sucking her along with it.
Richards hunched forward like a bent hag caught in a reverse hurricane, gripping the backs of seats as he fought his way from the blown door. The thin, sharp night air at 2,000 feet slapped against him like cold water. If the plane had flown higher, the greater pressure difference would have yanked him out too. Instead, fierce winds buffeted him brutally, his intestines accordioning outward and trailing across the floor behind him. The cigarette lighter had become a torch inside. Everything burned. He pressed on through second class, where the suction eased. He stepped over McCone's sprawled body and continued into first class. Blood ran loosely from his mouth. At the galley entrance he paused, trying to gather up his trailing intestines. They didn't belong outside. They were getting dirty. A wave of helpless sorrow rose in him for his poor, fragile guts that had never asked for any of this. He couldn't push them back, and they were too jumbled. Flashes of high school biology diagrams raced through his mind. The dawning, stumbling realization hit him that this was truly the end, and he cried out miserably through a mouthful of blood. No answer came from the aircraft. Everyone else was gone. Only he and Otto remained. Color drained from the world as his own bright fluid drained away. Leaning crookedly against the galley entrance like a drunk against a lamppost, he watched everything around him shift into a wraith-like grey-out. This was it. He was going... He screamed again, forcing the world back into sharp, excruciating focus. Not yet. He mustn't. He lunged through the galley, guts hanging in long ropes around him. It amazed him how much had been packed inside. He stepped on part of himself. Something pulled hard. The flare of pain exploded beyond belief, and he shrieked, splattering blood across the far wall. He lost his balance, and would have fallen, but the wall caught him at 60 degrees. Gutshot! He was gutshot! His mind answered with insane, mechanical clitter. One thing left to do. Gutshot was supposed to be one of the worst deaths. He remembered a midnight lunch break discussion from his days as a wiper, when he and the others had been hale, full of blood and piss and semen, comparing the merits of radiation poisoning, freezing, falling, bludgeoning, and drowning. Someone, Harris, the fat one who drank illicit beer, had mentioned gutshot. It hurts in the belly, he had said. It takes a long time. They had all nodded solemnly, none of them understanding real pain. Richards lurched up the narrow corridor, clutching both sides for support. He passed Donahue, then Friedman with his ruined face. Numbness crept up his arms, while the pain in what had been his belly grew steadily worse. Still, his ruptured body obeyed the insane Napoleon raging inside his skull. My God, can this be the end of Rico? He would never have believed he carried so many deathbed cliches. His mind seemed to be turning inward, devouring itself in its final fevered moments. More thing. He tripped over Holloway's sprawled body and lay there, suddenly overcome by sleepiness. A nap? Yes. Just the ticket. Too hard to get up now. Otto hummed softly, singing the birthday boy to sleep. Shh. With tremendous effort he lifted his heavy head steel, pig iron, lead, and stared at the twin controls dancing their automated rhythm. Beyond them, through the plexiglass, he saw Harding. Too far? He's under the haystack, fast asleep. Richards whispered a crude dismissal at the radio's worried squawks, warning he flew too low, demanding acknowledgement, and offering to assume guidance control. He crawled toward the dipping, swaying controls, pedals pumping in and out, wheels twitching. Fresh agony flared when a loop of his intestines snagged under Holloway's chin. He crawled back, freed it, and pressed forward again. His arms went slack for a moment. He floated weightless, nose pressed into the soft, deep pile carpet. He pushed up and crawled on. Climbing into Holloway's seat felt like scaling Everest. There it loomed ahead, huge, square, and tall, silhouetted black against the night, moonlight turning it alabaster. He tweaked the wheel. The floor dropped away. Lefty lurched and nearly fell out. He corrected, overcompensated, and the floor dropped right, the horizon tilting wildly. The pedals responded better. He pushed the wheel in gingerly. The dial before him plunged from 2,000 to 1,500 feet in an instant. He eased it back. His sight was nearly gone. His right eye had almost failed. Strange that they should go one at a time. He pushed the wheel in again. The plane seemed to float weightlessly. The dial slipped from 1,500 to 1,200 to 900. He pulled it back out. The radio voice sharpened with alarm. What was wrong? Acknowledge. He croaked a mocking dog-like bark in reply. The big plane cruised through the night like a sliver of ice. Co-op City spread out below like a giant broken carton. He was heading straight for the games building. The jet roared across the canal, seemingly held aloft by the hand of God, giant and thundering. A push freak in a doorway stared up, taking it for a hallucination, the last dope dream come to carry him away, perhaps to General Atomic's heaven, where all the food was free and all the piles were clean breeders. The engines drove people into doorways, faces craning upward like pale flames. Glass show windows jingled and fell inward. Gutter litter spun down the streets in dervishes. A cop dropped his move-along and clutched his head, screaming without hearing himself. The plane kept dropping, cruising over rooftops like a silver bat. Its starboard wingtip missed the Glamour Column store by a bare 12 feet. All over Harding, free V screens flared white with interference as people stared in stupid, fearful incredulity. The thunder filled the world. Killian looked up from his desk and stared into the wall-to-wall window that formed one entire side of the room. The twinkling city vista from South City to Crescent had vanished. The entire window was filled with the oncoming Lockheed TriStar jet, its running lights blinking on and off. In an insane moment of total surprise, horror, and disbelief, he saw Richard staring out at him, face smeared with blood, black eyes burning like a demon's. Richards was grinning and giving him the finger. He had time only to gasp a single word of shock. Heeling over slightly, the Lockheed struck the games building dead on 3/4 of the way up. Its tanks were still better than a quarter full. Its speed was slightly over 500 miles an hour. The explosion was tremendous, lighting up the night like the wrath of God and raining fire 20 blocks away. The end. Thank you for staying with the story until the very end. Your time and attention mean more than you know. Stephen King wrote The Running Man in a single feverish week back in February 1973. Snowed in during February vacation as a young schoolteacher, he locked himself away while his family napped or watched television, pouring out the entire first draft in what he later called a Bachman state of mind. Low rage, simmering despair, and pure creative fire. He set the finished manuscript aside for nearly a decade before it finally appeared in 1982 as a paperback original under his pseudonym Richard Bachman. That was the early 1980s, when game shows were growing more cutthroat, and television was learning how to turn human desperation into prime-time entertainment. King's story became a dark mirror held up to a society already addicted to spectacle, asking what happens when survival itself is packaged and sold for ratings. At its heart, it's a thriller about power, poverty, media manipulation, and the terrible choices people make when the whole world is watching. The 1987 film starring Arnold Schwarzenegger took the premise into arenas and gladiatorial combat, turning King's scrawny, desperate everyman into a muscular action hero and changing the ending entirely. It became a cult classic, but it strayed far from the book's grim cross-country manhunt. Then in 2025, Edgar Wright's reimagining brought the story back much closer to the page, darker, sharper, and more faithful, while still giving it the kinetic energy Wright is known for from films like Baby Driver, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, and Hot Fuzz. Behind the scenes, the 1987 production saw its original director fired. After just 1 week, Paul Michael Glaser stepped in and shot it like a high-octane television episode. Richard Dawson, the real-life game show legend, played the oily host Damon Killian with chilling authenticity. For the 2025 version, Wright admitted the most nerve-wracking moment was sending King the screenplay, especially the altered ending, and receiving the author's gracious approval. A few things most people never notice: King actually set the entire story in the year 2025, the same year Wright's film hit theaters. The book's Ben Richards is described as thin and sickly, the polar opposite of the screen versions, and Paula Abdul choreographed the flashy opening dance number in the '87 movie. If this retelling sparks something in you, I gently encourage you to pick up the original novel. The written word still holds layers of dread, moral weight, and raw anger that no camera can fully capture. If you enjoyed this journey, liking the video and subscribing helps me bring more stories like this to life. I read every comment. Tell me what you felt, what surprised you, or how the book and films compare in your eyes. And if the story moved you, share it with someone who needs a reminder of what fiction can do. Until the next page turns, thank you again for listening. The world is still watching, but now, so are we.